As usual, the old man sat and sold his slaves. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. Suddenly, an unfamiliar couple of people approached him. Naturally, he thought that they were newlyweds, looking for a slave who would help them with the housework. But they said that they had come to sell their child. Of course, the old man refused. What parent would sell their newborn child to a slave trader, he thought? He asked if it was really their child, when suddenly a customer standing nearby spoke up and said he wanted to buy the baby. He was a rich man who traveled the world and bought slaves for his famous arena. The couple gave the child to the rich man. They left without even looking back in his direction. And at that very moment, the rich man himself began to get ready. Those two seemed crazy, but that rich man was much crazier, because even the old man did not understand what he was going to do with the baby in the arena. The rich man himself had thought a little earlier that he needed the strongest slave there was in this world. The stronger the slave, the more spectacular the fights in his arena, and the more money he can earn from it. But most of the slaves were real weaklings. The best option was to buy prisoners of war or escaped criminals. But even this was not enough. And so, the owner of the arena saw him, and at first glance he could swear that this huge man was some kind of general. After all, just the sight of him made my hair stand on end and my body was covered in real goosebumps. At that very moment, his eyes lit up. All his thoughts were about the fact that he needed someone like him, who was a real warrior. However, seeing this situation, he did not understand how he could sell his child. These thoughts consumed him. They gradually filled his entire head. He could not stop their influx because he did not understand why these two parents were acting this way. He immediately bought the baby and brought him to his own arena, throwing him into one of the huge confined cells where a healthy man was located. He was the best warrior, who immediately received an order to raise a good warrior out of this child, and then the rich man would repay him well. The story of a fighter. This child would not last even a week here, as he thought, because there was real darkness all around. The man felt that babies clearly had no place here. They could not survive here. However, this little one turned out to be a tough nut to crack, and he managed to survive. And not just survive, he ate more and more each time and also took his first steps. This was an unusual child. For the first time, a man truly and sincerely wanted to take care of someone. If he showed him something, the kid immediately grasped it. The long-haired fighter thought for a moment that he even understood him. And even if he didn't teach him something, the kid himself could easily figure out what he needed to do. Everyone around saw how the child was growing, but it was not by the day, but by the hour. By the time he could make his own decisions, he no longer knew what was in his head. From a distance, the boy seemed extremely calm, like an ordinary child. But the man, seeing his first fight in the arena, immediately understood everything. After all, as soon as the fight began, a terrifying aura was felt throughout the arena, which became more and more terrible with each passing second. The best fighter in the arena had seen a lot of fights, but the little one's fight was the best he had ever seen. After all, he had learned this from him, but he immediately dismissed these thoughts, thinking that it was much more difficult. That battle seemed to completely and utterly absorb every spectator in the arena. The man no longer understood whether this child was a human being, because in this battle no one saw him as a baby. As time went on, the best fighter naturally grew older, and due to constant injuries, his body became weaker. The strength began to leave the body, and there he met his death in one of these battles. Then the very child he had raised as his own son ran into the arena. The man who had defeated his adoptive father rejoiced, because now he considered himself a champion. At that moment, when life was already leaving the long-haired fighter, he saw the creature that he had raised for so many years. Looking at this boy on his last breath, he saw a real monster. And so, life left his adoptive father. The boy silently looked at the dying man who breathed his last. The story of a child. There lived a boy, abandoned by his biological parents. He lost the one who raised him from childhood. However, this child was able to survive in the arena, and sometime later he became an adult. The day was approaching when he would leave the walls of this arena. Sitting in captivity, he heard the admiration of the people from above who came to see this spectacle for the first time. The boy also heard how these people who came, complete strangers to him, were placing some bets, sometimes shouting with joy and at other times sobbing with grief. So at some point, two guys showed up. One of them looked extremely tense, and the other one was encouraging him, asking him to relax. Naturally, the first one continued to be tense because they had come to an underground gambling house, and he was worried that if the university found out about this, they would be in big trouble. His comrade did not understand these words, because it was quite normal. He explained to his comrade that everything here was legal, because ordinary slaves were fighting, who were bought up all over the world. He also asked him not to be a coward, but on the contrary to be happy, because he might never see such a thing. And so, the boy, who was feeling extremely tense, began to follow his friend's steps. However, after just 2 steps, he stopped abruptly, freezing in one place. He loudly shouted his refusal, saying that he had entered the university to gain knowledge and achieve success, and not to indulge in vice and idleness. Closing his eyes, he also added that he was leaving, since he already had to pay for his university education today. At some point, his friend showed a bag of money, waved it, and asked if by any chance this was what he was going to pay with. Naturally, upon seeing his bag of money, the short-haired, black-haired man was shocked. Immediately bending down to his belt where his money was kept, he did not understand when he had managed to steal it. By the time the short-haired man came to his senses, his friend had already placed a bet on that money. He became very angry, but the curly-haired man asked him to calm down, adding that what was done was done. He laughed along the way and added that he had put his own money in, so they were in the same boat. Licking his lips in anticipation, he also said that they were now obliged to see this spectacle. His friend at that moment looked sadly at the money going away, not understanding how he ended up in this situation, because he had put in a lot of effort to enter a prestigious university. He couldn't believe that he had gotten himself into such trouble. He remembered his father, who taught him not to be a savage. He always believed in his son. He also remembered how his little sister was happy for him, because he was able to fulfill his dream. His mother worked tirelessly, and the boy remembered how she apologized to him every time. Clenching his fists, he prayed to God for his money to be returned to him, and also swore that he would never do such a thing. Gritting his teeth in anger and trying to restrain himself, the short-haired man had already decided that after this he would cut off all ties with him. Kudryavi interrupted his comrade's thoughts, saying with a satisfied face that it was time for them to go to the arena itself. As he walked, the kind-hearted young man noticed a rather gloomy atmosphere. Torches, a huge number of weapons that were rusting with red stains, cages. Sunlight entered only through a small number of windows, but even those were shrouded in cages. All the passages were covered with weapons, as well as red stains, and the smell was extremely disgusting. Sometime later, they reached their destination. All this time, the curly-haired man was encouraging his comrade, promising him that everything would be fine. At that moment, a man came onto the stage and began introducing the first fighter. He said that he was a native of the northern lands engulfed in war, and at the same time told how he made his living by robbery until he ended up in prison, and not forgetting to add a few kind words about their master, who bought the criminal and allowed him to once again take the path of a warrior. This was the first appearance in the arena of this bald man. His nickname was the Messenger of Death. The crowd immediately began to cheer joyfully, and a loud roar of delight ran through the entire arena. The short-haired man's friend remarked that he looked quite fierce, grinning at the same time. The short-haired man himself noted that it looked much scarier than he had imagined while they were walking here. He was quite tense about the blood that was in absolutely every corner, and also her smell, because here she stank absolutely everywhere. Every place was saturated with her. Sitting in the stands, he could barely hold back his vomiting, not understanding why all these people were watching. He didn't understand what they were happy about. Turning to his comrade, he asked if they had placed a bet on this Messenger of Death. However, he replied that no. Adding that the one they had bet on would come out now, they called him Happy Smile. The disgruntled young man immediately noticed that this one did not have such a threatening nickname as this one. As soon as silence fell, the speaker immediately shouted out that he was now introducing his opponent. At this point, the disgruntled young man began to wonder why he had chosen such a nickname for himself. He was curious about the horror he had to endure, assuming that this was a hint that he had a bestial grin. Clenching his fist, the speaker shouted that everyone in the arena had understood everything correctly. At that very moment, everyone there exploded even louder with joyful cries. Noticing this behavior of those around him, the young boy was surprised, thinking that it all looked strange, immediately turning his gaze to the man leaving, because all his money depended on him. And at that very moment, a young boy appeared with a happy face. This was the very same youth that the owner had bought. Seeing him, every part of the short-haired man's body was horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes. William froze for a moment, and it seemed to him that this moment would last forever. The black-haired man couldn't look away because the person standing there was clearly not the one he expected to see. The fighter had absolutely no weapons, and besides that, he had no armor. He didn't even have basic shoes to move comfortably around the arena. Looking closely, he saw that he looked like a very young child. A radiant smile caught his eye, as if he had no idea where he was right now. His appearance was in no way compatible with this terrible place. Unable to contain his emotions, the short-haired man immediately rushed forward, shouting that there was some mistake here because the young man could not be a real fighter. Everyone around was watching right now as a young guy in the stands was screaming about how this young guy couldn't fight without a weapon and how he got there anyway. Those watching all this just giggled among themselves, since many of them were already experienced caretakers. Noticing these grins, the short-haired man immediately calmed down. He didn't understand why they were all grinning, assuming that he was the only sane one here. At this moment, the bald fighter himself was surprised, assuming that they were simply testing him. It also occurred to him that everyone would have such an opponent in their first fight. But that didn't make any difference to him. Having collected his thoughts, an ominous aura immediately appeared around the messenger of death. He was going to kill absolutely everyone who appeared before him in the arena. As soon as he had gathered enough strength, he immediately rushed into battle, swinging his huge weapon. In an instant, he approached our hero, preparing to deliver one precise and powerful blow to his head. At the last moment before the blow, William turned away. He couldn't look at it. Turning in fear towards the arena, he saw a terrifying sight. The crowd around him began to rejoice. Seeing how the bald man's weapon was covered in blood, he also noticed that the same happy smile was lying on the ground, not moving at all. Suddenly, he was surprised. He could not believe his eyes. Indeed, right at that very second, the body, which had recently been completely motionless, began to gradually rise. With a trembling voice, he asked the young boy not to get up because he would be killed. He began to toss his head from side to side, repeating over and over again for him to run away. And then he started screaming hysterically at him to ask for a weapon, otherwise they would simply kill him. Grabbing the cage, he begged this joyful boy to stop and just give up. He couldn't look at it anymore. He felt very sorry for this young guy. With each passing second, his whole body sank deeper and deeper into darkness. He felt too sorry for this boy. He recalled how he was shown how children who had no parents lived. Looking at his imprisoned peers, he felt pity, his whole body plunging into darkness every time. Turning to his father, he said that this was unfair because they should all be equal. However, his father had a different opinion, explaining that they were born slaves, and their lives were already predetermined from the very beginning. Therefore, taking his son's head and turning it towards the city, the father said that his son should direct his gaze not to this pigsty, but to that great and mighty kingdom. By telling his son that this was their path, he was different from those locked in cages underground. At that moment, the young man's body was plunged into an even more terrifying darkness, and goosebumps ran across his entire body. Standing in the arena and clutching that sturdy grate, he recalled his childhood, the very moment when he first encountered reality. He felt extremely sorry for this boy. William's gaze looked devastated. After all, standing in the stands, he remembered the very moment that he tried to forget and never remember again. His friend, with a satisfied grin, asked what was wrong with him, asking in passing whether he was really that worried about money. But he didn't hear him, watching as this huge, bald man rushed into a new attack. Approaching and throwing his weapon behind him for an attack, Happy's opponent told the guy not to think badly of him. Once again delivering a crushing attack, the crowd began to scream their hearts out in delight. At that very moment, the face of the first fighter standing in this arena looked satisfied. He considered himself lucky with his first opponent. At that very moment, William was screaming, asking the young man to run away. He couldn't look at this sight. For a split second, the black-haired man's gaze met that of the fighter, Happy's smile. He was still smiling, covered in his own blood from the wounds he had received. And at that very moment, all the darkness disappeared from the short-haired man's face, filling it with surprise. After all, the young man was able to parry the blow by transferring all his weight directly onto his arm. Dodging this powerful attack, he twisted on his own arm. And then, with incredible speed, he approached his opponent, preparing to attack. The kick hit the target, right on the bald head, the messenger of death. Happy's opponent couldn't believe it. He didn't even have time to notice what just happened. William's face was filled with even more surprise, because he could never have even imagined such a thing. His curly-haired comrade was still the same person, because throughout the entire fight, a satisfied grin did not leave his face. And everyone in the arena began to rejoice in surprise, because many of them were seeing this young guy fight for the first time. There was a moment of deafening silence, and then a loud, sharp impact sound rang out, which seemed to deafen the entire arena. Everyone, absolutely everyone who was watching this right now felt a shudder run through their entire body. And just a moment later, a jubilant roar thundered, so loud that it seemed even the walls of the arena began to shake. Happy himself continued to smile at this moment, moving on to the next attack. Recently, the one who seemed to have already lost was beating his opponent, dealing blow after blow. The black-haired, short-haired student still couldn't believe his eyes, squeezing the bars tighter and tighter each time. Whatever the messenger of death tried to do, absolutely everything was a failure. He couldn't strike back or dodge. He couldn't do anything, not even block the attack. Absolutely every powerful blow from the smiling Happy reached its target. William himself continued to watch. He could not take his eyes off this fight, and still I couldn't believe that this guy, as it seemed at first glance, was winning. With each blow of the young fighter, faith grew more and more. And then the final blow thundered. The messenger of death fell to the ground with his face completely destroyed. After spitting out a little blood, the bald man lost consciousness and remained lying on the ground. At that very moment, the speaker shouted that Happy Smile was winning this fight. Everyone in the stands began chanting the name of the young man who had just won the fight. Amidst this loud noise, the young fighter looked around, as if he lived precisely for these screams. Happy was glad. His face looked satisfied. He began to move away from his defeated opponent. The young student could not believe what was happening right before his eyes. A man came up from behind the student, addressed him, and congratulated him on his win. And then the black-haired man remembered about the money. During the fight, he had forgotten about it, because he was very worried about Happy. The man threw a coin into the boy's hands, and William began to examine it carefully. Our hero did not understand why he was given only one copper coin, because the winnings should clearly be greater. However, at that moment, his friend turned to him, telling him to look at the leaflet, explaining that they always hand out these at the beginning, and even if he bet all his money on it, it would still come back to him. And then he handed over the bag of money, adding that he had returned everything to him safe and sound as he had promised. Well, and then he asked if his friend would stay to watch the rest of the matches. At this point, William thought, because he was not going to stay and watch the rest of the fights, but he was interested. Staying behind, he saw the battles exactly as he had already imagined. These fights looked much more brutal and wild than the first battle. Not even 10 minutes had passed since William left. Some of the fighters even shouted that they were noblemen and it was their duty to save him. But no one was going to do it. The student returned to the university and paid for his studies there. And then he locked himself in and studied until late as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary in his way of life. Sitting in front of a textbook, the short-haired man was taking some notes, immersed in his own thoughts. Around him there was a huge number of certificates and medals for academic success, as well as a huge number of books. At some point his hands began to shake, even though he tried not to get angry. But unable to restrain himself, he broke the pen he had just been using to fill out a piece of paper. And then he cast his gaze on the copper coin he received in the arena for a successful bet. I started to look at it closely, remembering what had happened today. Having decided that he had enough of studying, he closed the textbook, stood up from the table, and looked at the candle for a few more seconds. Coming to his senses, he blew towards it so that it would go out. They immediately went out. The boy's room was plunged into darkness, and the smell of burning filled the entire room. Having closed the windows, he went to his soft bed, thinking along the way. Those same thoughts did not depress him, because today was completely different from his usual time spent. Lying on the bed, he saw outside the window the same darkness that literally happened during the day. The entire window was filled with blood. With each passing second, thoughts about what he had seen today filled his head more and more. And the boy's smiling face did not let him go. He could not forget that beautiful smile. Suddenly, he jumped out of bed, screaming throughout the room. He had a nightmare. Breathing heavily, he immediately looked around, surprised that it was already morning. At that moment, the rooster crowed, and everyone began to get ready to go about their business. Our hero's curly-haired friend asked his acquaintances if they would like him to treat them to something after class. William joined them and greeted them, but they were frightened, because the young man looked terrifying. Curly immediately asked what was wrong with him, because besides the fact that he looked bad, the black-haired man was surrounded by a terrifying aura. With huge circles under his eyes, the short-haired man suggested to his friend that they go back to where they went yesterday. A loud rooster crowed, signaling the beginning of the next day. The fighter woke up in horror, all beaten up and bandaged. It was Happy's opponent. A man immediately approached him, saying that he had been out cold for too long, adding that he should recover quickly since the next fight was soon. But the man didn't have time to answer, because he was distracted by a rather loud sound. Turning to the side, he saw a rather familiar silhouette, which was currently beating up a scarecrow. The bearded man spoke again, saying that the bald man was lucky to have been assigned to fight him, because Happy adapts to the skills of his opponents. So the owner is always happy, as is the spectator, and the fighter stays alive. These words amused the messenger of death quite a bit. He tried to justify himself by saying that he had let his guard down and that the boy had just been lucky enough to knock him out. And he also added that he had not fought at full strength. But these words angered his interlocutor, and he began to laugh out loud. Having said that he would have kicked the bucket long ago, at that very moment the bald man tensed up, asking what he meant. Pointing his spoon to the side, the bearded man told the bald man that he could have ended up in that body truck if it weren't for Happy. Naturally, the messenger of death became angry upon hearing and seeing this, but the bearded man tried to calm him down. At that moment, they were interrupted by Happy, who, with a happy face, asked them to save their ardor for the arena. The bearded man immediately fell to his knees, agreeing with a trembling voice. The bald man, seeing this reaction, did not understand what was happening. The messenger of death also noticed that the noise behind them had stopped, and immediately glanced back. Seeing that the recently noisy trio had quieted down, they sat down and trembled, trying as little as possible not to attract attention to themselves. Having put all these situations together, the messenger of death realized that this sucker was some kind of big shot here. He began to resolve these situations, simultaneously developing a plan for his further actions. Looking around, the bald man also noticed that everyone around him looked weak, and this situation amused him greatly. The death messenger considered himself very lucky. He was going to beat this young boy and take his place. Starting to walk with his head held high, he rudely addressed Happy, calling him Shorty. Everyone around looked at him with their mouths open, while he continued to mockingly ask how he got there, assuming that he was either sold into slavery or was a prisoner of war. But Happy, with a smile on his face, replied that, according to rumors, his father sold him when he was still a baby. Upon hearing this, the bald man immediately asked if he really grew up in the arena. The boy, still with a satisfied, joyful face, answered that everything was correct, adding that the local fighters had raised him and taught him to fight. Having heard this answer, the bald man immediately thought, assuming that they were all stronger than him, but he did not understand why everyone around him was groveling before him. At that moment, Happy shouted that he had expressed himself incorrectly and began to abruptly take off his outerwear. At one point, he even hung awkwardly, tangled in his outer cloak, adding that these fighters had not been here for a long time. After all, they died, and the bald man saw the mutilated body of our hero, which was completely covered in scars. Seeing this, the messenger of death immediately tensed up, starting to carefully examine each scar on the boy. Happy continued to talk about how there was no one left to teach him or give him a good beating. Gradually beginning to raise his hand, the young man added that new people were still appearing here. But the bald man no longer listened to him. He took it as a fall. He thought that he was being attacked. However, Happy only pointed his finger at him, but the bald man already felt enormous pressure, preparing for a beating. The young man explained with joy on his face that he usually enters his first fight with newcomers by deliberately allowing himself to be wounded and pretending that he is about to give up, because then both the spectators are interested and the opponent gets excited. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but stand in a defensive stance, trembling in fear. He immediately began to replay in his head the moment from the beginning of their fight, where he delivered a precise blow with his weapon, and right now he began to realize the seriousness of the situation. After all, it was now that he remembered the expression on the face of the guy who simply grabbed the sharp needles, and that moment when he supposedly flew away, because there was no atmosphere of victory then. He couldn't believe that at that very moment they were simply playing with him like a little child. At that moment, Happy Smile placed his hand on the shoulder of the already frightened man. He said that he shouldn't start any fights, because they are only allowed in the arena, but he shouldn't do this outside the arena. Along the way, he added that they were all here, and sooner or later they would simply die while in the arena. At that moment, the man, almost in tears, asked our hero for forgiveness, and Happy returned to training. As the fighters struck their training targets, a devastating roar echoed throughout the cage. No one made a sound while the young boy trained. The bearded man, turning to the bald man, said that at first they were all just like him, adding at the same time that Happy would not offend him without reason. At this time, William was already standing with a pass to the arena. On the pass was written an iron face, a silver token. He recalled how his friend gave him his pass, telling him to place a bet for him too. Having given him a token and money, he asked to bet only on those who were written on the piece of paper. He himself could not go, since he had already agreed to go for a drink with his friends. The young student stood tensely among the people, thinking that he just wanted to watch Happy fight one more time. But now everyone around him thought he was involved. There was a huge line of people in front of the arena. Everyone had to pass their pass and show it to the people in charge. Meanwhile, there was some kind of noise in the gravedigger's house. The old man shouted loudly at Sagar to come to him. They needed to collect the corpses from Lucastian's arena. The long-haired man, holding the book with autonomy in his hands, answered the old man in agreement. And so, sometime later, they reached the arena, taking with them a cart for the convenient transportation of the corpses. Approaching a deep pit, they looked back. The old man noted that they had gone wild in the arena yesterday, because looking at this huge number of bodies, he doubted that one cart would be enough for them. The young man, starting to pull her up, shouted that he would try his best to fit everyone in. Looking at him, the gray-haired man thought that he had hired him a month ago and he was holding up too well. Looking at how hard he worked, he understood that it was not in vain that he hired him. He was glad, because he had not made a mistake in his choice. Holding one of the bodies in his arms, the black-haired man noticed his hand. He immediately began to look at the other corpses that were on the ground. Each of them had common features, the same size, and absolutely all of them had bruises. Having begun to look more closely, the long-haired man fell into thought. Assuming, judging by the size, shape, and location, they were all most likely inflicted by ordinary fists. But he also didn't understand, because all these bruises were already several days old. They weren't fresh wounds. Looking around again, the black-haired man thought that this arena was famous for armed combat. But it was precisely because of this that he did not understand why there were so many bruises, because they were on every corpse. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard from the old man, who was shouting at Sagar to come to him immediately. The boy immediately approached him and asked the gentleman what had happened to him. The gray-haired man said in a tense voice that the corpse of the royal family was lying before them now. A corpse that exactly matched the description in the newspaper of the missing nobleman. He added that at first he didn't recognize him, because all his hair had been pulled out, but the swarms on his body, even the shape of his teeth, everything matched the description. Calling them bastards, Mr. Sagara couldn't believe that this was the same nobleman who had disappeared a month ago. And now he was dead, having died in the arena. Taking off the mask from his face, the black-haired man was about to go and call the Lord, along with the priest. But he was immediately stopped by a gray-haired man who shouted anxiously for him to stop immediately. Holding him by the cloak, he said in a tense voice that they too could be in danger. After all, Sagar must know their king. He won't care what they tell him. He will still think that they pulled out the hair of a member of the royal family to sell it. After thinking for a bit, the old man suggested burying the body quietly so that no one would see. Hearing these words, Sagar naturally became thoughtful and began to think everything over carefully. And then, in the calmest possible voice, he turned to the old man, taking him by the shoulders, and declared that the criminals must be punished. Even if it costs him his life, he will do everything fairly. And then, turning away from the old man again and starting to walk, the long-haired man asked the old man to wait, because he would return soon. Looking at the departing young man, the gentleman fell into thought. He could not believe that he had actually gone to report everything. At some point, I came to the conclusion that I had made a mistake in my choice. As he left, the black-haired man added again that if he reported everything, then those who were in any way connected with this arena would be punished. At that moment, William was in the arena looking at his pass. He thought that this was his last time. This was his last time coming here. But he was also haunted by the thought of happy fighting. He wanted to see it one more time. The weather was pleasant outside. The sun was illuminating the whole area with its rays. Suddenly, dark clouds began to appear, gradually completely blocking out the bright light. Everything around was covered in darkness. A loud sound of thunder began to be heard, which was combined with the appearance of a bright light from lightning. The girl, finding herself at home, immediately rushed outside, intending to bring the laundry into the house so that it wouldn't get wet. Opening the door, she immediately saw that it was raining quite heavily. And then she was completely surprised, because in addition to the loud drops, she heard the sound of footsteps. And then a huge number of knights who were going somewhere. She did not understand what was happening. Looking more closely, she realized that they were all royal knights. She could not understand what they were all doing here. Sometime later, they reached the very arena where they had recently discovered the nobleman's body. The commander stopped, immediately thrust his weapon into the ground, and shouted loudly, "Attention!" And then, still shouting, he added that the killer of one of the members of the royal family was currently hiding in the arena. Having given the order that they could not let anyone go, they were to seize everyone and then behead them all on the spot. The entire army that was right in front of him shouted in one voice, "Yes, exactly." At that moment, a fight between two fighters was taking place in the arena itself. There were both joyful and dissatisfied cries. William himself could not believe that all fights were the same. Suddenly, a speaker came out and shouted loudly that the fight that everyone had been waiting for was about to begin. Clenching his fist, he fell silent, trying to maintain the intrigue as much as possible. He asked loudly if they remembered the serial killer who had terrorized everyone for a whole week just a month ago. The crowd immediately began to talk among themselves. Some did not hear about it, some did. And the speaker continued to shout that neither the patrols nor the soldiers could do anything with him, so they gave him the nickname Night Demon. Everyone immediately began to discuss that this murderer should now await execution in prison, but the speaker interrupted them, shouting that he was now a fighter in their arena. And then he happily announced that, as always, the newcomer's opponent would be Happy Smile. William, seeing this young fighter, immediately beamed with joy, while the others could not understand how such a killer could be allowed into the arena. The speaker himself immediately began to introduce the night demon, while he laughed, calling everyone funny. He believed that they were simply giving him shelter, food, as much as he wanted, and this was for his favorite pastime, killing people. He believed that this was heaven on earth. The night demon immediately assumed a fighting stance, holding his weapon out in front of him. At some point, I even thought about how I would cut this young boy to pieces. He was just about to enter the arena when he suddenly heard the sound of loud footsteps behind him. A royal soldier approached him, asking what the piece of shit was doing there, adding that his place was on the gallows. The killer himself did not understand what was happening until the gray-haired man walking towards him looked at him attentively. Thinking to himself that Lucastian could get even people like this freak out of the noose, assuming that he had connections with the ruling elite. At that moment, the killer paid absolutely no attention to the man walking towards him. Looking behind him, he assumed that he must have somehow gotten in here. And to his surprise, he saw an open door, which was behind the back of the royal soldier. Looking towards his hands, he also realized that his weapon was in his hands. He didn't understand how he could restrain himself here, so he immediately rushed into the attack, intending to kill the gray-haired man. However, this man's speed was much higher than that of an ordinary killer. With an absolutely light movement, yet super fast, he cut off the head of this serial killer. The speaker, looking in the direction from which the night demon was supposed to appear, did not understand why he did not come out. By this time, the crowd also began to shout in discontent, believing that the speaker was drunk, since there was no way the murderer could have come from here. At that moment, for just a moment, the crowd fell silent, when suddenly they began to talk among themselves. No one understood what the royal knight was doing on stage because he could not go out to fight. The man himself, having come out, immediately took a deep breath and shouted for everyone to pay attention to him. And then he added that they should kneel immediately without running away. He shouted that from now on, everyone here was under arrest on suspicion of murdering a member of the royal family. Naturally, not everyone agreed with this, and as they were about to leave, they shouted at the knights to give them room so that they could leave. However, the knights had no intention of doing this, immediately killing those who tried to break through them. The commander of the royal knights also added that the king had ordered the killing of all who disagreed. The entire crowd, which had recently been rejoicing with joy, fell to their knees, their bodies trembling, because they did not know what awaited them next. The commander, turning towards our main character, asked if he hadn't heard the order. Happy looked at him with a satisfied face. The young man did not understand the seriousness of the situation, as the commander thought. He immediately turned to him again, asking him if he really thought it was funny. But Happy looked at the weapon that this big guy was holding in his hands. He considered him his opponent. Therefore, he immediately rushed towards the knight's commander, intending to strike him. These movements did not faze the standing man at all. He simply said that everyone had been told to fall to their knees. But since he did not carry out the order, then the one who did not agree should fall from his weapon. But our boy was not so simple. He went through a huge number of battles and strong opponents. That's why I was able to dodge the blow right at the last moment. Noticing this, the gray-haired man was quite surprised. After all, this young man was able to slow down just a moment before the impact. He didn't understand how this was even possible. By this point, Happy himself had already managed to crouch down in order to deliver the next attack. Pushing off the ground, the black-haired man tried to grab his opponent's head. He succeeded in doing this, so he immediately kicked his leg as far as possible, delivering a powerful blow from the knee, right in the face of the commander of the royal soldiers. Absolutely everyone who was in the arena could not believe their eyes, from ordinary spectators to even the commander's subordinates. Happy still looked pleased, the smile never leaving his face. Pushing off the enemy's massive body, the protagonist jumped over him. These actions angered the commander enough that he was going to launch a powerful attack. However, at the last moment, I realized that I had made a mistake right then. After all, his opponent at that moment stood exactly as if he was waiting for him to attack him. He was too close to him for him to be able to swing his huge weapon. And not only for this, because it is in this position that he will not be able to dodge the blow. It was the perfect moment to strike, and the boy took advantage of it. There was a loud enough sound. It seemed as if something had exploded, and the ground shook throughout the arena. The knight flew back several meters, scattering his blood in all directions. William, seeing this, felt some kind of incomprehensible feeling. His whole body trembled. Goosebumps ran through him. However, Happy's opponent was not so simple. He managed to regroup and remain standing on his feet. The black-haired student, watching and hearing this, could not understand how the royal knight could still remain on his feet. And he, in turn, had already managed to throw his weapon back in order to deliver another blow. He delivered a powerful blow which seemed to cut through the air to the place where our main hero stood. However, as soon as he came to his senses and looked around, he did not see the silhouette of the young boy. He didn't understand what was happening right now, immediately starting to look around, because he couldn't just disappear into thin air. But at that very moment, Happy's smile had already struck the opponent's legs, knocking him off his feet and spinning him in the air. The knight's commander fell face first into the ground, once again splattering his blood across the arena floor. Lying on the ground, he felt the terrifying aura that our main character emitted. At that moment, a barrage of arrows launched by the commander's subordinates was already approaching our boy. Happy, sensing the approach of danger, began to dodge absolutely all arrows with animal instinct. However, nonetheless, one of them achieved its goal. Hitting our hero, the knight who had recently been lying on the ground began to rise. His subordinates worriedly asked about his condition. They began to worry that their captain might die. But he didn't hear them, wiping the blood from his face. The thought of who he was fighting with right now haunted him. He believed that this opponent was too strong, immediately looking in his direction. However, the picture that appeared on his face was not the best one. He could not believe that he was still smiling. Looking at his expression, the captain's hands began to shake, because the boy continued to smile even with 2 arrows in his body. The knight thought that the boy already had 1 foot in the grave, but he still wanted to revel in his humiliation until the very end. Standing up, he began to gather as much strength as possible, thinking that if his opponent wanted it so badly, he would cut off his head right here and now. At that very moment, a loud, disgusting voice was heard, asking to stop everything right now. The royal knight immediately turned towards the running fat man. He ran into the arena and immediately sat down, trying to catch his breath as quickly as possible. The gray-haired man himself recognized this fat man. It was Lucastian. Having caught his breath a little, the fat man immediately said that the boy had never been outside the arena walls, so he did not understand what was happening right now. And then, suddenly starting to point his finger, he shouted that anyone who comes into the arena with a weapon becomes his enemy, leading to the fact that he is just an ordinary watchdog. The man himself began to gradually move his gaze to the side in order to look at the boy again. His gaze was riveted on the guy's smile. It did not let him go because he was 1 step away from death, but still smiling. This facial expression angered the man again. He did not think that this was right. However, Lucastian immediately interrupted the knight's ardor, explaining that the boy's face was a defect from birth. Stretching his own face, the rich man explained that the young man's facial nerve was damaged, which is why he always smiled. Naturally, these words were hard to believe, so the man with the gun asked again, and he continued to explain that he understood that it was difficult to believe. But he asked you to believe him. It was always like this. Because of this smile, everyone thought that Happy was funny, that he was happy. Even when his parents abandoned him and he missed them deeply, he continued to smile. Even when a weapon accidentally flew at him and wounded him, the boy continued to smile sweetly. He seemed happy even when the one who raised him, the one who educated him, was killed. Because of this, Happy was nicknamed the Devil. He was misunderstood and constantly bullied. However, he managed to survive because he had no equal in battle. He was stronger. They didn't find out about this right away. They overheard a commotion in one of the cells by pure chance, and an observer ran up shouting and asking what was going on. This observer was the rich man himself. Looking at what happened in the cell, he was not surprised, because this was not the first time this had happened, since the boy had grown up before his eyes. He sat on the ground, covered in someone else's blood, still smiling. His arm was broken, but he continued to smile happily. This boy can't express his feelings, in fact. If you understand him, it becomes clear that he is always scared, sad, and lonely. But no one, absolutely no one believed him. The arena owner continued to shout. He asked the knight to look at him, because as a fighter he should understand that he was experiencing great pain, writhing in it, but still seemed happy. But this feature of Happy attracted the audience. They liked him, and many of them continued to come just because of him. Bowing down, Lucastian shouted that Happy had even captured him, which is why he didn't run away but was standing here to save the boy, considering this as payment for the joy given to him, which he had never experienced before. Naturally, having heard this whole story, the royal knight fell into thought. And then he started walking towards the fat man, saying that he was talking nonsense because in any case, everyone would die. Approaching the owner of the arena, he delivered a powerful blow to his face, thereby knocking him out. Sometime later, Lucastian confessed to the crime and was hanged along with those who ran the arena. The Vesselts was erected in the most prominent place, right in front of His Majesty's balcony, where he goes out every morning. Seeing this, the king's anger subsided a little, but it still remained. Meanwhile, the rest awaited the day of execution in prison, with cries coming from the dark cells that they did not want to die. William sat in one of these cells, listening to the news that everyone in the other cells had already been killed, and it was their turn that remained. His whole body was shaking. He was haunted by the thought that something like this could not have happened to him. He did not understand what he had done to be killed. In his mind, the young man begged everyone he could to help him. He didn't want to die. At that moment, Happy turned to him and asked how he was. Raising his head, the black-haired man carefully examined the person who addressed him, immediately recognizing him. And as soon as he realized who was sitting in front of him, he immediately jumped back in fear, shouting and asking how long he had been there. Happy himself said with a smile on his face that they were locked here together yesterday. While William was talking to himself all this time, Happy's smile watched him silently. Hearing this, the student was surprised, but he put aside his surprise, leaning towards the fact that he had been out of his mind all this time. At that very moment, he remembered how 2 arrows had struck the body of the young arena fighter. Immediately, he became concerned and asked him what happened to the arrows since he had been wounded. But Happy replied that he hadn't been hit too badly. Happy explained to his interlocutor that he had only pretended to be hit by arrows and that it hurt. So everything was fine with him. His face looked as friendly as possible. Hearing this, goosebumps ran all over William's body. He couldn't believe what he heard. At the same time, I was replaying in my head the words of the arena owner about Happy having damaged his facial nerve, which is why he can't express his emotions. William asked the guy if he was scared, his knees clenched, adding that you couldn't tell from his face. Happy himself, beaming with joy, shouted, "Of course, because they are going to execute them." Looking at the boy's expression, William fell into thought, finding this situation funny because his words were completely different from his facial expression. His thoughts were interrupted by Happy, who asked the black-haired man if it was funny, and he immediately began to tensely answer that it wasn't, getting confused in his own words. However, Happy asked the guy not to worry about his face because absolutely everyone behaves like that with him. Hearing these words, William felt better and breathed a sigh of relief. And then, turning away, he fell into thought, simultaneously starting to scratch his ear. While Happy looked around with a happy face, the student thought that they were here awaiting a death sentence. But next to this guy sitting in front of him, all the tension disappeared somewhere. At that very moment, a soldier's cry was heard, shouting that if they had any relatives who could prove their innocence, they should contact them. This was a direct order from the king. This meant that if their innocence was proven, they would be released. However, this also meant that if no one could prove their innocence, they would be executed. Exactly an hour later, the young student's entire family was already here. No one understood how their son ended up here until he tearfully asked them for forgiveness. They hugged their son while the sister happily asked what this place was, but no one answered her. Happy watched from the prison, silent and distant, watching them hug. Feeling someone's gaze, the black-haired student immediately glanced to the side. Having shouted the boy's name loudly, he was about to rush towards him. However, at that moment I felt a heavy hand on my head pressing down on it. He immediately remembered that very moment from his childhood when he first saw slaves, and the words about how this is exactly how children who don't have parents live. Over and over again, these words played in his head without stopping. His father's loud voice in his head told him that they were slaves from birth. Their lives were already predetermined. The boy's eyes gradually began to fill with tears. He didn't want people to lose their lives because of this, all because they were born into the wrong family. He replayed in his mind the situation where he had failed to protect those slave children. But the father began to pull his son by the hand with all his strength, straight out. Furiously, he shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. It was time for them to go home. As William left, he thought that he had never grown up, that absolutely nothing had changed since that moment. He still couldn't do what he thought was right, calling himself a weakling. William closed his eyes and sadness appeared on his face. He considered himself extremely pathetic. At that moment, Happy's voice was heard, and with joy on his face, he said that there was nothing to be afraid of. At that moment, William seemed to see a bright light in the surrounding darkness. And so, sometime later, the trace of this family disappeared from the dungeon. The main character watched them leave until the end, holding on to the cage. The gray-haired knight who had commanded the arrest of everyone in the arena also silently watched the departing family. A subordinate approached him and said that everyone whose innocence had been proven had been released, and the captain gave the order to hang the rest. At that moment, his subordinate spoke again, saying that there was a special case left. He explained that Lord Lucastian had once enrolled one of his fighters into the clergy, adding that he had to make a substantial donation for this. According to the piece of paper he held in his hands, he could not be executed, but he must spend the rest of his life as a slave as atonement. The king gave his consent. The captain turned around and thought for a moment, asking who the prisoner was. He thought for a bit and replied that the guy had no name, just a nickname from the arena. It was a happy smile. As soon as the captain heard this name, he immediately remembered the boy with whom he fought. And then he played in his head the words of Lucastian, who spoke about his payment for joy. Looking into the distance, the royal knight thought, asking who this guy was that even the Lord wanted to save him so desperately. And so a week passed, and the slave market, as always, smelled of darkness. A man passing by noticed a black-haired boy sitting in a cage. Approaching his friend, he asked if the new guy was sick by any chance, since he had a smile on his face all the time. His friend replied that no one would buy that. They began to discuss among themselves not to give him food, since even the church had sold him for pennies, since they already had enough slaves. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by someone who came in, loudly declaring that he was going to buy this child. One of the sellers immediately turned around and replied that they didn't have any children. But the buyer pointed to Happy, saying that he was going to buy this boy who was crying his eyes out right now. Happy was surprised when he heard this. He couldn't believe his ears. The old woman again loudly declared that she was going to buy this particular child. Looking at him, she felt all the emotions that he was experiencing right now. The conversation at the table was about how the grandmother had allegedly gone to buy some kind of slave. The yellow-haired girl didn't understand why, because now Grandma was alone at home with him. Her interlocutor answered her that she was staying late at work more and more often, and that they were already old, and at least someone would help them with the housework there. But the girl was still against it, because they were going through dangerous times now. They couldn't trust a slave. But the grandfather assured her that they had taken a good and kind child, and the girl herself should understand that her grandmother was a good judge of character. She angrily replied that she was not working tomorrow, so she was going to visit them. She needed to see with her own eyes whether this child could be trusted. At this time, there was a rather joyful and friendly atmosphere in the old woman's house. The granny sent the boy to rinse off and change his clothes, and the old woman assumed that he had been wearing the same clothes all this time. Her nervous conversation about how badly he had been treated was interrupted by the growling in our protagonist's stomach. She couldn't believe that these bastards didn't feed the guy at all, because his stomach wouldn't calm down at all. Calling him her grief, she immediately sent him to the bath while she prepared something for him. She also explained to the boy that today she was being kind because it was his first day here. But from tomorrow, if he got hungry, he would have to work for his food. Happy, not understanding what Grandma meant by this, asked again whether he would have to fight. She didn't immediately understand what the boy said, so she thought about it. And then she immediately screamed at him not to say such terrible words again. She explained to him that he would have to wash dishes, clean, and collect firewood for the coming winter. And then she sent him to rinse off again. It was hard for the boy to understand the old woman, but he obeyed her. Entering the bathroom, he saw a container of water standing there. Immediately taking off his clothes, he went towards it. However, he was in no hurry to get into the water, trying to hold out as long as possible, preparing to take a bath. He had some not very good memories of washing his face. However, his face changed dramatically because he put his foot down, but did not feel the wild cold in his feet. Quite the contrary, he began to feel a pleasant warmth. Now he didn't feel any fear at all. It was as if he felt better. For the first time in his life, Happy washed himself in warm water as if all his pain had no meaning left. The whole place was warm, starting with the clothes, ending with the most banal things, as it might seem to an ordinary person. This is food, a home. Grandma did not beat or insult him. On the contrary, she treated him like a little child. Happy found it hard to believe that people could be so kind to him. The granny herself continued to drag things out, asking what kind of animals had tormented him like that. She had smeared the wounds with herbs as much as possible, so they should heal soon. There was a silence between them, but Happy interrupted it by apologizing to the mistress of the house. She was puzzled by this expression. After a short silence, she asked to be called grandmother. Hearing this word, the main character asked her again. She said with a smile on her face that everything was exactly like that. There was kindness in her voice. Puzzled, thoughtfully, Happy turned to her again, asking if he could leave the house. There was a silence between the two heroes. It was quite awkward. And sometime later, Happy was already standing on the street, holding his hand raised up, straight in front of him. The shadow of the hand fell on his face, and for the first time he could see the outside world. His hand reached up, and he began to replay his past in his head. That very moment when a shadow fell on his face in exactly the same way from behind the bars that were located directly above his head. He recalled how the man who raised him told him that the world behind bars was much bigger than he thought. Having said that the sky and earth stretched everywhere, The long-haired man said that he would not be able to see either the end or the edge. While describing everything the man understood, Happy wanted to see it with his own eyes all this time. Looking at the old woman's house, Happy looked around with a happy face and then looked towards the granny. Remembering his grandmother's words that he can do whatever he wants because she is too old to stop him, she simply physically cannot do it. At that moment, our hero's eyes were filled with horror at what was happening in the arena. However, this did not bother him at all. He returned to the house saying, "Grandma, I looked at everything." Taking off his shoes, he began to walk barefoot through the house, remembering those wonderful moments from his childhood when he was raised by his so-called father. He called him Dad, and at first the man was quite surprised by this. However, he came to terms with it, and every time he heard about it, he smiled sweetly. Just like the grandmother is smiling now, happy to see her new grandson return. Taking the plates, the young man said with a smile on his face that he would start working right away because he felt great. Hearing this, the old woman's face lit up even more. She was glad to hear these words. Sometime later, the grandfather returned. Also, with a happy face, he shouted to the old woman that he was home. However, as soon as he saw Happy standing in front of him, he was quite surprised. The old woman herself was glad to hear her husband. Our main character stood dressed. His face looked joyful. He, scratching his head, asked the old woman if she had by any chance said that she was going to buy a child. She, hearing these words, was surprised and hugging the boy, asked if he was a child. He couldn't answer this clearly, thinking that Vinny would be quite surprised tomorrow when he saw this child. Approaching the guy, the old man immediately said that they would now be acquainted with him. Happy happily agreed. Looking around, Happy was happy. He liked being here. For the first time in a long time, he felt warmth inside himself. This day turned out to be the warmest in his entire life. He had never experienced this before. It was already night, and a stone flew into William's window, breaking the glass. That same day turned out to be the coldest day of William's life. His entire room was pelted with stones, knives, and pieces of paper with threats written on them. Within a week, the entire university knew about the arena story, and within the walls of the dormitory, William was branded a criminal. No matter how much he screamed his innocence, it was impossible to shake off the suspicions and accusations that he had enjoyed watching a member of the royal family being killed in the arena. But no one knew that he had actually left. Because of the incident, William had all his awards taken away and was even deprived of his church scholarship. A hearing was scheduled for his expulsion, and everyone turned their backs on him in an instant. Walking in the darkness, he looked around, not understanding why all this was happening to him, because he had done nothing wrong. Incidentally, noticing his father begging someone on his knees, his old man asked to give his son one chance, believing that it was his fault. He screamed that he had raised him poorly, begging to give his beloved son a chance. These words angered William enough that he went hysterically towards the exit. He came to the same curly-haired man who gave him the pass. He shouted at the top of his voice for him to open the door for him. He asked to talk. The guy's face was hysterical. He screamed that he had never seen any royal offspring and his comrade knew about it. The door gradually began to open. His comrade looked out from behind the door, calling William a bastard. Kudryavi asked him if he really thought they had become close friends after playing once. And then he told him to leave immediately, calling him names again. Then, moving even further away, he began to shout so that everyone would look, because William was now trying to drag him into it too, calling the guy crazy. Everyone around laughed at the expelled student. The black-haired one could barely contain his anger. His hands began to shake. Unable to contain his anger, he rushed towards the curly-haired man, intending to hit him on the head with the same pass that he had given him. But at that moment, he was stopped and grabbed by the arms. While holding him, the curly-haired man's comrades called William crazy because he was about to kill someone. Our hero's former comrade himself said that his expulsion had long been approved. Hearing these words, William was unable to break free, but he managed to spit right in the face of the one who had encouraged him to go to the arena. Unable to contain himself, the black-haired man began to scream at him to shut his mouth. That night, William was thrown out of the dorm because it was late, and a decision on the incident was to be made the following day. William couldn't show up at home, so he went away, in grief, wiping his own tears from his face. Crying, he asked his mother and father for forgiveness. He did not understand what to do next. When Happy suddenly interrupted his hysteria, asking if everything was okay with the guy, William saw Happy collecting mushrooms. He didn't understand if he really saw that guy because he couldn't be here, because he thought that he had been executed a long time ago. However, Happy, with a happy face, replied that he was just hungry and decided to get himself a night snack. Holding out one of his mushrooms, he asked the guy if he would like some too. William, covering his face with his hand, said that this mushroom was poisonous, Happy immediately threw it out of his hands. They started laughing loudly among themselves, while two men watched their pleasant conversation from the bushes. As it turned out, there were many more of them. They were discussing the fact that one of them was graduating from a university where nobles study. One of them said that it was not clear whether he was a nobleman, but he was definitely a member of a wealthy family since he was studying here. And then they switched to Happy, assuming that he was some kind of village idiot, because nobles always keep some idiots close to them. Their faces instantly turned gloomy, and they began to discuss among themselves that it had been a long time since he had had any gold in his pockets. After a short conversation, William learned that Happy was now a slave in the old people's house. The former arena fighter pointed to the house where he now lived. The former student was surprised that they were letting him go wherever he wanted, as long as he didn't shirk his work. The boy also noticed that Happy spoke kindly of his grandmother, considering him to be very lucky. The main character himself agreed with this expression, because he had long been planning to die. But he was lucky. Suddenly, Happy turned to Happy with a smile on his face, asking why he was sitting and crying. The joy on the guy's face immediately disappeared. His face was filled with sadness. He lowered his head, trying to formulate his thought. However, he was not allowed to do this, because a man appeared behind them and interrupted them, asking what the young gentleman was doing at such a dangerous time. William immediately looked towards the smiling Happy, and behind him he saw two more men, who were also standing armed. They were looking in the direction of our heroes. With a dark tone in his voice, he immediately told Happy to lie down on the ground. And then he fell, bowing his head. Our main character did not understand this reaction from his comrade. And he, having taken out the money, began to beg for mercy, saying at the same time that this was all the money he had. The crowd of men, seeing this money, laughed quite loudly. This situation seemed funny to them. Their leader began to applaud, saying that the boy was a good boy because he immediately understood what was going on. However, later, in an even gloomier voice, he said that they needed his parents' money since it was a kidnapping, not a robbery. A crowd of men immediately ran up to them and began to tie them up. William tried to explain that he was not a nobleman. However, no one listened to him. One of the kidnappers grabbed our main character's bag, asking what it was. But at that very moment, he received a powerful blow to the face from a fist. With just one blow, Happy sent the guy into a faint. He fell to the ground without any movement. Everyone standing around could not believe their eyes, because they did not even understand what had just happened. He immediately started asking his friend what had happened. Happy himself stood at that moment with his usual expression on his face, smiling happily. One of the men, who was standing closest to our main character, angrily asked if it was his doing. But Happy only took a slow step towards him, also lightly touching him. He delivered a powerful blow straight to the man's face, and he was unable to dodge the blow. Therefore, he also fell to the ground without any movement. Their remaining comrades could not recover from their surprise, because they could not have foreseen such a turn of events. With a terrifying expression on his face, Happy walked towards them, slowly taking one step at a time, clenching his fist. The captain of the kidnappers gave the order to the rest to kill him, and everyone immediately rushed to the attack. The commander approached first and tried to deliver a precise attack to the neck, but our hero dodged, striking from below, directly at the attacker's leg, thereby knocking him down. The next kidnapper began to approach him, intending to kill this impudent guy. However, Happy wasn't so simple. Pushing off from the ground, he jumped. He delivered a powerful kick straight to the attacker's face, knocking him out as well. However, one of them, as it seemed to everyone, was still able to reach the body of the black-haired fighter. But as soon as he looked towards his weapon, he was surprised. Happy was able to grab the weapon at the very last moment, thereby stopping the blow. And then, twisting, he twisted the attacker himself, and his scream echoed throughout the area. Their commander, sitting on the ground, could not believe his eyes, writhing in pain. At one point, he thought he had just tripped, assuming his guys should have finished him off by now, but as soon as he looked forward, he was surprised. All his comrades were beaten, and in tears, they begged the young man to spare them. William thought to himself that the boy's smile made him forget for a moment about the boy's true origin. After all, right now they are all fighting with the former champion of the death arena. Happy started to approach them with a terrifying smile on his face. Everyone became even more scared. They immediately started to run away, screaming. Happy himself watched all this with a smile on his face, while William examined his hands. He thought about the boy taking down a gang of armed robbers with his bare hands. He didn't understand how that was even possible. Suddenly, he remembered how Happy, on the day of his arrest, was able to beat the royal knight with his bare hands. While he was thinking about all this, he noticed something that caught his eye. He saw a leaflet, and taking it, he understood that it was a leaflet about searching for gang members. After reading it carefully with a frightened face, He realized that these were clowns in exile. William immediately told Happy about this, who naturally heard about them for the first time, asking again who it was. His friend, continuing to read, explained that this was the largest criminal group in the entire kingdom. He explained that they had recently begun to spread their influence in the central part, so the king had appointed a reward for their capture. William himself had heard of them, but had never met them in person before. Looking back at the leaflet, William thought the revival was too much to bear. Turning towards Happy, he told him that if they tied them up and handed them over to the authorities, they would receive a good reward, so he would go with Happy, that he had been given the right reward. Happy, hearing these words, asked again, because he did not know what a reward was. Sometime later, the man told William that slaves were not entitled to rewards, but he continued to insist that he was his friend, so he could vouch for him. However, the man continued to insist, saying that this did not change his position. Sitting down, William asked what would happen if he wrote down his name. Then would he be entitled to a reward? But the man explained that it was not he who caught them, but Happy. And so, sometime later, the former student finally achieved his goal and received the award. He handed it over to Happy. Having said that now he doesn't have to pick mushrooms in the forest, but can buy normal ones at the market, the boy thanked his new friend for this. But then our main character said with a smile on his face that he didn't know how to buy. He didn't understand what to do with this bag. Surprised by this, William suggested that they go somewhere together. He was going to show him everything. Happy was delighted to hear this idea and said that it was a good idea. The two spent the evening together and got to know each other better. The former student was surprised that his friend was outside the arena for the first time. As they said goodbye, they promised to see each other again, and William pointed to his house. And so, finally, each went their own way. They joyfully said goodbye. In this short period, they had become true friends. Looking at the running away Happy, William himself was happy with a smile on his face as he saw him off. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically. He lowered his head and fell into thought. And then he exhaled heavily, because all his previous work had been wasted. And so the next day arrived, the day of the verdict in William's case, and a huge number of people gathered. The parents, looking at the curly-haired boy, thought about the fact that their son said that he did not hit him. However, he looked beaten. His whole head was bandaged and covered in blood. One of the men turned sharply to our hero and then looked around. After a short pause to create suspense, the man spoke again, saying that the time had come to announce the commission's verdict. After the incident in the arena, William attacked his comrade, for which he deserved the appropriate punishment. This is how the speaker began to speak. Suddenly, he raised his head even higher and said, however, he shouted loudly that he was entitled to a reward for his bravery in the fight against the greatest evil in the kingdom, namely a gang of exiled clowns who kidnapped and killed nobles. Everyone around couldn't believe their eyes, starting with the parents, ending with the alleged victim of the black-haired man's beatings. The speaker continued to say that, although he was just a student, the boy had shown extraordinary courage and willingness to stand up for the kingdom. So by the king's order, all his actions were forgiven and he was given a second chance. Everyone in the room started talking among themselves. No one could believe what they heard. Kudryavi immediately stated, suggesting that the guy's family had given a bribe to someone. Looking at them, he couldn't shake the thought that they had bribed someone so that their commoner son could get into the best university of coquetry. As he removed the bandage from his face, the curly-haired man clenched his teeth in anger because he planned to get rid of it without any unnecessary headache. The previous night, before William and Happy met in the forest, Happy couldn't sleep because of the terrible pain, which was previously unknown to him. It was so painful. It felt like thousands of needles were piercing his organs. Even after several hours, the pain did not subside, and Happy tried to understand its cause. Assuming it was all because of hunger, he tried to find something to eat. But in fact, the reason was not hunger at all. His body, accustomed to daily fights in the arena, could not get used to a peaceful way of life. That's why after the skirmish with the robbers, he felt better again, because every muscle tensed up again. And the next morning, Happy woke up full of energy and he didn't feel any pain. He happily went back to sleep, deciding to lie down a little longer. Suddenly, I heard a female voice shouting, "Grandma, I've arrived!" She, seeing the sweet child, immediately rushed to hug her. She was glad to see the girl, just as she was glad to see her grandmother. Suddenly, the yellow-haired girl asked her grandfather where the baby was, and he pointed to the house, saying that he was there. With a smile on her face, she said that she had bought him a small gift at the market, showing him some kind of toy. She felt sorry for the baby, because he ended up in an unfamiliar house. He didn't have any familiar people here. She wanted him to have only good memories. But what she saw before her was not what she had imagined all night. In surprise, The toy she bought fell out of her hands, and everyone froze in anticipation of the girl's reaction. There was an awkward moment of silence between them all. The granddaughter was the first to speak, asking her elders who was standing in front of her. Suddenly turning to her grandfather, she told them not to tell her that this was the same boy. Happy himself waved to the girl with a smile on his face, introducing himself and giving his name. And so, sometime later, when the girl had come to her senses a little, they entered the house. Already sitting at the table, she whispered, asking what kind of child he was. She couldn't believe that he had fought in the arena before, because they must be scared. However, the grandfather asked with a smile on his face that they watch him more. He explained that although he didn't know him very well, he considered him a very good guy. He was also glad that her grandmother was always smiling. That was enough for the old man. Sitting at the table, they watched the two of them happily chatting. The old man stated with certainty that he could say that this boy was the smiliest of all those he had seen before. Adding to this, the guy copes with any job extremely well. At that moment, Happy himself, holding a barrel, asked his granny where he should put it, and she happily pointed to that place. The yellow-haired girl herself, looking at her grandfather, thought that he now had a new favorite, and the grandfather himself thought that they could now live together, because he still couldn't dismantle the old barn behind him. The girl was lost in her own thoughts, looking into the distance. Going out into the yard, the girl approached a log near which an axe lay. Taking it, she said out loud that she could have managed without any slave. And then she delivered a precise blow to the log, starting to chop wood. She also wanted to appear useful, so she tried to help her elders. At that moment, Happy was approaching the well and the girl noticed the boy. Immediately turning to him, asking if he had carried water, but without waiting for an answer, she asked what he was doing. The boy, with a happy face, replied that he wore it especially for her, so that she could take a bath. She, hearing this, asked the guy to go and rest if he had finished all his work, while she herself was going to chop some wood. The boy immediately agreed with her, starting to put the buckets on the ground. He placed them near the well, trying to do it as carefully as possible. And then, with the same joyful face, he sat down, leaning against the cool well. She, seeing this, asked the guy why he was staring at her. And the black-haired guy answered with joy on his face, saying that he wanted to learn how to do it because he would have to do it too. Hearing these words, the girl smiled, thinking that she liked his attitude towards work. She immediately threw her weapon behind her back, telling him to watch carefully. The girl was going to show him a master class on chopping wood. However, everything turned out absurdly. She missed, thrusting the axe into the log. Sharp fragments began to fly in different directions. One of them fell right next to our main character, while she silently looked in his direction. The boy looked at him as the girl's face gradually began to turn red. She tried to explain that she did it on purpose to make a fire, because that's what such kindling is needed for. And then she swung again, knocking the axe over behind her back. This time the blow hit the exact center of the log, splitting it in half. The girl's face looked happy. She was glad that she succeeded this time. Happy was also happy about this because it really did look beautiful. With joy on her face, she began asking the guy if he had seen it, to which the boy happily shouted that he had seen it. Grandpa watched all this from the second floor, smiling. He thought about what Vinny shouldn't say, but these guys found a common language. The granny approached and immediately turned to Winnie, asking the girl why she was chopping wood. She didn't understand why the old woman had such a reaction, because it wasn't enough at all. But the old woman immediately pointed her finger, saying that Happy had chopped up a whole pile of them yesterday behind the house, and Winnie immediately rushed behind the house. Looking at this pile in surprise, the main character himself picked up an axe. Turning around with a rude expression on her face, she asked the guy if he had ever said that he wanted to learn. But the guy, scratching his head, explained that he tried it for the first time yesterday, and now his shoulders hurt a little, so he wanted to see how to do it correctly. The yellow-haired girl immediately pounced on him, shouting that of course they would hurt, since he had chopped so much in one go. And then she asked the guy why he was laughing. Was it really at her? Granny interrupted her scream, telling Winnie that she had already done a lot of things today. She needed to rest. After starting to praise Happy, he told the guy that he also did a good job today. And now it began to gradually get dark. The sun was hiding, and the moon gradually began to show itself. There was silence inside the house. Everyone began to do their personal business. Winnie herself went to take a bath. There was a pleasant steam in the bathroom. Lying in the bath, she thought it was good that now someone at home helps with the chores. It's even more pleasant to be here now because now you can relax. And so she spent her entire stay in the bath lost in thought, drying her hair, and Happy walked up to the window. Standing up, she exhaled with ease because she was finally able to dry her hair properly. As she was leaving, she stopped because she saw Happy again, who went off somewhere with a bag on his shoulders. It was getting dark soon. She didn't understand where the boy was going. The old woman asked her grandfather if Happy had really left again. Upon hearing this, Winnie was surprised because the guy didn't even tell them about it. And the grandmother explained to her granddaughter that she told him that he could leave whenever he wanted. The main thing was that he didn't shirk work. At that moment, Grandpa said that the boy had gone somewhere last night too. Naturally, Vinnie became thoughtful at that moment. She didn't understand what the guy could be doing at such an hour. And so, sometime later, our main character reached one of the houses. He immediately knocked on the door, exactly as William had told him to do. And then, with a joyful face, he began to call the boy because they had agreed to meet. The door slowly began to open, and the silhouette of the boy's younger sister appeared below. Seeing her, Happy was surprised, not immediately understanding who she was. She, in turn, with a smile on her face, in the cutest voice possible, began to ask the guy who he was. Suddenly, William appeared, pulling his younger sister away, telling her to go into the house, while he himself was going to quickly go somewhere and come back. Hearing this, the younger sister became angry and tensely asked where he was going. The young man, covering his mouth with his finger, asked his sister not to tell anyone, while he himself was getting ready to go to the library. She leaned towards his ear and asked in a whisper if this was really his library friend, to which she received an immediate positive answer. Seeing off her older brother, she asked him to be as careful as possible. Already walking through the streets, William bowed his head, saying that he didn't think that he would come so early. Happy, with a smile on his face, asked his friend if it was okay that he left home. He happily replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Moreover, he added that the guy saved his life, so he is ready to do anything for him. Now he was going to show him where the market was, so he asked him to hurry up because he came to shop. However, Happy refused, saying that it was not the right place, and after showing the leaflets, he replied that he wanted to go there. Upon seeing these leaflets, the recently awarded man immediately became thoughtful. Looking at them, he assumed that Happy wanted to find the criminals. Happy explained to his friend that he wanted to catch such robbers, but he couldn't read, he didn't know where to look for them, so he asked for help with this. William asked the guy again if he really wanted to become a bounty hunter, to which he immediately received a positive answer. His friend also added that they would split the reward in half like last time. Not only did William want to repay Happy's kindness, but for some reason he especially enjoyed watching him fight. But Happy needed fights so that his body wouldn't ache at night, and this was the only legal way. So the two began to meet at night and look for criminals who were wanted in the kingdom. Happy, with a happy face, asked William if they would be able to find one of the criminals the next night. He in turn replied that he had been exploring the area all night, so they needed to check here. Entering one of the buildings, the protagonist's black-haired friend was about to take new ads. But the longer this went on, the more suspicions arose at home, and one day the father stopped his son. Having asked if he was really going to the library again, the younger sister also began to scream that she couldn't do it anymore, because her brother had completely stopped playing with her, because every evening he went out with his friend. The parents looked tense, they were worried about their son. One such night, Winnie snuck into our protagonist's room. As she began to crawl around the room, she noticed something. Under the blanket there was a bag of money. There was quite a lot of it. Looking at this, she anxiously thought about what Happy should do since he leaves every night. At that time, there was a huge number of chests of money in the cave. And next to this cave, a man in gray armor was wandering around, looking around anxiously. Around him lay a huge number of dead bodies of the king's knights. Everything was covered in blood. The man thought to himself that because of the clowns in exile, there had been too many guards on the streets lately. Before, they always pretended not to notice him. But lately, something strange had been happening in the kingdom. Not only have they hung his face everywhere and offered a reward, but they have also started catching criminals more often. Suddenly, the man noticed Happy, who was standing with a leaflet, and compared their faces. Upon seeing him, he realized that this was the one they were looking for. He immediately shouted to William that he was a good man, because he really was able to find this criminal. The black-haired student, looking forward at the criminal, thought that something was wrong here. After all, he was looking for the one who had the smallest reward. He didn't understand where this big guy standing in front of them came from. This so-called big guy himself spoke first, saying that it was obvious from their actions that they had clearly missed, trying to catch someone more harmless, and he shouted loudly for them to get away as quickly as possible. He explained that the reward was put on him out of the blue, and he blamed the clowns in exile for it all. Hearing this, a drop of sweat ran down William's face, because now he realized that all his crimes had been getting away with, blamed on clowns. Looking around, he also guessed that it was all because the royal knights couldn't catch him. Naturally, our hero, having weighed up all the pros and cons, was about to apologize and leave as quickly as possible, but he didn't have time to speak. After all, he was interrupted by a rather strong gust of wind, which he felt with his whole body. Right at that second, our main character was already attacking the enemy with his unique smile on his face. However, the criminal was able to deflect Happy's blow without any effort, sending him flying back several meters. But Happy himself was no slouch. He managed to group himself in the air, landing on his feet. The man in armor was surprised, because for the first time in a long time, someone decided to engage in combat with him with bare fists. But he himself said something else out loud. He laughed because he heard a crunch, assuming that the young boy's knees were broken. Hearing this, William immediately glanced at his barely standing comrade, starting to run through his further plan of action in his head. Having shouted his comrade's name in alarm, he tried to get closer to him as quickly as possible. Having shouted that it was time for them to run away, however, Happy himself had no intention of doing so. He was glad for this opponent. Well, the criminal in armor was not going to let them go. Shouting that they were too late to realize it, he rushed into battle. But Happy managed to dodge. The blow of this brute passed close, but missed. After the weapon touched the ground, it seemed like a small earthquake occurred. The man shouted that the two should have taken advantage of his generosity immediately and run away instead of trying their luck. And in an instant, he approached our main character, preparing to deliver a direct blow to his body. However, the first attack did not reach the young boy. He began to dodge again and again. The whole atmosphere around began to sink into a rather terrifying atmosphere. And at some point, a precise blow occurred. Happy remained lying on the ground, and the criminal's sledgehammer was right next to him. Seeing this, William began to get nervous and worried about his friend because he still managed to hit the target. The former arena champion lay on the ground, trembling and making strange sounds that resembled pain. Without realizing it, the black-haired man ran up to them, standing right in front of Happy and spreading his arms out to the sides. He asked the big guy to stop. The former arena fighter lying on the ground watched this in surprise. He didn't understand what his comrade was doing right now. And he, in turn, shouted to Happy in a trembling voice that his fights in the arena did not seem harsh, explaining that he even liked them to some extent. Well, besides, deep down he believed that he would win, so he wanted to watch it more and more each time. He also thanked his friend because it was thanks to him that the guy was able to return to university, and it was because of this that he decided to help him when he said that he wanted to fight. The university student's whole body was shaking. He explained that he was too careless, because life is not an arena where he always wins. Tears appeared on his face. He screamed that he just wanted to watch his fights, but he didn't want to send his friend to certain death. He apologized to Happy, blaming himself for not thinking with his head. The man in armor was already tired of listening to this nonsense, so he decided to kill the one standing in front of him first. At the very last moment, the student's friend arrived and Happy pulled William aside. With a smile on his face, he said that when he first came to him in the arena, and then he said that it was all a setup, swinging his leg. Not only did he repel the attack, but he also slammed the attacker's hand into the ground, knocking his weapon out of his hands. He naturally did not expect such a turn of events. His hand was badly damaged by this blow. Trying to revive his hand, the man thought, because he was absolutely sure that he had broken his opponent's knees. However, at that very moment, I saw Happy turn to his friend with a smile on his face. Happy explained to William that his former master, Lucastian, was possessed by a tremendous power. Once Happy had won, he would somehow bring in new, stronger opponents from all over the world. But because the kid quickly defeated them, he did not make any profit and became very angry. Therefore, he had to put on a show to make the fight interesting for everyone to watch. He had to study his opponents, provoke them, or pretend to be wounded, just so there would always be a spectacle. Even now, Happy managed to put a stone in the way of a blow, so that even his opponent would believe it. It was these stones that made a cracking sound like bones, so both thought that the champion was wounded. And in the same way, he attacked with a stone, hitting the shield specifically so that even the enemy would believe in his victory. After all, it is at such moments that the main thing is to make the enemy believe in your victory. Having finished his explanation, Happy threw the big guy's mace towards him. It hit the ground several times, slowly beginning to move towards the enemy. Stopping right at his feet, he silently watched what was happening, seeing how the young boy standing there deliberately provoked him, giving him another chance to attack. Naturally, this situation made him very angry, and with all his might, he tried to restrain himself, raising his weapon. The criminal's face began to turn increasingly red with anger, as Happy explained to William that he didn't fight because he enjoyed doing it, because otherwise he would have been tortured to death. Assuming that the habit of fighting has become so ingrained in his body that it makes itself felt even outside the walls of the arena. By this time, he was already attacked by an enemy who was going to take advantage of the moment while Happy was distracted. Naturally, such a slow attack could not possibly reach our hero, so he easily dodged it, immediately going on the counterattack, delivering a precise blow to the body of the one they came to catch. Seeing this blow, the man answered the young lad that if he continued to fight like that, he wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on him. Therefore, he immediately went on the attack. But the former arena fighter was no simpleton either. He easily dodged all attacks. Time after time, the man in armor missed, not having time to deliver his powerful blow. The criminal did not understand what was happening. He even began to think that something was fishy. He didn't understand, because just a second ago, the boy standing in front of him was dying in pain. But right now, he fights with the utmost ease, and on top of that, he also laughs. This situation angered the man. He was going to end it as soon as possible. Looking at the guy's face, he became even more angry. He could no longer contain his anger. So, catching the right moment, he swung his mace, intending to deliver another blow, but this time an accurate one. Happy was expecting this. In an instant, he shifted his body weight to the side, dodging. And then he grabbed the attacker's arm, began to twist it, hitting him with his body. Due to the powerful blow, the man was unable to stay on his feet and began to fall to the ground. As he fell, the arena champion shifted even more weight to the side, slamming the criminal straight into the ground. With a smile on his face, Happy shouted loudly that he was caught. Having carefully examined the armor from the outside, he noticed a small crack. Looking at her, the black-haired man thought that the armor would withstand his blow. Therefore, he immediately relaxed his hand, allowing his opponent to break free from the grip. And then, squeezing his hand again, this time with even greater force, the killer's entire face began to turn red, and he felt wild pain. But Happy wasn't going to stop there. Shifting his weight, he jumped up sharply, kicking the man to the side. Having endured the pain, the armored one was going to take advantage of the fact that his opponent had relaxed. Therefore, he immediately went on the attack again, hoping that he would be able to hit at least once. However, blow after blow missed, and each time the anger filled the killer more and more. Happy himself, while dodging, continued to smile. He was amused by this situation. Finding the right moment, he approached the armored one, grabbing him by the neck with his hands. And then, delivering a precise blow to the face, he slammed the huge body into the ground, and a loud sound was heard. In addition to this, accompanied by sounds of pain, the black-haired guy's face looked satisfied. He had no intention of stopping, so he raised his leg, intending to deliver another precise blow to the face. However, the man managed to dodge at the very last moment, starting to run away. But he didn't have time. The boy's speed was much faster. He managed to grab him by the hair, starting to pull towards himself while he continued to make loud sounds of pain. Happy dropped him on the ground again, hitting him hard, trying to put pressure on him. The criminal tried to do at least something, because he was now losing the fight with the boy. But even here, our protagonist anticipated his actions, pressing his foot on the man's hand, with which he was trying to grab the weapon. The man's entire face was covered in blood. He was choking from pain and anger. Happy himself, looking at him with a smile on his face, said that he could leave a scratch on his face, and not even one. These words angered the man, but the expression on the boy's face enraged him even more. With his other hand, he picked up the shield that lay nearby, attacking a young boy standing right above him. With the last of his strength, he stood up on his feet. Anger did not leave the man in armor. He tried to think of at least something that he could counter the boy. However, he still stood there with his fists bare, looking at him with a smile on his face. By this point, William himself had hidden behind a nearby rock, realizing that the two were currently waiting for the right moment. After examining Happy's opponent, he came to the conclusion that the armor, which had initially seemed impenetrable, was now only wearing him down even more. However, he also realized that his comrade's attacks were not enough. Because this brute hits hard, he did not understand what the problem was in his physique or armor. By this time, the armored man had thrust his huge shield into the ground, thinking that he just needed to stay on his feet. He understood perfectly well that his opponent was aiming specifically at his head, because that was the only unprotected part. Happy looked at William, who at that moment was holding his head, trembling. The boy was thinking whether he should run away, or whether it would be better not to show it. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Happy, who turned to him. The arena champion thanked his comrade for standing up for him, but immediately asked him to never do that again. Explaining that William was the only one who called him his friend, he would be very upset if his friend was hurt. Hearing these words, the young student hiding behind the rock was very surprised, because Happy's energy had changed. The former arena fighter himself began to approach the dead body of the royal knight, telling William to watch carefully since he still doubted his victory. He was going to show right now that he could be relied upon by taking the broken part of the weapon. He surprised his opponent again. He didn't understand what this crazy kid was going to do. Happy, with a terrifying aura and face, shouted that right now he would show everything he was capable of. The armored one said mockingly that the guy's brains were only enough to take a broken spear, although nothing here could stand up to his armor and shield. Therefore, he did not understand why the black-haired man thought that he could wound him with this broken spear. Our main character himself at this time threw his weapon behind his back with the same terrifying smile. And then, with an even crazier face, he threw it towards the man. He didn't understand what the boy had done because everything had happened too quickly. At the last moment, he still managed to raise his shield right in front of his face so that the attack would not hit his head. When he lowered it, he didn't understand what had just happened because it was a crazy throw. But as soon as he looked in front of him, he saw something that made him truly afraid. Right at that moment, Happy was approaching him. His speed was incredible. In an instant, he closed in on the big guy, pushing him with all his strength straight into the body. The man didn't understand. He couldn't believe that this was happening to him right now. With a trembling voice, he asked, How could this even happen? But our hero didn't answer him. He lifted the armored man up while he was still shaking from his own hopelessness. Blood began to flow directly from under the armor of the armored one. His face looked displeased. For the first time in a long time, he felt pain. His shield and mace, which he had relied on so much in battles, fell from his hands. With a scream, he tried to grab the young boy who was currently lifting him up. With his enormous strength, he began to press into Happy's face, who continued to smile. However, the main character did not feel any pain. On the contrary, he told his opponent that if he twitched, the pain would only increase. And so it happened. The more the armored one moved, the more he felt an irritating burning sensation in his stomach. By this point, Happy's entire face was covered in bulging veins and he clenched his teeth. With a terrifying aura, he slowly and quietly told the enemy to surrender immediately. With each passing second, the armored man's body shrank more and more. His body even began to tremble. He didn't want to give up, but after just a few seconds, all the strength left his body. The hand that he was squeezing the body began to move downwards, as did the rest of the body. In this fight, Happy won. With a slight movement, he threw off the brute. William, who was watching this, could not believe his eyes. He understood perfectly well that Happy was strong, but this fight did not fit into his head at all. It was hard for him to believe that his comrade had such a huge peak of strength. He also couldn't take his eyes off Happy's bloody hand, the blood dripping onto the ground. The arena champion himself stood with a smile on his face, looking from side to side. While William swallowed, either from surprise or from fear, the black-haired fighter's eyes looked empty. He did not feel an ounce of regret for his opponent. Hiding his hand, he explained that the armored one was alive. He just knocked him out from the pain. Having said that, it wasn't good, but the fight turned out pretty bad. Looking around, Happy also added that the fight was bad. Along the way, I remembered the former owner who hated such fights. However, his friend did not agree with this, starting to shout that the fight was very spectacular, and he was also glad that they were able to catch a dangerous criminal. He also happily added that Happy was right. He didn't need to worry about him. Showing a thumbs up with a satisfied face, the boy shouted that he trusted him completely. Hearing these words, Happy smiled sincerely. He was glad to hear such words from his friend. Just a few minutes later, our heroes were about to leave. But before that, the arena fighter explained that he would lie down and get some sleep since he hadn't slept for several days. He explained that he was very sleepy even during the battle, asking his comrade to take care of the rest. The black-haired student couldn't believe his ears and eyes. After all, he wasn't joking at all. He really went to bed and fell asleep instantly. Starting to look around, he didn't understand what to do, even starting to think that he should leave Happy here and hand over the criminal himself. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to one single detail that was lying nearby. It was the same broken blade that Happy had taken during the fight. Approaching him, William took him in his hand, beginning to lift him from the ground. Looking at it, he didn't understand if this spear was a decoy, what Happy had used to wound his opponent, assuming that the guy had another weapon hidden away. He wanted to know everything in detail. Interest got the better of the student. As slowly and carefully as possible, he began to approach the criminal's body lying on the ground. The student grabbed it and tried to lift it, but it was difficult to do. Unable to do this, William did not understand how Happy was able to lift him because he was very heavy. Looking around again, he decided that the best solution would be to quickly run and report everything. However, he was beaten to it, because right behind him a huge number of people in armor appeared. Looking in their direction, he didn't know what he should do in such a situation, while they were looking at him closely, piercing him with their gazes. The commander of this army also looked around carefully. seeing how right under the feet of the black-haired man lay the very criminal for whom they came here. I immediately started to replay in my head what was happening here. The gray-haired captain also noticed the fragment of the spear that William was holding in his hands. One of the royal knights, holding a rag to his head to stop the bleeding, ran forward, shouting that he had managed to catch him. In a split second, the fear on the student's face turned to surprise, while the knight shouted in surprise that he was a real bounty hunter. The man anxiously asked the student his name. William managed to answer the name, intending to explain how everything really happened. However, he was interrupted by the other knights, who began to discuss among themselves that this was the same student who caught the clown bandits in exile. Along the way, they noticed that the young man had defeated the big guy with only a broken spear. They were discussing it heatedly among themselves, praising the boy's achievements, and the knight with the bruised head leaned over and told William that there were rumors going around, having described them in as much detail as possible, how the young lad caught the prey. Upon hearing this, our hero was naturally shocked. He could not believe that they were saying such things about him. The royal knights also promised to take care of the brute and deliver the reward to the guy personally. The knight who brought reinforcements offered to help the boy get out of the forest. Along the way, he noticed that his comrade, the porter, also got hit, and that's why he was unconscious. The captain himself was inspecting the battlefield at that moment. One of his subordinates noticed this, approached him, and asked what was going on. The captain explained that the big guy didn't have a stab wound and there was no blood on the tip, explaining that the blood that was there definitely didn't come from a blow. He asked his subordinate to look around, because all the weapons here were like this. Having heard these assumptions from the captain, the subordinate asked a logical question. What was the matter then? The man himself silently began to consider the situation, noticing the porter's bloody hand. As he left, the knight chatted contentedly with William until he mentally couldn't understand how Happy could just sleep in such a situation. At that moment, the captain understood perfectly well that something didn't add up here, but he didn't understand what yet. At this time, somewhere in the slums, quite loud cries of pain were heard. One of the men, trembling, looked ahead, begging for mercy. A man with scars on his face stood before him, saying that they had already been abandoned and ridiculed once, and he was not going to allow that to happen again. Explaining to the kneeling man that he had knelt before the arrogance of the nobility and allowed them to humiliate him by losing to some student. He, covered in blood, began to apologize in a hysterical scream. However, no one needed these apologies. Their fate had already been decided. One shame was enough for them. They did not want to allow it to happen again. Their leader asked everyone to remember that they were ordinary bandits, they were clowns in exile, and they were fighting against the kingdom until the very end. Behind him stood a huge crowd of bandits, who listened to his every word and began to make crazy sounds. Turning to the girl, the scarred man asked if she had found out who the guy was. The black-haired girl replied that yes, she had received a list of bounty hunters. The boy's name was William, explaining that there were rumors that the student was a skilled warrior and that bounty hunting was just a hobby. After thinking for a bit and looking around, the leader said that their next target was this same William. At this time, the water flowing down became filled with more and more blood. One of the men observed all this and asked what family this student was from. The enraged black-haired boy shouted back, saying that there was no way, explaining that this was clearly not a clean bounty hunt. After listening to the young boy, the man became thoughtful and began to ponder. Taking the piece of paper, he approached the curly-haired man, saying that he personally had to show him what would happen if they were disgraced. The boy learned this by asking his father what it was, and he explained that their family turns to them when they need to kill someone. He wanted to tell his son this when he graduated from university, but he found out about it earlier. With a grim face, he ordered his son. He needed to ask them to visit the given address and deal with William. The next day, as usual, there was a pleasant atmosphere in the kingdom. A lonely girl was walking with her purchases when suddenly she noticed something and her eyes filled with darkness. She saw the very bodies that were killed by clowns that night. Sometime later, they were delivered to the very same duo who had caused the arena to be closed. The old man explained to his student that the Trinity was found in the morning. After examining them, the dark-haired man assumed that there had been no autopsy since they had been brought to him, and was surprised that the case had already been closed, since it was clear to the naked eye that it was murder. However, the old man immediately shouted at his student, turning to him. He explained to Sagar that after that incident with the arena, he completely forgot who almost threw them in jail. Having begun to dig a hole, the gray-haired man explained that these were the bodies of clowns in exile, which is why there was no investigation, because no one in the kingdom would shed tears over them, but on the contrary, they would only rejoice at their death. Hearing these words, the student's face did not look pleased. After all, looking at this picture, something alarmed him, but he did not understand what. He looked over their bodies again, guessing that the bruises had appeared several days ago. I started to remember those same bruises that were on the corpses from the arena. Suddenly, their awkward silence was interrupted by a woman's scream. The yellow-haired girl was shouting to her grandfather that she had arrived. It was the same granddaughter of the family where Happy lived. She brought herbs, intending to bring them into the house. Grandpa was delighted to see Winnie and asked if her grandmother was full of energy, and she naturally happily answered that she was. Hearing this answer, the grandfather jokingly said that he would die before her, but Winnie asked him not to joke like that. Suddenly, she glanced towards the student grandfather. He immediately approached him and greeted Mr. Sagara. Because the black-haired man was immersed in his own thoughts, he did not immediately answer the girl. However, she turned to him again, saying that she had brought him some herbs too, leaving them next to him. The man was surprised by this, and Winnie, seeing this reaction, asked if he didn't like it. However, Sagar immediately replied that he was very grateful to her for this, thanking her. When he left, her grandfather left her, telling the girl that she shouldn't be so kind, because she could have sold these herbs and earned more money. But she replied with a smile on her face that he was helping his grandfather, so she wanted to be kind to him too. Noting also that the previous assistants couldn't hold out for even a week, everyone ran away. But Sagar has already been holding out for more than a month. The old man said warily that the boy was indeed a good worker, but he also called him a blockhead because he was wandering around somewhere at night. Hearing this, the girl suddenly thought about something, which puzzled her gray-haired interlocutor. He immediately noticed this and asked Vinny what was going on. She, in turn, did not immediately answer the old man. After thinking a little, she began to tell how the granny took the slave. Hearing this, the old man naturally cried out in displeasure because he could not believe that they had taken a slave. She explained to the old man that it was something fishy because he always went somewhere at night, and she also found a bag of money under his blanket. Along the way, she added that she was worried about his past, since the boy had previously fought in the arena. Winnie was worried because the guy could be up to something bad. Hearing this, Sagar immediately approached them and interrupted Vinny, saying that there was only one arena in the city, which had recently been closed and all the fighters had been executed. Naturally, Winnie was surprised when she heard this, because she was sure that he had fought there. But Sagar continued to insist, saying that only criminals were fighting there. Along the way, he added that if someone with such a dark past and without a family managed to survive, it means he had good connections, explaining that the connections must be so vast that even a royal decree would be of no use. Winnie listened carefully to every word the black-haired man said. And Sagar continued speaking, adding that Grandma could have brought a dangerous person into the house, and if he managed to bring his documents, he would carefully study the case. After thinking for a bit, Winnie agreed with this. She was going to look at them tonight and bring them to the man tomorrow. And after talking a little more, the yellow-haired girl went home. Looking in the direction of the departing woman, the old man turned to the student, saying that he was seeking a quick death, explaining to him that if he treated everything like that, the blade would reach him before the truth. However, Sagar, looking at the herbs, justified his actions by saying that he wanted good people to live in this world a little longer. Moreover, he added that he was not going to die. The two's journey was quite long, and William carried Happy on his back the entire time. Approaching the house, he began to try to wake up his comrade, saying that they were already near his house. However, the boy did not answer the guy. He was vigorously discussing something and everything. After some thought, William assumed that nothing would wake Happy since he hadn't slept for several nights. That's why he decided to bring him straight into the house, because now his comrade couldn't be woken up even with guns. He knocked on the door and entered the house. Granny immediately shouted if it was Happy. However, William greeted them and everyone was surprised by this picture. Immediately noticing the boy's bloody hand, they rushed towards him in fear. The granny started screaming and asking what was wrong with the guy, but our hero's friend asked not to worry because he was just sleeping. And then, sometime later, he told the truth about what they had been doing all this time. Winnie asked in surprise if they really went out every night to catch robbers. A little frightened, the student replied that it was true and began to explain why they did it. William told everything he knew about Happy while he was sleeping soundly, and about the fact that he lived his whole life locked up, about his facial nerve paralysis, and about the pain he experienced throughout his life in the arena, and even about why he couldn't sleep at night, saying that it was because of this that he had to fight in the arena. William, as the most diligent student, thoroughly and systematically laid out everything he knew about Happy. While he was telling the story, Grandma began to shed tears, and they rolled down her cheeks one after another. Grandfather, listening to this, became more and more sullenly silent with each passing second, and all of Winifred's suspicions and fears began to gradually disappear. William ended by telling how Happy saved his life. Then he said goodbye to the owners and returned to his home. Time passed, and the trio sat at the table for a long time, lost in their own thoughts. And then, sometime later, morning came and the warm sun began to shine. Gradually, our main character himself began to wake up. Opening his eyes, a satisfied smile appeared on his face again. He immediately noticed that someone was sitting next to him, turning his attention to her. Looking at Winnie, he didn't understand why she was looking in his direction. She, in turn, immediately pounced on him with the question of why he hadn't told her that he hadn't slept for several days because of an incomprehensible pain. Naturally, Happy didn't understand what she was talking about or how she knew about it. And the blonde asked the question again, asking why he hadn't told her about his face, explaining that they were thinking about different things. And the boy, continuing to smile happily, answered her that in that case he would simply be thrown out because he was no longer needed, because that was exactly what they did to people in the arena. The blonde explained that he was stupid, because for their family he was not a slave and he was no longer in the arena. Standing up, she explained to the guy that he was like a grandma's grandson. She was going to cure him so that the guy would never have to fight again. She wanted to help so that Happy could live a normal life. And then, saying that she was working with special herbs, she extended her hand, and seeing this, Happy's face lit up. Winnie asked him to trust her, promising that she would definitely cure him. Seeing this, our main character this time really looked in her direction with a happy face. Taking her hand, he reached out to her, telling her that he believed her. He was glad to hear this, because recently his life had been filled with darkness. Suddenly, Happy came to his senses and said that he remembered what he had bought with his first earnings. Grabbing the yellow-haired girl's hand, he put the ring on her finger while she was in a state of confusion. But as soon as she realized everything, she immediately turned red, screaming and asking the guy what he was thinking. She continued to look at Happy with a confused look until he understood why she was reacting. She screamed again in surprise, asking what he was even asking, since he had given her an engagement ring. The main character himself was laughing at that moment, not understanding what it was. Their conversation was interrupted by some old men who came to see Happy and told him that his friend William had come and asked him to give him a reward. Happy smiled and told his grandpa to keep it for himself, also saying that it turned out he could be cured. The grandfather immediately rushed towards the boy, hugging him and calling him their happiness. The old man was happy, saying that he would use the money wisely. Winnie watched all this. Her reaction was incomprehensible. She glanced to the side, where the old woman stood with a joyful, sweet face. Looking down, the yellow-haired girl smiled, thinking that she now understands why her grandmother called Happy a child back then. After all, looking at him, one could feel the very innocence because he gave exactly the same gift to both Grandma and Grandpa. Vinny also sent a letter to Cigar, apologizing for the disturbance and stating that all issues had been resolved. The black-haired boy himself continued to read the letter for quite a long time, looking now at it, now at the sky. Suddenly, he was distracted because he overheard a conversation in which one of the boys offered to treat someone to dinner. It was William. The curly-haired one was offering him dinner. Naturally, the black-haired one was angry, restraining himself. He said that they needed to go their own ways. He immediately fell to his knees, asking his comrade not to speak like that. He apologized and asked to give him a chance because he had thought about the situation for a long time. Looking at this picture, William's face distorted, and at some point he felt sorry for the boy. Having started to lift him, our hero exhaled heavily, suggesting that they just talk instead of dinner. And so both heroes went off to the side, while Sagar watched this scene from the roof. Looking at this situation, he thought to himself that this was a talentless, ordinary game. Wiping away his tears, the curly-haired man mentally called our hero walking next to him a name. And so, after walking some distance, the curly-haired man apologized again from right behind William, saying that this time he did it on purpose. And then he pushed the guy walking next to him forward. He didn't have time to react, so he flew straight down. William didn't even have time to process everything, not even realizing that he was falling straight down, hitting the ground quite hard, hitting his whole body. Below, 3 men were waiting for the already exhausted and crippled boy, who immediately picked him up. It was quite a well-thought-out plan, because in an instant they immediately began carrying him into the building. William himself, with the last of his strength, asked who they were, but there was no answer. When the curly-haired man went inside to his accomplices, William was already being beaten. Naturally, our hero did not understand why all this was happening to him, because he had done nothing. He could no longer speak, mentally asking to stop, beating his men. However, the beaters did not stop, continuing to beat him without stopping. And then, after several minutes of beating, the beating finally stopped. William's whole body was shaking. Realizing this, the black-haired man immediately opened his eyes and began to look around. The curly-haired man immediately appeared and attacked the man lying down, starting to insult him and say that he had never liked him. Naturally, the black-haired man didn't understand this either, asking what he had done wrong, adding that it was he who had always created problems. With a trembling voice, William asked if it wasn't enough for him to hang everything on him. He didn't understand why he hated him so much. The black-haired man screamed that he had forgotten where his place was because William was always trying to rise above himself. Out of breath from the physical exertion, he asked the boy lying on the ground if he really thought that everyone would respect him because he was a good student. Grabbing him by the collar, he shouted loudly that it didn't work like that, because to do that, you had to be born into a powerful and noble family. He did all this so that the beaten man would finally understand that the entire university hated him, asked why they would like someone who always tries to climb higher than others. Well, and finally, he said that when everyone finds out about his death, they will only be happy, because he is a real loser. As he was leaving, he stopped and turned again towards the lying boy, spitting in his direction, to the laughter of the rest of the crowd. As he was leaving, he said that in his next life he should first learn to grovel, and only then hold a pen. To this, our hero did not respond, lying silently and looking at the ground. Opening the doors, he ordered the rest of the crowd to finish with him and go outside. Those with the terrifying faces of murderers nodded positively. The curly-haired man himself was going to wait outside until everything was over. Holding the door handle, his hands began to shake as he looked intently in her direction, thinking to myself that nothing critical had happened. However, he liked it, because it was a real demonstration of power and strength. He believed that it was right. That's how it should be. Sagar watched all this from the roof, putting together the overall picture of what had happened in his head. Assuming that those men were mercenaries who only took on killing, he could not believe that they actually agreed to kill him. Exhaling heavily, the black-haired man condemned the methods of the nobility, because they, as always, were extremely disgusting. With his hands under his clothes, he thought about how he always knew he would get a chance to hunt mercenaries someday. But I would never have thought that it would happen so quickly. He took out a weapon from under his clothes. Sagar's movements were quick as he jumped from the roof. He was going to save William, preventing the mercenaries from killing the boy. Still lost in his thoughts, he continued to descend from the high roof, jumping from one to another. As he jumped, he noticed someone sneaking into the building as quickly as possible. Quite surprised by this, he did not understand how he was able to get into the building so quickly. Inside, the mercenaries were discussing among themselves that this magnificent bounty hunter was just a brat. They also explained to the lying guy that they were ordered to kill him as painfully as possible, so he would suffer a little. William thought to himself that he had worked so hard to get into university. It made him angry, because he had gone through so much to get this far. And then he began to rise, because he did not want to accept the fact that he had to die at the whim of some nobleman. However, he was unable to get up and began to cry. The mercenaries standing nearby did not understand why he lay down, suggesting that the guy act like a man and defend himself before death. But William didn't listen to them, continuing to think that this wasn't the end he had imagined for himself, because he had dreamed of a future in which he could become the one who brings change. But, as usually happens in life, not everything goes exactly according to plan, because in order to bring about change, high status is needed. Looking at his reflection as a small child, he asked for forgiveness from him, asking him not to look at him like that. By this time, a black-haired girl appeared inside and grabbed the guy by the hair, asking if he was William. All around, the mercenaries were talking among themselves about who this woman was, because they didn't understand where she came from. Because the boy didn't answer her, she gave him a hard slap in the face. She told him to come to his senses because she asked him a question. However, upon seeing the guy, she immediately said that someone like him definitely couldn't put 5 clowns in exile. After all, she heard how 2 of them were beaten, now realizing that a strong fighter is not the one who receives a reward. She immediately began to demand that the guy tell her who was with him that very day. However, her chatter was interrupted by a trio of mercenaries who asked if she really was one of the clowns in exile. Calling her a garbage rat, they told her to go back to her ditch or they would cut her throat. Naturally, all these statements angered the girl, and she immediately grabbed her weapon. With a light movement, fast enough for the opponents not to react, she chopped off their heads. Seeing this, William was horrified. He could not believe his eyes. The black-haired woman herself, looking around, called this situation sweet, and then turned to William, saying that if he had a neck, she would put a collar on him and take him with her. Suddenly, she glanced to the side because something caught her attention. At that moment, black-haired Sagar was hiding right from behind the boxes. Deciding that it wasn't worth her attention, the girl turned away. Turning to William again, he said that they could now talk in silence. Sagar, who was observing this situation, wondered whether she was the head of the clowns or directly subordinate to the head. He also did not understand who William was, because the bandits and nobles wanted to kill him. As he started to climb, he realized that he wouldn't be able to figure this out, so he decided to leave. Lifting William's face, the girl again asked who was with him that very night. And then she put her cold weapon to his throat, telling him that he should hurry with his answer. Having started to press it into her throat, blood began to gradually show. The girl was serious. The black-haired boy immediately began to remember Happy's words about never standing up for him again, and also about the fact that he is his only friend, and at the same time, that he would be upset if he were wounded. Starting to burst into tears, he mentally apologized to Happy, telling the girl his name, and also saying that he was a former fighter from an arena that had recently closed. Along the way, he added where the boy lives and told about the family of farmers. Happy himself, at that moment, sat carefree and thought about what he was going to tell William, saying that he was giving up bounty hunting. In addition to this, he made a gift with his own hands, intending to give it as a gift because he considered the boy his best friend. Exhaling heavily, the black-haired woman said that the guy was a real weakling, whom it was a shame to kill. She asked to know him. If she had known that he was so insignificant, then she would not have had to kill his family. Hearing this, William, not understanding the seriousness of the situation, asked again what she meant. And the black-haired one explained that if they take revenge, they will exterminate absolutely the entire family. So, just in case, she came here alone, assuming that the boss might already be at his house. Our hero immediately began to think about his family, who were now all at home. Having started to say goodbye, she finally said that she would visit this very Happy. William, lying on the ground, asked her to stop. With each passing second, his body began to fill with more and more incomprehensible feelings. He held out his hand, asking her to stop again and again, his eyes gradually beginning to fill with tears. At the same time, he began to replay in his head the situations that happened to him. When he got to know Happy better, he saved him several times. For him, his black-haired friend became more than a friend. He became his family. Remembering his dad, mom, and sister, he thought that they always protected him. But he could not reciprocate their feelings. His own hopelessness infuriated him. He curled up into a ball, clenching his fists in anger at himself. After all, if he had been stronger, everything would have ended with his death alone, because he could have simply sent her, and she would have killed him. He even started to replay in his head that very moment when he was first offered to go to the arena, because he could have refused more decisively then. In the end, only he survived, calling himself a pathetic worm who could not protect anything. What infuriated him was that he closed his eyes, bowed his head, turned away, because it was because of this that he could not protect anyone, not his friends, not his family, absolutely no one. With each such thought, his thoughts sank deeper and deeper into darkness. At that moment, he realized that he needed to change as soon as possible. After all, even if it wasn't too late now, he had to change. It was with these thoughts that he rushed towards the door. He wanted to change at least a little and protect those who were dear to him. Taking hold of the lying sword, he was haunted by crazy thoughts and was filled with anger. Outside, the curly-haired man didn't understand why his mercenaries were taking so long to open the door. He didn't understand why they left it open, because someone could have seen it. Along the way, I slowly began to turn my gaze inside the building. However, at that very moment, I saw a crazy face in front of me. With a frightened face, he immediately began to look around, because he did not understand what was happening here. Right from behind William, he saw the dead bodies of the very trio he had hired to kill. Frightened, he ran out of the building, trying to increase the distance between himself and the guy coming towards him. But he didn't notice that there was a staircase here, so he stumbled, and he fell to the ground, starting to roll from side to side in pain. Clenching his face, he looked ahead, hoping that this was all a joke. However, I heard footsteps right in my head, which were getting louder and louder with each passing second. The curly-haired nobleman felt horror with his whole body. He immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe that William really knew how to fight, and also didn't believe that he could die now. Throwing himself at William's leg, he began to lick it, shouting that he would be his personal dog, asking for mercy as well. However, our hero responded as coldly as possible to him so that he would go away, hitting his former comrade on the head, who had set him up for the third time. Curly continued to tremble with fear, expecting death. However, it did not come after a minute or two, and the noise in my head died down. Raising his head, he saw his father, who immediately turned to him, saying that he had come to see how he was doing here. William began to slowly approach his father, until he did not understand what was happening here. However, the black-haired boy who stopped ordered the nobleman to go away and not stand in front of him. Naturally, the highly respected black-haired nobleman was surprised by such words, However, seeing this facial expression, he retreated, lowering his gaze like a yard dog. And stepping aside, he let our hero pass, who went on further. Seeing this picture, the curly-haired man turned with a trembling voice to his father, who bowed his head before William. Both nobles stood silently, not even looking in the direction of the departing one. Naturally, William wanted these people to bow before him, but he wanted them to bow before him while he held the pen in his hand. But the boy realized today that in this world he must hold a sword in his hands for his voice to be heard. William regretted it because he had wasted a lot of time on the pen, although he should have taken up the sword straight away. After all, if he had acted this way right away, then this path would have led to salvation and not to destruction. By this time, William's family was already standing at the front door, asking the guest who he was. Happy came to them with joy on his face, saying that he had come to see their son. And sometime later, he told the boy's parents everything. The mother, hearing this, was happy because she knew that her son could not enroll in the bounty hunters. His father was also happy because thanks to Happy, the boy's position at the university had improved. But the sister did not agree with them, telling Happy that she did not like him because her brother had completely stopped playing with her. Hearing this, the former arena fighter replied to her that he had decided to quit bounty hunting. William's sister immediately rejoiced when she heard this. With a smile on her face, she said that in this case she would change her opinion of him. The mother was also glad to hear this because it is dangerous for ordinary students to do this. The father, in turn, joyfully shouted that it was immediately obvious that the boy was from a noble family and was well educated. However, our hero immediately interrupted them, saying that he was an ordinary slave. This puzzled William's parents enough to leave them stunned. The man was surprised because he could not understand how a slave could go to university, and Happy, with a smile on his face, replied that he was not a student, explaining that William showed him because he couldn't read. The boy's mother immediately glanced towards his father's hands. The slave spoke slowly and rather tensely. Having rudely asked whether the slave really wanted to sit at the same table with them now, he asked the boy whether his master hadn't taught him any manners. Recently, the friendly atmosphere has completely disappeared and negativity has started to fill the air. The man spoke tensely, telling the boy to disappear as quickly as possible and never come near William again. Happy, in turn, shrank back, starting to smile and look down. William's mother immediately turned to her husband, saying that the boy had saved their son and helped him. However, the father insisted on his own, continuing to bend the line, saying that only a person could help another person. But there was an ordinary slave sitting in front of them, so he couldn't do this. At that moment, William's sister heard some noise coming from the end of the corridor. She ran from the table, starting to run towards the noise as her father continued to chase Happy out of the house. Opening the doors, she asked with a smile on her face who was there. A huge man appeared from the crack and said that he had come to William to ask if he was at home. The little one replied that her brother had gone away for a short while, asking who he would be to him. And the man just continued to silently look in her direction, breathing heavily. When suddenly a child's cry was heard calling for his mother, the woman immediately came to her senses from the table. The commander of the clown squad suggested to his comrade to lure the guy out since he was not at home, having given the order to kill the parents and leave a message in their blood. Writing in blood, William was told to come to the drain before his sister's body ended up there. At the same time, he clutched our hero's younger sister, who began to tremble with fear. As soon as her cheeks were freed, she immediately screamed, but the man immediately tried to shut her mouth. The mother, hearing her daughter's scream, immediately jumped up, starting to run towards the door from where a child's scream was coming. Father also jumped up, noticing Happy sitting at the table, who silently bowed his head, suppressing a smile. As soon as William's mother ran behind the wall, one of the killers immediately attacked her. Red, licking the blood from his blade, ordered everyone to remain in place, saying that he would now deal with them. The black-haired father, seeing such a picture, was naturally very scared, immediately noticing how slowly Happy got up from the table. Looking at his expression, he saw a joy that he could not understand at all. Assuming that it was all because of him, he immediately began to insult his son's friend, finally understanding why he was always smiling so nastily. But our main character did not listen to him. He also slowly took the bowl of food. Throwing it towards the attacker, the bowl flew right past the father of the family's face, which terrified him. He didn't understand what was happening right now because in his understanding, everything was completely the opposite. As Happy passed the man, he told the man not to stand there like a pillar of iron and to help his wife. The redhead, holding his face, did not understand what was happening, assuming that this was that same William. However, he immediately remembered the words of the little girl who met them. He was sure that she said that his brother was not at home. I started to run through all the situations connected with him in my head, And I remembered how one of them said that there were two bounty hunters, and remembering how this same boy told the man to help his wife, realizing from this phrase that this boy in front of him was definitely not William. Looking in his direction, the red-haired man was sure that the second hunter was standing in front of him. Raising his weapon with a smile on his face, he said that this was the one who had opened the hunt for them. However, our main character didn't respond to this, only swinging with the same smile on his face. But his opponent was not so simple either, immediately going on the attack and striking first. His attack missed its target, which surprised him greatly, as he immediately received a direct kick to his face. The red-haired mercenary didn't understand what had just happened, feeling only pain in his face. But no one was going to give him time to think it over, because Happy was already preparing to strike the next blow. However, this time our protagonist's opponent managed to dodge. He felt the terrifying aura that the black-haired man emitted. Realizing that the slightest mistake could cost him his life, he needed to fight with all his might. Therefore, right at the moment of slowing down, our hero began to take out his weapon, trying to make a precise cut to finish off the boy, but he was unsuccessful. The redhead couldn't believe that the boy had managed to immediately notice the second blade. His opponent dodged it as if he had been expecting the blow. Looking towards the boy, the red-haired man felt as if he could see his actions in advance and was ready to fight back. He immediately began to calm himself down mentally, realizing that he had thrown the guy off his rhythm, intending to adjust it to his own, starting to spin their blades at incredible speed. With each passing second, the speed of movement of the cold weapon only increased. He created a whirlwind in front of him that could knock anyone off their feet. Red didn't think he'd have to resort to that technique here, but he couldn't underestimate this kid, so he had no choice but to kill him using his strongest technique. However, Happy continued to stand still and watch with a smile on his face, and just a few seconds later, he said that it was a dance of blades. Hearing this, the man was quite surprised. He stopped right there and asked the guy how he knew him. And our hero, with the same smile, replied that he knew someone who owned it. Hearing this, the red-haired man thought for a moment, and then declared that he knew an idiot who simply copied this technique, and he himself was trained in the true blade dance on his native soil. However, our hero did not agree with this at all, saying that the man was wrong, because the grandfather invented the blade dance. At this point, the man froze again, looking in surprise towards his opponent. While he explained with a joyful face that his blade dance was called the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the rumors only made him even more legendary. Having told how Lucastian could not stand it and managed to drag this legendary master into the arena, the redhead, hearing this, did not understand what the man was saying, because what arena and master was he talking about? But looking at that facial expression and the precise story, it all sounded quite convincing. Happy interrupted the man's thoughts by asking him when he was going to attack him. Hearing this, our hero's opponent became angry, shouting that he was about to attack, but stopped because of the chatter, shouting at the same time that the boy didn't even know the basics of blade dancing to talk about such things. And then he rushed back into battle with the thought that he would slowly pull him into the noose, intending to kill the guy in agony, bleeding from cuts. The main character, in turn, continued to stand in place with a satisfied face, and then, raising his hands, he began to move them with incredible speed, explaining to his opponent that he had not fully mastered the skill. Noticing these hand movements, the red-haired man immediately tensed up. Looking at the guy opposite him, it was as if he were looking in a mirror. The boy repeated his movements exactly, without the slightest mistake. The only thing the boy lacked was a weapon in his hands. There was not the slightest discrepancy, as if he was truly looking at a reflection of himself. Suddenly, Happy spoke again, saying that the most important thing in the blade dance is to spin the swords in a curve without slowing down. After all, these curved rotations serve as a defensive stance, while giving the opportunity to attack. He also told that the grandfather, the same master, was blind. Because of this flaw, he rotated his blades in a crooked manner, covering himself from all sides. While his opponents couldn't get close to him, they were thinking about how to get closer. The old man concentrated all his efforts to understand where exactly his enemy was. It is at this moment that the curve suddenly turns into a straight line and pierces the opponent right through. Grabbing the redhead by the hand and moving closer to him, Happy shouted that this was a real blade dance. The hired killer himself thought that this was his chance and swung his weapon sharply. But he didn't have time to strike because Happy did it first, hitting the man right in the chest. The redhead immediately began to tremble in pain, dropping the blades from his hands. Happy told his enemy, who was screaming in pain, that Lucastian was the only one who managed to gather legendary fighters from all over the world. And their last opponent every time was he, constantly winning them. It was with these words that he delivered a powerful blow to the killer's face. Holding his bleeding enemy, Our hero bent over him while his father, trembling, watched the proceedings. Suddenly, the red-haired man shouted, "Wait," grabbing our main character's hand. Having said that if he killed him right now, the girl would die too. The mother, who had come to her senses, immediately said that Ellie was with them too. The father, hearing this, could not believe his ears. With a smile on his face, Happy asked where the little one was, and his defeated opponent replied that they had gone into the central sewer, but he needed to get him. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist twisted the arm of his defeated opponent. He began to squeeze her hard while he groaned in pain. Happy whispered to him in a terrifying voice to take him there immediately, and the mercenary said something in a trembling voice. And so both heroes headed towards the door, while William's parents watched silently and fearfully. The father looked at the slave with a seemingly incomprehensible expression, having said words of apology, because he had communicated with him in the most disgusting way. However, our hero did not respond to this, and continued to leave the house in silence. And so, walking along the alleys of the town, Happy paid absolutely no attention to anyone. At times, squeezing the red-haired man's hand so that he wouldn't even think about running away. Sometime later, they reached the entrance to the sewer and immediately entered it. The hostage thought to himself that they had originally planned to lure the guy here, since most of them were hiding here. It was because of these thoughts that a smile appeared on his face, because the guy would soon die. Turning towards him, he intended to look at the frightened expression on the boy's face, but instead saw a terrifying smile. William himself, when he came home, saw his father and immediately asked him if Happy had come. The father, hearing this question, immediately remembered the boy who went after their daughter. At the moment when he apologized to him, he felt the thoughts of his son's friend, who said that he was doing all this for William's sake. Even the one who raised him in the arena called him a real monster before his death. Happy remembered the clear expression on his long-haired stepfather's face, who just before his death, looking at him, called him a monster. He didn't see a sweet child in front of him. His eyes gave it away. However, William was different. After everything he had seen, he still considered him a friend. Just like the family on the farm, who, after learning the whole truth, were still kind to him. Since he stepped outside the arena, he has increasingly been seen as an ordinary man. That's exactly what Happy told William, already closing the door to the old man, adding along the way that his black-haired friend shouldn't worry about his sister, intending to definitely return her, promising that everything would be fine with her. The son asked his father if he had really said that and immediately left. But without waiting for an answer, he immediately shouted at his father, because he needed to stop him and immediately report everything to the knights. Seeing this reaction, hearing this cry, the father was very surprised. He did not know what to answer his son. William himself, bending over, began to think about what Happy had asked him to trust, promising that everything would be fine. At that moment, sad thoughts began to fill him, and out of anger, he squeezed the hilt of the sword more and more. This was no ordinary fight or arena battle. He believed that Happy was heading to certain death. After all, these clowns in exile are capable of cutting off his head. Suddenly, the thought came to his mind that Happy was going to exchange his life for Ellie, so he decided to stop him. He immediately rushed to the side, shouting at his father to tell him that the clowns in exile had visited the farm. There was already a commotion within the knightly order, because they were informed that a guy with a sword was walking the streets. While everyone was bustling about, their captain was not happy because his meal had been interrupted. Suddenly, one of the knights shouted that they had identified him as William, which immediately interested the captain, who looked up from his food. The knight continued to report that the young man had killed 3 people and then gone home. Suddenly, the next knight opened the door, shouting to the captain that the clowns in exile had kidnapped the child. At this point, the captain's anger overwhelmed him and he immediately jumped up from his desk. Immediately rushing to the side, shouting that the girl was William's sister, the knight shouted that the boy was heading for the central sewer. As he fled, the captain thought about how the clowns in exile had at first quietly hid and multiplied in the ditch, but now they had begun to act openly because they had never done this before, believing that this was due to the student becoming increasingly famous by hunting them. Along the way, they also came to the conclusion that they sent the Stooges to kill William, but failed, and then decided to kidnap his younger sister so that they would have something to threaten him with. This is exactly what the captain came to, because the clowns wanted to deal with William's family as a lesson to others. Gritting his teeth in anger, the captain was very angry because he could have guessed this earlier. After all, no matter how good he is, there are hundreds of clowns in the sewers. That's almost an entire division. Going there alone is signing your own death warrant. His colleague, who had gotten ahead of him, shouted that he was going to the farm because they said that clowns had visited there too. The captain thought to himself that they were going to split their forces. However, he did not answer his subordinate, ordering him to return as quickly as possible. The captain's face looked tense. He was hoping for the best. Just like our main character's friend himself, the commander of the clowns in exile himself awaited the guests with a satisfied face. As soon as our hero's shadow appeared, the man with scars on his face immediately asked if he was William. Happy didn't answer right away, continuing to grin. Still with the same smile on his face, he said that everything was exactly like this. He was William. Not long before this, a human hand suddenly appeared right next to the royal knight's head. It was Sagar's hand that, with a powerful blow, blew off the helmet of one of the standing knights. He began to run away sharply to the side, while he stood still and looked in the direction of the one running away. Not understanding what happened right now because he didn't have time to understand. Sagar ran and shouted loudly that he was one of the clowns in exile, adding that he was going to rob the farm. The one standing without a helmet ordered the knight standing next to him to report everything. At this time, there was complete silence on the farm itself. Winnie was at home today, having taken the day off, bringing herbs with her. She took it to prepare a potion for Happy. She really wanted to brew some herbs for him that would ease the pain and help him sleep peacefully. However, one rather noisy fact bothered her. Sagar was sitting nearby, asking to let him catch his breath since he had run here as fast as he could. By this time, the same black-haired woman had already arrived here. One of the Netties was watching the house, collecting information. As soon as the clown commander heard this answer, he immediately burst out laughing. Finding the situation funny, Happy himself dealt with the redhead, throwing him into the water. The man with scars on his face found this situation funny because he really came to fight them. Happy himself replied that they were the first to decide to kill everyone, so he had no choice. As he began to emit a terrifying aura, he also said that he would fight even if he died. Everyone standing and watching this could not move because of this terrifying aura and the lust for murder. Moreover, no one, given the numerical superiority and the circumstances. They didn't expect the fight to actually start because they thought he was afraid to fight them. However, our hero continued to beat them one after another, moving with superhuman speed, jumping from one side to the other. His blows were so powerful that they knocked out opponents with one blow. It was his blows that became the signal for the start of the fight. Everyone immediately took up their weapons and began to approach the black-haired boy. Having pounced on him with the whole crowd, they intended to overcome him by numbers. However, Happy himself, looking at this, thought to himself that he did not come to them to compete. Therefore, he also took hold of the sharp weapon, adopting a fighting stance. Looking towards Ellie, he shouted to her that he would definitely save her. She, hearing this, was very surprised. Her soul felt good and calm from these words. And then he twisted, cutting down several opponents with one swing. However, the main character was not going to stop there. The opponents began to fall one after another because due to such speed, they did not even immediately feel the blows. One of the clowns grabbed his mortally wounded comrade by the head, angrily telling him to attack him too. At that very moment, Happy attacked him, wounding him right in the shoulder. And then, having directly cut the shoulder of the talker, he also cut the shoulder of the one standing next to him. The main character had no intention of leaving anyone alive, intending to kill everyone here. Therefore, he immediately jumped to the side so that he could rush into the attack again. His movements were incredible. Not only did he attack, but he also managed to dodge. One of the opponents, at the moment of the attack, managed to grab the boy by the arm in order to slow him down. However, he immediately received an attack on his hand. Happy did not even spare himself, because at that very moment, he personally pierced his own hand. The enemy was going to take advantage of this slowdown and immediately rush into attack. However, Happy's movements were still much faster than theirs. He used not only weapons, but all parts of his body, including his teeth. Blood sprayed in all directions, and a foul smell began to fill the air. Taking advantage of his advantage, he swung, intending to deliver a powerful punch. As our hero had planned, he destroyed several opponents with one blow. At that very moment, the opponents began to experience fear on an instinctive level. After all, after everything they had seen, they did not see a person in front of them. They saw a real monster. The commander, observing this, thought that the enemy was deliberately attacking in such a way that he could not be seriously wounded. By using the wounded as shields, the force of their blows is weakened, as they could hit their comrades. At that moment, Happy silently asked himself not to rush. Move slowly and deliberately, and then he will be able to save Ellie. The clown commander got angry and shouted for everyone to attack faster and kill him. However, his battle cry was interrupted by our hero, causing one of the clowns to scream in pain. And then he killed him so that everyone around him would lose their fighting spirit. Looking at this in surprise, the man with scars on his face thought that this could not be. After all, there are many more of them. The girl is theirs. They are on their territory. All the advantages were initially on their side. He didn't understand why this bastard could control the course of this fight. At that very moment, Ellie began to sob, her cheeks filling with tears. Bending down and realizing that there was no other choice, the clown commander loaded the crossbow, pointing a loaded weapon straight at the defenseless girl. Our main character immediately noticed this, immediately looking tensely towards the commander. And he, with a terrifying face, asked the boy if he wanted blood because he could get it right now. Throwing away his weapon this time, no longer dodging the attacks of his opponents, our hero rushed towards William's sister, receiving wounds along the way. Looking at this, the clown commander again found the situation funny because he wouldn't make it in time. And then he pulled the trigger, launching an arrow straight towards the little girl. And Happy himself understood that he wouldn't make it in time. The blood began to fly in all directions. The arrow hit its target, but Happy's face looked surprised. After all, his friend William managed to protect his sister at the very last moment. The former arena fighter did not understand where his friend came from. However, deciding that he couldn't stop now, he immediately jumped onto the wall and began to climb up, grabbing the clown commander by the leg while he stood there, trying to figure out what had just happened. As soon as Happy grabbed it, he immediately pulled it down, throwing his opponent off the wall, intending to end it all right now. He fell loudly to the ground, and a loud roar was heard that echoed throughout the entire sewer. While the scarred man was reeling in pain, Happy landed calmly on his feet, telling William to take his sister and get out of here. As soon as the gray-haired man heard Happy address his comrade by name, he immediately began to think. William himself appeared here a long time ago, at the very moment when his comrade was fighting in full force. In the chaos of the battle, while all the clowns were busy with Happy, he was able to sneak up on Ellie and save her life. Shaking, William began to apologize to his comrades. Looking at this reaction, the boy's younger sister did not understand why he was angry. However, our hero, with the same smile on his face, asked him to take care of his sister, and then shouted even louder that he was now going to entrust him with all his strength, asking him to believe in him. At that very moment, the guy's expression changed. William wanted to help Happy, even if it meant certain death, but he could only watch. What Happy showed was far beyond the scope of a normal fight or competition. He closed his sister's eyes so that she would not see this horror. Heart-rending cries of pain began to ring out as the former arena fighter hacked at his enemies left and right. The clown commander, as soon as he came to his senses, immediately stood up and began to aim. When he was about to kill this impudent boy, his anger knew no bounds. Suddenly he noticed something, stopped, and became completely immersed in thought. After all, no matter how much he aimed before, he missed, believing that this was definitely not a coincidence. The boy reacts every time he tries to shoot him. Their enemy moves as if he has eyes everywhere, watching every corner. William himself, closing his sister's eyes, did not take his eyes off her. He couldn't take his eyes off this fight. It was the first time in his life he had seen something like this. The student initially thought that Happy was just a good fighter. But then, when I saw the guy's true strength, I started to think, how strong is the former arena champion, who has never lost a single fight? And right now, he realized, he had begun to answer this question. It doesn't matter who the opponent is, his friend Happy is invincible. The clown commander himself did not understand who they were fighting, wondering if there was really a human in front of him. Deciding that there was no other way out of this situation, he pulled the trigger. The arrow began to fly at incredible speed, straight through the clown's members. However, Happy abruptly threw his weapon out of his hands, starting to move it to the side. Thus, he dodged the attack, and by pulling one of the clowns, he put him right in the line of fire. There were shouts. Some of the fighters began to pay attention to the boss, who at that moment threw down his weapon, rushing towards the battle. As he ran, he threw off the cloak that had enveloped his body. Throwing his hands behind his back, he grabbed the blades and pulled them out. He ordered his subordinates to step aside, intending to take matters into his own hands. But the first attack missed. Happy managed to dodge at the very last moment. Noticing that the boy dodged at the last moment, he decided that this was his chance. He raised his hand and attacked the boy, but even then Happy repelled the attack with a smile on his face. And then, taking advantage of the enemy's mistake, he jumped to the side. Deciding to take the offensive, the clown commander in exile continued his attack. Happy also raised his weapon, taking a fighting stance, preparing to repel the attacks. One by one, the clown commander felt like he was fighting a real monster, starting to scream that they couldn't finish everything in this hole. After all, they had only just begun to take revenge on the king. He was not going to surrender here. Shouting that for the king, they were just cannon fodder, scum, who everyone then made fun of. All this time, they were filled with hatred for these fools and clowns. At that moment, Happy himself thought to himself that he had often observed similar situations in the arena. a life filled only with hatred for this world and the people who are to blame for their troubles. Remembering his father, who asked him if he hated his parents for abandoning him. And then, putting his hand on his head, he said that there was no need to hate them, adding that the guy never allowed hatred to consume him otherwise. He will become more terrible than those he hates. His adoptive father was right. And then, at some point, the fight between these two stopped. Happy, piercing the clown commander's stomach, said that those people from the arena always ended up the same way. The man with scars on his face began to cough painfully, drooling. As soon as Happy let go of his sword, the clown commander immediately fell to the ground, while Happy was saying that everyone in the arena ended up in a pool of their own blood. When William saw this, he couldn't believe it, because they were able to win. Immediately stood up and shouted about it throughout the entire sewer system, and then adding that Happy was able to defeat the clowns in exile while the other clowns ran away. Approaching his comrade, William turned to him, hearing the strange sounds his comrade was making. His comrade did not answer. The black-haired student repeated again, calling Happy. And literally a second later, he fell to the ground. William immediately rushed towards his friend. However, he replied with a smile on his face that they needed to get to the farm quickly, because Grandma would give him medicine so that his friend would get better soon. Hearing these words, the black-haired man's entire body shuddered and began to tremble. Kneeling down, he said it was time for them to go, but also assumed that the soldiers were already there. The knight captain, who was walking, did not understand why no one was blocking their path, assuming that the guards had arrived before them. Suddenly, as soon as they moved on, all his thoughts suddenly disappeared. Seeing the black-haired guy, he immediately recognized Happy's smile in him. And then, looking around, I didn't understand why all the clowns in exile were lying in stacks. That day, only one man defeated the clowns in exile. Many of them still hung around the area, but without a leader, they had completely lost their former strength. But rumors spread by a wounded soldier distorted the original story. After all, his eyes were met with a picture that he did not see immediately since he arrived last. He saw William, telling everyone that he had defeated all the clowns in exile with one sword, calling him the hero of an entire era. The knightly order immediately began to discuss the fact that this was the same bounty hunter. In the tavern, they also began to discuss what had happened and the rumors circulating around one young man. And even at the university itself, where our hero himself studied. In the market, where, in general, all possible rumors always accumulate. At some point, rumors of this reached the king himself. Before the official report on the case was ready, William's fame spread faster than the wind. But even before the rumors began to spread, as soon as the battle was over, Happy returned to the farm, and although his strength was running out, he ran headlong, clinging to the remnants of his slipping consciousness. The clown commander was put behind bars, who recognized the captain and asked if the one who cleaned up the shit was now the captain. The gray-haired captain himself silently looked in his direction with his piercing gaze. The captain told the man sitting there that he had respected him until he was driven out and became a rebel. After all, who would have thought that a war hero would become the leader of a gang of outcast rebels? Blaming one and the same guy mentioned over and over again in his story. The captain of the Knights asked if he was talking about the man who, 20 years ago, had killed an entire detachment returning from a campaign with one hand. As the captain expected to answer, he heard a positive answer. That day, the rebel miraculously managed to escape. He remembered everything clearly. The man held the baby with one hand, and with the other he chopped left and right. He killed everyone just because they got in his way. The king was furious. Having ordered the clowns to stop these tales and expelled them all, immediately after this he became the shame of all the knights, and how they did not make fun of him in revelries and drinking bouts. He was called a coward, a traitor, a deserter, and a madman. And so he saw this monster again, comparing the boy he fought with and that buffalo. The prisoner told the captain to go and tell the king how the guy had killed an entire army with one hand, because after that he would call him a clown too. However, the knight captain did not respond to this, only looking away. The prisoner lowered his head and asked for an answer, because he wanted to know what kind of monster he was fighting. As he left, the captain of the knights promised that he would find out everything. Suddenly he stopped abruptly, turned to the former knight and told that no one died in that battle, suggesting that no one intended to kill them from the very beginning. He added that if the guy were a monster, he would not hesitate to walk over people's heads, just like the prisoner did when he was about to shoot the girl. As he was leaving, he called the clown commander a monster because he was the only one who turned out to be such in that battle. Running headlong, Happy's thoughts were only about one thing, about the very man who raised him, who taught him to walk and told him most about the outside world, how he worried about him, asking him not to think about anything and to breathe as deeply as possible. He recalled the moment when the boy's entire face was covered in blood. And the adoptive father scolded the boy because the wounds were too deep. He asked Happy not to fight with strong opponents. But Happy didn't really listen to him, thinking about the next fight. When he began to understand what the arena was, he realized that he needed to become stronger somehow. The long-haired man didn't understand why the young man was so fixated on strong opponents, because the more he proved himself, the higher Lucastian's expectations would be. But Happy continued to look silently towards the man, because every time he thought about only one thing, it was when his father would disappear forever. How the blade that plunged into his body would take him, killing him. How he will be thrown into a pit, and he will disappear absolutely forever. He didn't want this to happen. He was going to deal with it himself, only his father never suffered. Happy grabbed his father's hand and smiled happily. Seeing such a reaction, the man was naturally very surprised. After all, Happy had told him that he couldn't bear the thought of being alone. He only had him. He was the warmth that he felt. He was the whole world for our main character. But in the end, it was taken from him. The whole world was taken from Happy. And so he found a new world, which he loved just as much. The knight standing in front of the house tried to stop our main character. Happy didn't stop, so they decided to use force. With a slight movement, he knocked the weapons out of the attacker's hands and rushed on. One of the knights shouted for them to stop the boy as quickly as possible. And so Happy ran into the house, his cheeks covered in tears. He saw his surprised relatives who were silently looking in his direction. The knights immediately grabbed the guy and began to drag him out of the house, pulling him out by force. Winnie, seeing our hero, immediately rushed to hug him, squeezing him as tightly as possible. Our hero felt warmth the very moment the yellow-haired girl hugged him. The girl said in a trembling voice that they were safe and sound. She was happy because everything worked out. One of the knights was pushed aside by a senior officer, thereby pushing him aside. At that moment, Happy himself was looking at his hand, which was covered in blood, looking at the blood that fell on his eye, thus reflecting the eyes at the moment of falling. And then this drop fell. The boy heard a voice that asked him not to be sad. He heard words that one day his world would return to him again. A drop of blood began to flow directly down the protagonist's cheek. The black-haired hero stood in the same position for a few more minutes, completely absorbed in himself. Sometime later, they entered the house. Everyone gathered in Happy's room, waiting for him to fall asleep. And as soon as the boy fell asleep, they immediately put out the candle. The granny worriedly wished the guy a good rest. At that moment, Vinnie herself was standing on the street. The knight was telling her that they had received a tip, but it was false. He was going to leave the squad for patrol and return himself. The crippled Sagar watched all this from a nearby tree. Sitting in the tree, he said that the farm might be safer if the slave died. However, he also understood that if he died, it would be hard to look at this family. He didn't know they were so worried about this boy. He himself seriously injured the woman who came for Happy's family, assuming that she would never return here again. Looking around, he wondered if he should wait until the patrol finished its rounds. Suddenly, I felt a rather gloomy atmosphere, which appeared suddenly, raising a small stream of wind behind it. The gaze immediately turned tensely downwards, because the shadow of a man appeared there. And right after her, a knight appeared, holding a torch, who addressed him by name, saying that he had asked him to act without any initiative, adding that their goal was to kill the king, not to save some useless people. He warned him that if he deviated from their plans again, they would simply get rid of him. And then he began to follow further, according to the so-called patrol. Sagar didn't respond to this, only looking somewhat heavily towards the farmer's house. Gradually, the sun began to rise and the official report was made. And so, early in the morning, rumors began to spread. Now everyone knew the truth. One of the men, standing in the square, shouted loudly that he would now announce the order of His Majesty. He immediately turned to William, and then fell silent to allow a short pause. At that moment, another man in a red robe came to the farmer's house and addressed him. The duo was ordered to come to the palace that very minute and appear before the king. The duo's family could not believe what they heard. Arriving at the palace, they loudly announced that William and his servant had arrived, and everyone was surprised that the servant would also be rewarded. No one could believe that they would see a slave rise so high. The man began to pat William on the shoulder, saying that he wished him luck. Having explained that as soon as the boy entered, the king would immediately knight him. He began to tell her that all the boy needed to do was kneel and accept the rank, because from that moment on, fame and fortune would follow him, and everyone would honor him as a hero. However, William, lowering his head, answered the man that he did not deserve all this. Those who heard such an answer were quite surprised, because they did not understand why he was saying this. And William continued, saying that neither the bounty hunting nor the victory over the clowns in exile, none of this was his merit. He added that Happy, who came with him, did all this, and all he did was run away and hide. Having begun to apologize, he repeated again that he was not worthy of this rank. The man who was explaining to the boy the correct behavior in front of the king exhaled heavily. He said that they knew this well, and then, in an even more gloomy voice, added that His Majesty knew about everything when he made the decision, explaining that if they were to immediately promote Happy tonight, it would be scary to think about the noble's reaction, so the king would deliberately free the slave first and then elevate him to the status of squire. He said with relief that it was good that word was spreading about the great hero William. It was a wonderful story, because the best student from the best university became a knight. As he left, he added that this was confidential information and asked the guy not to spread the word. And then he told the boy to come out when he was ready. And so, sometime later, William was already kneeling before the king, listening to his exploits that had driven evil out of their kingdom. The king knighted the boy while he continued to stand silently. And then, at the very end of his speech, he shouted loudly that from that moment on he was dedicating him to the royal knights, and the crowd immediately began to rejoice. And finally, he ordered that his slave be elevated to the rank of knightly squires, so that he would continue to accompany him. The king said that he expected further great feats from them. Already walking around the palace, all the maids were discussing the black-haired hero William. The former student himself was not happy, apologizing to Happy, because everything got out of control. However, Happy, with a smile on his face, said that everything worked out only because William was next to him. He thanked the guy. The former arena fighter also added that he still knows little about this world and does not know how to react correctly to different situations, as William does. He had no idea that it was dangerous to walk at night, and he didn't even know what robbers were, remembering their first meeting after they were released from prison. Along the way, he said that when his family was attacked and his sister was kidnapped, he didn't know at all that he needed to report it to the guards, and simply chased after them. Laughing, he said that he only knew how to fight, so if it weren't for William, he wouldn't have been able to save his sister and would have lost everyone. Turning to his comrade, Happy proudly declared that his friend was the strongest he had ever seen. After all, he made decisions without delay. This is not the strength that a trained body possesses. The protagonist introduced everything to the fact that, by observing him, he learns, so he suggested that they continue in the same spirit, without losing themselves. Hearing these words, William could not take his eyes off his friend. Now he was sure that this was the beginning of a strong and long friendship. Clenching his fist, he promised himself that from now on he would never run away or hide behind his friend's back. Immediately turning to Happy, William said that since everything had turned out this way, he wanted to become his true self, and not live in pretense. He wanted to become stronger so that something like this would never happen again. He promises to teach Happy everything he knows, and in return asks the guy to train him so that he himself becomes stronger. Happy, hearing this, was even confused for a second. And then, with a joyful face, he replied, shaking hands, promising that he too would teach him everything he knew. As they left the building, William said that they needed to greet all the knights first and then go home. And then, sometime later, cries began to be heard that they were not going to recognize the slave. One man shouted that a slave could not become their equal. His anger knew no bounds. He couldn't agree with this. Throwing his blade towards Happy, he shouted that he wasn't going to acknowledge him. The sword stopped exactly at the feet of our main hero. While this same man was shouting, insulting our hero, he was going to show everyone that a slave was not worthy of standing here. William, holding his wounds, asked his comrade to stop because it was the king's decision, and they had no choice. Throwing up his hands, the enraged man asked William if he really recognized an ordinary servant. After all, the blood from the battle with the clowns in exile had not yet had time to cool. Explaining everything with a cry that gradually turned into hysteria, that William was now a knight and deserved respect and honor, calling him a hero. And then, starting to point his finger at Happy again, he shouted that he was a rootless scum. Feeling a terrifying aura from his friend, William mentally asked him to shut up because he really could die, believing that this one was already going too far. The long-haired man himself, looking at William, thought that his excitement confirmed the fact of his servant's weakness. He was going to make him feel so worthless that the slave would want to leave. Taking the sword in his hands, Happy told William not to worry, because he understood his situation perfectly well and wanted to figure everything out himself. And so, sometime later, they were already standing in the center of the training hall and a crowd of men surrounded them. Happy, with a smile on his face, shouted that it was time for them to start. Those watching this laughed, because the slave did not even know how to hold a sword correctly, and they talked among themselves about how it was obvious that he was holding a sword for the first time. The one who provoked this fight said that judging by his face, the slave did not understand the situation he was in, adding that he should not think that this was a friendly duel. He was going to show him what happens when you mess with a knight without abilities and status. He was about to unleash his full force on his head, striking him straight in the jaw, but Happy instantly blocked the attack. His opponent didn't understand anything and started laughing again, asking how he liked his strength. He shouted that a slave like him had been whipped all his life, so he considered it an honor. Honor when the knight's sword falls upon him. And then one of the attacks seemed to have achieved its goal. Seeing this, the knight immediately began to laugh loudly, simultaneously insulting Happy. Happy fell to his knees and the man swung again, intending to hit him in the back. Looking at this naturally, William's instinct to worry immediately kicked in. However, he immediately dismissed these thoughts, remembering his comrade's words and thinking that he was pretending. The knight himself, about to attack, shouted for the slave to beg him for mercy. Happy, hearing these words, raised his head and looked at his opponent. And then, throwing out his sword, he quickly jumped to the side. His speed was incredible. He immediately launched a kick, hitting his attacker right in the torso, and everyone watching the fight opened their mouths. While their comrade strained in pain, his stomach was filled with pain. As soon as the onlookers came to their senses, they immediately began insulting Happy, asking which knight would throw down his sword to attack with his fists. Hearing this, William was sure that Happy had only hit the boy once. He thought at the same time that the enemy was lucky that Happy had used his fists, because if he had made such an attack with a sword, the knight could have died. The knight himself, clutching his stomach, clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that he had never felt such pain in his life. The pain from that one blow was far worse than all the years of training put together. Looking at the slave standing in front of him, he saw something incredible in him. Taking the swords in his hands, Happy, with a smile on his face, asked his opponent not to be afraid, because if he gave in to pain, he would lose the battle. And then, his face changing, he asked with a more terrifying voice if he was here for the sake of victory. And then he began to slowly approach the enemy, ordering him to be patient. This lesson turned out to be completely different from those that the long-haired man learned in training. He could not accept that this lesson was being taught to him by an ordinary slave. Happy himself, still with the same smile on his face, swung his weapon, saying that it was his turn to attack. The royal knight attempted to block the attack by holding his sword in front of him. However, it flew apart, accompanied by the surprised cries of those watching. They could not believe their eyes. Suddenly, the captain's cry was heard, asking what they had done here. At that very moment, Happy stopped, right in front of his opponent's face, who almost shit his pants from fear. As he walked to the center of the hall, the captain shouted at everyone because he had ordered the newcomers to be brought in, and they had decided to give them a warm welcome. He explained to everyone that he had personally chosen them and brought them into the order, adding that if someone was unhappy with something, they should deal with him. And then he leaned over to the long-haired man, saying in a rough voice that, as he looked at it, he was not happy with many of his decisions. Happy's opponent immediately screamed in fear that this was not so. The rest of the crowd repeated the words of the long-haired knight word for word. They were all scared. After a short silence, the captain exhaled heavily, telling everyone to go away. At once, the whole crowd took to flight, trying to leave the hall as quickly as possible. For a few more seconds, he looked towards the door where the knights had fled, clearly showing with his whole appearance that he was angry. And then he turned towards the newcomers, saying that they would no longer have to cross paths with them, since he had accepted them into the order not for service, but so that they could shine with their faces. He also added that they would have no training or assignments. They just needed to learn court etiquette and show up at social events. William, hearing this, thought that he would be able to show his abilities, and Happy would get rid of the negative reaction due to his status. How William asked the captain if he could watch the training from the sidelines. The captain, hearing this, asked in surprise why he needed this, since this was not discussed. And the former student explained that if he continued to pretend, sooner or later the day would come when he would have to show himself. He no longer wanted to blame himself for weakness. He no longer wanted to be ashamed and run away from problems. He wanted to become someone who could firmly hold not only a pen, but also a sword in his hand. The gray-haired commander of the Royal Knights, hearing these words, thought about it. Thought the king had created a mask, but now the real face was showing through. Turning to Happy, the captain asked him if he was going there too, to which he immediately received a positive answer with a beaming face. The protagonist explained that they had promised each other to become stronger. The captain, hearing these words, was even more surprised, remembering how he was told about Happy, how Lucastian raised him from infancy, and how he participated in battles from an early age. He also clearly remembered being told that although all the fighters were now criminals, there had previously been an unimaginable number of strong fighters there. After all, Wars were common in those days, so prisoners from the battlefield filled the arena, and now the captain realized that Happy was the strongest of the strongest. At this point, the subordinate captain's report ended. Reading the report, the captain was dissatisfied because he could have learned firsthand about Happy if Lucastian had been alive. All information about Happy was classified, to which the subordinate replied that if they followed the trail further, they would be able to find out more information. Assuming that if the captain wanted this, there must be another reason for the investigation, since Lucastian himself was already dead. And the captain replied that although he wasn't sure, he thought the guy might be connected to the incident. The data from that region strangely overlapped with that massacre. Looking at Happy, the captain thought that the investigation could wait. For now, he should just watch them. His instincts told him that these two would cause trouble. After all, as the common saying goes, a fisherman sees a fisherman from afar. Looking at these two, he understood, no, he was sure that they would both go far. Seeing them, he felt the determination rising in him, which had cooled since he became a commander. His whole body was starting to wake up again, so he immediately shouted that he would fix everything, asking them to leave it as it was for now, but promised that he would solve everything. And so, sometime later, Happy returned to the farm. He told his grandma and grandpa that he had become a knight squire, showing an official document. Those who heard this froze in place, their faces changed. Happy asked about Winnie with a happy face, and Grandpa replied that she had gone to work. Happy also showed off the reward by taking out a bag and giving it to his elders, saying that it was entirely theirs. The old man began to hug the bag, shouting that he was dreaming all this, while the granny continued to stand there with surprised eyes looking towards the main character. Happy asked if he could go to training with William, to which the old woman replied, of course, because Happy was now a free man, he no longer needed to help around the house. However, as he ran away, Happy shouted that he would do everything as soon as he returned home. The old woman rejoiced, saying that the children were growing up quickly and the grandfather called the boy their blessing. From their very first day in the order, Happy and William began their journey to strength through training. They trained alone, watching the knights themselves train. Happy was the one who took the initiative to go and watch the training. Pointing to one guy, he told William that she was the best one here. He asked him to watch how she wielded her sword, as he carefully calculated the distance between himself and his opponent, and also shifted his center of gravity. Explaining to his friend that this was only possible if he stood up straight, William listened carefully to Happy's words, observing the example. The guy would first establish the center and only then launch his sword. William was surprised, because his stance was different from the others, and he moved much more nimbly than the others. Having heard such explanations from William, Happy praised his comrade, saying that he had excellent observation skills. The best one himself was covered in sweat, because he felt a close gaze in his direction, as did the others, because as they expected, the heroes immediately identified the best knight. After the practical training, William explained the theory to Happy. He taught him to read by telling him about each letter, and so, sometime later, the black-haired man suggested that his friend read the sentence. Happy managed to do it on the first try, which surprised his teacher. Surprised, the former student of a top university asked him how he managed it. And the boy, with a smile on his face, said that he simply guessed based on what he had taught him. On the street, Happy learned where the west was and that the sun was shining in the distance and why it was noon. They taught each other everything. The former arena fighter also learned to count. William gave him problems that Happy had to answer using logic and mathematical calculations. Listening to the answers, the hero was surprised. He was sure that the guy had an academic mindset. Happy was a quick learner. Suddenly, our main character turned to his friend because William did not answer him. Having come to his senses, the black-haired man immediately replied that that was enough, since it was already late, and suggested continuing tomorrow. Happy was surprised by this, so he raised his head and saw that the sun was no longer there. He didn't understand when it had gotten dark, because it had only been morning recently. As he started to run away, he shouted to his friend that it was great. William lowered his head and shouted his agreement. Thinking to himself that he was not going to fall behind, he held a textbook for knights in his hands. Winnie was at home, thinking that it was already dark. She understood that it was dangerous to walk at night. She didn't know whether she should go home or stay in the shop. She wondered what had happened after Happy had been summoned to the palace, as 3 whole days had passed. Because of work, she was unable to get home, and breathing heavily, she continued to think about how much she wanted to go home. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, immediately interrupting all her thoughts. Without opening the door, she shouted that they were already closed. But the door began to open slowly, and from behind it came a joyful voice that shouted that it was Happy. Coming inside, still with the same smile on his face, he said that he had come for her, offering to go home. Winnie asked her grandfather if he would take her home, to which she immediately received a positive answer from the guy, who adding that the old man told him that his granddaughter needed to be brought to the festive table. She asked again in surprise, because she didn't understand what kind of holiday it was. Suddenly, she immediately jumped closer to the guy, asking how everything went. She wanted to know. And Happy explained that the king had granted him freedom and appointed him a knight's squire. Hearing this, Winnie screamed with joy because this was amazing news. Now she understood everything. With a happy face, she asked the guy what he wanted her to do. And the boy himself, with a smile on his face, replied that he liked that she became happier from this news. Winnie continued to praise the guy, imagining how happy his grandmother was. Happy said that the old woman was incredibly happy, adding that she also said that things would finally get better for them. And then Happy fell silent, holding a short pause. He added, telling Winnie that she didn't have to work anymore. He was going to always protect her. She stopped short when she heard these words. She couldn't believe what she heard. Looking ahead, she saw a huge back, like a wall. He immediately ran closer and placed his hand on the back of our main character. Happy was surprised by such actions and stopped. And the girl thanked him in return, saying that for the first time in her life she could rely on someone. Happy didn't respond to this, only looking in her direction. This awkward silence was interrupted again by the yellow-haired girl, who asked the guy if he was taking his medicine, to which she heard a positive answer, and also that he felt better. And so, sometime later, they got home and were met by a joyful grandfather. Winnie, looking at all this, was very surprised. After all, there was a real feast here. Winnie didn't understand why it was on their farm. The old man Shovel arrived and greeted the hosts together with Cigar. Cigar immediately congratulated Happy by shaking his hand. Winnie leaned toward her grandfather with concern, asking if this wasn't supposed to be a regular family dinner, since he had invited so many people. And the grandfather proudly declared that he had invited the whole neighborhood, absolutely everyone. The granddaughter did not understand where he got so much money, and the grandfather replied that he spent the entire reward. The yellow-haired girl didn't understand what kind of reward it was. It was the first time she had heard about it. And from behind her back, Happy happily said that he received it for being appointed squire. Hearing this, she immediately screamed angrily that all this was done with Happy's money. Suddenly, one of the men shouted to the old man to push his toast quickly. Hearing this, the old man immediately began to look around in an incomprehensible way. Having shouted that they were now drinking for the future royal knight Happy, everyone immediately supported this. Hearing this, our main character clapped his hands joyfully. As time went on, people gradually came, having fun. Everyone approached our main character, congratulating him, to which our hero shyly responded with gratitude. Winnie's grandfather addressed her as she sat discontentedly. Having said that, even though Happy became free, the fact that he was Radom will not change. He explained to her that he would be haunted by a stigma, and there would be people who would not want to acknowledge him and would harm him. The old man did it precisely for this reason, so that people would remember that Happy is their family and harming him means harming their family. Happy has already shown what they mean to him, so they also have to show him what he means to them. Winnie said with sadness in her voice that she should have told him about this earlier. However, Grandpa interrupted her, saying that what was more important that they had to show Happy was what it meant to live together. After listening to her grandfather's words, she looked closely, and this time, Happy's face was truly happy. Looking at him, a smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, William called out from behind him, and the main character immediately recognized him by his voice. Seeing his comrade, the former arena fighter offered his friend to try some delicacies, as there were a lot of them there. At that very moment, their further actions were interrupted by William's father. Approaching our main character, he stood right in front of him, silently looking in his direction. And then, bowing, he sincerely asked for forgiveness for the rude words addressed to him. He repented. Seeing this, Happy continued to silently look towards William's father. Just a few seconds later, he happily extended his hand, saying that he never hated them. They shook hands while the black-haired knight's family watched happily. Ellie also ran up to him, calling Happy brother. She said that she embroidered a gift for him, thanking him for saving her. Taking this handkerchief, Happy thanked William's little sister. By this time, the main character's grandfather had already arrived, telling them not to stand aside. Teacher Sagara told his student that he would eat it all and go dig his own grave. After all, he felt sick looking at this old man, and also telling Sagar that if he achieves something, he will also throw a feast for him, because while he is young, he has something to strive for. Then he went to fill himself a new glass because the beer was gone. Sagar himself was not listening to his grandfather at that moment at all, as he was in a trance. Behind him stood a man who turned to him and said that the date had been set. Exactly 2 months from now, at the opening ceremony of the Knights tournament, while everyone will be watching the tournament. They will finish off the king. The faces of the two were terrifying. And so the selection for the nightly tournament began, and an arena was erected to host it. A huge number of people came to watch this spectacle. Every year to participate in tournament fights, the 10 best knights and 10 best squires are selected. It is a great honor for squires to fight in battle against the knights themselves. If you perform well in a tournament, you can quickly obtain the title of knight. This is why the competitive selection process among squires is extremely fierce. While Happy was studying the information about the selection, someone tried to grab him from behind, but he dodged. The man standing there called the protagonist an idiot for asking if he would burn a piece of paper with his eyes. With a nasty smile on his face, he told the boy to forget about participating in the selection, because his family belonged to a very noble family. He explained that they are responsible for the arena's maintenance, equipment, food, and prize money. So he proudly declared that this was his arena. And then, starting to point towards our hero, he added that he was very upset because a stinking slave appeared in his arena. Hearing this, our hero immediately began to turn his gaze forward, while he continued to say that not only his family thought so, but also the families of other squires. Grabbing the arm of the long-haired guy whom Happy had defeated on his first day, he asked if he thought the same thing. He asked the guy if he had given him a scolding. Along the way, he began to describe how it could have been, where the slave begged for mercy, assuming Happy was screaming like a baby. Hearing this, the main character laughed, smiling, saying that he had not thought of participating, but since he wanted it, he would take part. Hearing this, the so-called owner of the arena was naturally surprised. And then, with a smile on his face, he exhaled heavily. After saying goodbye, he said that he had no chance because someone like him would not be allowed to participate. Following him, the rest of the crowd of squires began to leave. Sitting at the table, William told Happy about how the liberal arts exam was first added as an entry requirement for the tournament. Hearing this, Happy asked again because he didn't know what it was. And his friend explained that before choosing participants, they want to assess their level of knowledge. He thought that in this way, the organizing family was trying to completely exclude Happy from the competition. The squire who had recently humiliated Happy thought for the best, saying that he had a present for him. He said with a satisfied face that these were the answers to the liberal arts exam. However, he lowered his head and replied that he did not need them. Having heard such an answer, the brown-haired man began to humiliate his comrade, asking if he was really okay with the fact that he could fall from first place. After all, this could tarnish the honor of his family. It was after these words that the best squire snatched up the piece of paper with the answers. The comrade who came to him was pleased with such actions, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. In his ear, he whispered that it would be nice if their families shared first place, offering to work on a beautiful painting. Happy was laughing at this point as he listened to William's story. He, in turn, sat with a serious face, studying all the information. And as soon as he finished studying, he asked the guy if he wanted to try it, explaining that it was understandable that he hadn't had as much time to study all of this as the others. Therefore, he will definitely fall behind. Even if they devote the rest of the week to studying, it will still not be enough. He also added that everyone understands that they specifically want to take down Happy, so he could have anticipated some of the questions. Hearing this, the main character asked if this was really possible. William said that he got the highest marks at university, not only because he studied a lot, but because he better understood the examiner's intentions. And if they were lucky and guessed some of the questions, they could well count on a passing grade, but the chances were slim. And even to achieve such a result, Happy had to give his all. And so, a week later, Happy passed his liberal arts exam, and everyone looked at him in surprise, not believing their eyes. There was a month left before the tournament, and Happy's success was infuriating many. The organizing family in particular, they couldn't believe it, because a slave shouldn't even be able to read, especially those families whose sons did worse on the exam than Happy himself. And only those who knew that Happy sat with books every night were ashamed of themselves. This was the very best squire who copied. The bosses who evaluated the exam itself were also angry. In Happy's answers, they heard references to the values and tactics of heroes from wars long past. He told what his adoptive father had once told him, repeating his words exactly that in war, the desire to protect the people must suppress the desire to break the enemy. Therefore, the tactics he mentioned are not intended to destroy life, but to save it. It was after these words that everyone froze, because they hadn't heard anything like this for a long time. They started to talk among themselves about whether this was really that boy Happy, while simultaneously saying that the organizer's will was for the lowest score. The captain of the Royal Knights did not participate in their discussions. I thought to myself, I don't know if this will help him, but I gave him a point. He had hoped that he would not participate in the tournament as it would create a lot of commotion, But now that he heard the guy, he changed his mind. He now considered him not just a fighter from the arena, now he understood everything. And most importantly, why Lucastian risked his life to protect him. Clenching his fist with impatience, he wished to see his way. Suddenly, Happy asked William if he was going to participate in the selection, since he was already a knight, so he didn't have to take the exam. However, he lowered his head and thought that he shouldn't do this, because with his current skills, he would only disgrace himself. Suddenly, Happy interrupted his sad chatter, asking whether he would have participated if he knew how to fight. The other squires, watching Happy's actions, could not believe that he was seriously planning to participate in the tournament. Watching Happy swing his sword while Knight William sat next to him, everyone was envious, because they also wanted to learn from the best. The squire from the organizing family thought that this was a waste of effort, since Happy's stance was terrible. He thought that the guy just had to come out against him and then he would smear him across the wall. Having ordered everyone to leave, he said that there was no point in embarrassing them, since Happy had hidden there specifically like a rat. Happy himself asked William if he saw the movements because he was copying him. The knight asked in surprise if he had really been standing like that with a sword, thinking that the guys standing there were laughing at them. Once Happy showed his sides, he realized he was no good. He needed to get stronger. The main character offered to fight him to correct his stance. He was going to repeat the movements and prepare for him what needed to be corrected. While adapting to the guy, as soon as he improves his actions, a month before the tournament, he needs to try to defeat the former arena champion by any means possible. Hearing this, William couldn't believe that this was even possible, because Happy could fight exactly like him. But Happy wasn't joking. He asked his comrade to stand up and take the sword in his hands. The so-called nobleman who was sitting there was happy because there was no training today. At this moment, William was training, thinking about how to control his opponent's gaze and steps. By observing this, it was possible to predict the movements, thereby repelling the attack and trying to attack in response. However, the boy forgot that the enemy was also watching him and was also repelling attacks. Happy, in turn, repeated the movements of his comrade, forcing him to retreat, jumping to the side. William realized it was too late, as he should have chosen the right time to attack. Futile attacks drain a lot of his strength, and at the same time, he needs to dodge. He thought that after he started fighting himself, he began to understand how to move. He thought it was something like a game of chess. While he was fighting, he had to predict every move and build a strategy. Now he began to understand what kind of world Happy was fighting in. Although it was sad, William was happy, because he began to understand his friend. While fighting, he thought about who he should protect, because he had a family, which needed his protection. He wanted to come to terms with his weakness. Seeing himself being attacked, he realized that Happy had deliberately exposed himself to the attack in order to land the attack. He needed to make quick decisions on how to protect himself. But almost immediately, he discarded these thoughts, having clearly made his decision. He didn't need to defend himself, but on the contrary, he needed to counterattack. Suddenly, I felt pain right in my throat. Beads of sweat began to run down his entire body. He realized that he had lost. Laughing, he said out loud that Happy had deliberately pretended to hit the scythe himself, but had turned it into a normal lunge. And then he breathed a sigh of relief and began to smile. William's face now looked truly happy. Time passed, training continued. Looking forward, he saw the reflection of his own body, even his facial features, which began to gradually disappear. It was Happy. And so, Happy congratulated the guy because this was his 330th victory. The main character was happy about this because William became much stronger. William himself was breathing heavily. His body had changed quite a lot during this period of time. He thought to himself that he had barely managed to win this time. There was only one day left until the qualifiers themselves. Over the course of a month, Happy had been remaking himself countless times. Looking at him, William was surprised by his comrade. After all, he perfectly copied William's mistakes, his habits, and even his strategies. Even with a wound to his shoulder, he not only adapted to it, but became like the wound himself. Suddenly, Happy turned to William, saying that they could finish early today so they could have a good rest before the qualifiers. Hearing this, William agreed with a happy face. The captain told our hero that he would not participate in the tournament, because all he needed to do was stand next to him and watch from the sidelines. He was going to tell him this after the qualifying rounds, but was surprised that the boy himself came to him with this question. The captain explained that if he became involved with the knight, then everything would immediately become clear to everyone. After listening, William lowered his head without answering. He was deep in thought, because he believed that the captain was right. He had only joined the knights a few months ago. He considered himself weak. However, he dismissed these thoughts, saying that he wanted to participate in the qualifying fights for the tournament, explaining that no matter what he does, he won't make any progress at first. He wants to start by admitting his failure. The captain thought to himself that this wasn't just his problem. In front of him stood a guy with a head, but surprisingly stubborn. He felt it piercing him with its tenacity. And then the next day came. It was the qualifying tournament. The matches began with the squires warming up, the knights in turn arriving last. The organizers asked the captain to evaluate fairly. One of them said that even if they fully funded the tournament, the captain should not inflate their son's scores. And so, sometime later, the first test began. Hero William was the first to speak, fighting against a strong opponent. He became a knight of the second rank and was one of the commanders. Everyone was surprised by this, because none of the commanders were supposed to participate. Considering that these two would show an example of how to fight, the commander recalled the captain's words about going easy on the hero, reminding him that the boy had never held a sword in his hands before, telling him to give in and then finish the fight quickly so that no one would suspect anything. Hearing the captain's order, his subordinate agreed with it. And then their glances began to intersect, and there was enough tension in the air. William himself, looking at the glances between the captain and the commander, did not understand what was happening. The second-rank commander was interested and happy at that moment. He was curious about what he was like in battle, since he was able to defeat the clowns in exile single-handedly. And as soon as the signal to begin sounded, William knocked the sword out of the commander's hands with a lightning attack. The man who leaned over and gave the signal explained that it was not the whole signal. William immediately apologized, shouting that he had been very nervous. The knights began to talk among themselves about how the hero was showing them what not to do, since this was the most common mistake made by beginners. The commander himself even shed a drop of sweat because he didn't expect this. With a puzzled expression, he looked towards the commander who had deceived him. The captain himself couldn't even think about it. If he hadn't seen it personally, he wouldn't have believed it. After all, he thought that William didn't know how to fight, when suddenly a new signal sounded to start the fight. The captain, looking at William, recalled his words when he spoke about the sword in his hands. He couldn't believe that William would be able to fulfill his oath so quickly, because immediately after the start, he began to push back the second-class knight, moving at incredible speed from one side to the other. Only Happy knew the truth, silently watching the surprise of the others. After all, Happy repeated after William more and more, the more clearly he understood that he was creating a practically ideal swordsman. Looking at his friend, our protagonist thought that William's fighting style was unique. Because to be honest, even Happy himself had a hard time at the very end. Our hero's opponent thought to himself that he was fast enough, having repelled one of William's attacks, which had come at quite a high speed. However, the captain, watching from the side, noticed that the boy was not particularly strong, for with each contact of the blades, the black-haired man's entire body twitched with tension. And so, at the next contact, William moved the sword in order to disconnect. The man thought that the boy was thinking in an unusual way, and that he was also completing his steps accurately, forcing him to defend himself every time, making decisions at the very last moment. William, every time, absolutely every time, made the difficult and right decisions. From the very beginning, it seemed like an ordinary battle. But in an instant, he swept away the enemy. William was truly incredible. The knight commander felt the guy's experience. Those who watched this fight could not believe their eyes, because they thought it was an exhibition match. But these two were truly serious. The commander himself, although he mentally praised the guy, could have ended the fight with one blow since he had already noticed quite a few weaknesses. But each time he was stopped by the captain's requests. Gripping the wooden sword tighter, he decided to go on the attack. So he immediately rushed towards William, hitting him right in the blade. The black-haired man noticed this, looking tensely and displeasedly towards the man. It was after this attack that William was sure that the commander was holding back. He began to guess everything as soon as he noticed how he and the captain exchanged glances. With trembling hands, he clutched his weapon, thinking that even though he still didn't know how to do much, he wanted a worthy opponent to give it his all. Enraged, William thought only that he had to give his all in this fight. But the second-rank commander raised his hand, saying that he surrendered. Hearing this, William could not believe his ears. The referee ended the fight at that moment. The referee also shouted that the exhibition match was over, and the entire crowd immediately began to applaud. Both knights shook hands. Our hero's hands looked pretty battered, but he relaxed them, breathing a sigh of relief. He understood that he lacked a lot, and because of this, he would not be able to highlight the strengths of his opponent. The captain himself, who was watching this, thought that William had fought much better than he had expected. He couldn't even imagine what he had been doing for the last month. Well, the captain, naturally, noticed that his subordinate was also good, but the knight standing nearby rejected these words, saying that he could not continue any longer. Hearing this, the gray-haired commander did not understand and asked again. The man's entire leg was shaking, and he explained that William had been aiming at it from the very beginning. As he began to talk about how, from the very beginning of the fight, William did only one thing, and once he had achieved his goal, he filled the battle with a large number of lunges. Because of this, the weight of the leg was on the left leg all the time. It constantly forced him to use the left leg. The more often this happened, the more stress it put on his ankle, so he decided he could no longer continue the fight. Having told this, he concluded that it was he who lost in this fight. The best squire, who was watching this, told his comrades that William had plenty of opportunities to finish the fight before his opponent surrendered. The person standing nearby asked everyone, suggesting that William might have been expecting a strong attack from the enemy. Happy intervened in their conversation, saying that then it would give him the opportunity to counterattack and inflict maximum damage with limited force. Hearing this, the whole pair were surprised and began to think about the black-haired man's words. Suddenly, the long-haired man attacked our main character, calling him names and asking what he knew. But our hero, as usual, only made a grimace that was already common to us, but not common to those around him. The long-haired man thought to himself that after that fight, he began to feel a strange sympathy for this boy. Noting that he drives him crazy, but his constant cute, harmless face confuses him. Looking away, the long-haired man said that the guy was acting as if they were close friends. Having calmed down, the boy turned to Happy again, saying that he was lucky, because not all knights fight with their squires. They usually make them clean up. Well, and adding along the way that if it weren't for Happy, he would have passed the exam and fought in the tournament. Hearing this, Happy happily stated that William needed sparring partners so he could fight with them. Naturally, no one who heard it could believe their ears. The long-haired man's ego arose in his head and ordered him to watch his manners. He immediately switched to Daronan etiquette, starting from afar, using incomprehensible words. But he was immediately interrupted by one of the squires from behind him, asking if he could come with them. Suddenly, another one appeared, saying that he also wanted it. And after them, a huge crowd appeared, which also wanted to join them. The long-haired man immediately yelled at them, telling them all to shut up, and he angrily asked if he really needed to negotiate with a servant in order to train with William. All this was observed by the company of that very squire, who believed that the arena belonged to him. Looking at this, they giggled among themselves, discussing that the people standing in front of them were low. And so, 33 matches had passed, and those watching were already falling asleep. The sound of trumpets began to sound, announcing the exit of an important person. The very son of the nobles who invested in maintaining the arena appeared. The captain, who was watching this, was surprised, because there should not have been an orchestra here. The knights from the side were discussing the fact that the boy was already behaving like a knight, and at the same time he began to discuss how much money his father had poured into this. With a satisfied face, he said that it was time for them to begin, because it was time to get rid of someone who should not be here. Pointing towards Happy, he called him an animal, saying that it was time for him to come out. The captain, sitting and watching this, thought that this was too much, it was too rude. The father, who was sitting as an observer, in turn praised his son because he did the right thing. He should not have to tolerate any dirt. And some time later, Happy was already standing in the center of the arena. His opponent, licking his lips, thought about how best to tear this slave apart. The best squire approached and addressed Finn, asking him when they fought if he really beat him up. Finn, hearing this question, was very surprised and asked his comrade why he was asking this. And he explained that he happened to watch their fight. He told how, while going down the stairs, he heard some screams that interested him. He also said that there was something strange about Happy. As he watched them fight, he felt Finn's opponent holding back his strength. He rephrases his question to ask if Finn noticed it himself, but Finn avoids answering. Hearing this answer, the best asked again whether Finn would be able to defeat the boy if they met again. However, the long-haired man did not answer, deep in thought. He remembered that same feeling during their fight, which frightened him. He replied that every time he saw him, he was overcome by a strange, unpleasant feeling, as if the boy lived in a completely different world. But then he immediately dismissed these thoughts, saying that he didn't understand it at all. Well, and noting that this fight will now put everything in its place, William, who was watching the fight, recalled explaining to Happy that it would be better to fight with a sword in the qualifiers, explaining that he realized it on the first day, reminding his friend of the reaction when he threw it away. After all, no matter how talented he is, if he's not a swordsman, no one will recognize him. He asked Happy to show himself in such a way that everyone would recognize him. He asked him not to pretend to be weaker than he was. He asked him to show who was stronger from the very beginning of the fight. Plus, it seemed to him that this time the innovation of Happy's liberal arts exam was only to his advantage. Everyone around him still saw him as a slave. They looked down on Happy. This was an excellent opportunity to change their attitude towards him. This time, William could say with confidence that this arena, this year, was created exclusively for him. The long-haired man asked with a smile on his face if the guy had really started paying attention to training, since his stance had become much better. But he also said that that was all, calling our main character names again. In his mind, his father thought that the path was clear for his son, intending to give his son as many points as possible. Happy himself, looking at his opponent, said something about basic sword techniques, which his opponent did not understand. And as soon as the start of the fight was announced, the long-haired man immediately felt a wild pressure. Their swords touched, but Happy still got his, and there was a crack. The blow landed right on the shoulder, and the so-called pseudo-owner of the arena screamed in pain. Trying to contain the pain, he jumped away from Happy, wanting to increase the distance, and then he swung to deliver a powerful attack on the slave. But our main character was ready for this. He was amused by this situation. The protagonist was faster, striking specifically at the attacker's sword, thereby throwing him aside with great force. Because of this powerful pressure, the guy's head rose into the sky. He began to feel some kind of incomprehensible pain, and also did not understand what it was. At that very moment, blood appeared on his forehead and began to spread across his face. The judge, who was watching this, looked at the nobleman with surprise. The captain saw everything, noticing that the boy had hit him in the head on purpose, just like his subordinate standing next to him, who came to the conclusion that it was the perfect attack. William, watching this fight with a smile on his face, thought that this arrogant guy would get the maximum. Everyone around noticed that Happy had done a clean job. They couldn't believe the fight was over. Only the father of this nobleman could barely contain his anger, even straining from it. At that moment, the referee announced the continuation of the fight, which quite surprised the crowd. William didn't understand how the referee could continue the fight. The captain called everyone here real bastards, because the fight was 100% bound to end. The judge thought to himself that he had been working here for 10 years, and he accepted the bribe. He was promised more than he could earn in his entire life. Drenched in sweat, all he could think about was that he needed to find a reason to continue the match so that the nobleman could win. Thinking that the guy just needs to hold on, because with the bonus points he will still win. Suddenly, the long-haired man proudly declared that he had simply been distracted, intending to show his true strength. William couldn't believe that they were actually going to continue as if nothing had happened. The long-haired man himself blamed William for everything, who brought his slave here. Swinging his sword and rushing into the attack, the nobleman shouted that the fight would now end. But just as he said, the fight would really end, Happy delivered a powerful blow, causing the enemy to scream again. Barely standing on his feet, the nobleman continued to shout that he was simply giving in to him, swinging again, shouting about some incredible swordsmanship. But he received another powerful attack that slammed him into the ground. One by one, Happy simply beat down his opponent. And the fight continued and continued. Each cry of the long-haired one became quieter and quieter. The judge, in turn, intervened in this beating, saying that Happy's belt had fallen off, he needed to fix it and start over. Looking at the nobleman, the judge did not understand what he was doing, asking him to finally strike. The best squire thought that the difference between the two was too great, marveling at Happy's strength, who could do such things with a wooden sword. William, in turn, thought that Happy, as always, exceeded all expectations. Everyone around understood that this was a clear victory. The captain remained silent, shutting his mouth, while the nobleman's father, sitting next to him, trembled. Happy looked at the referee with a puzzled look, waiting for the start to be announced. When he asked why he didn't finish the fight, he didn't understand it. Looking at his opponent, he understood that if this was a real fight, his opponent would already be dead. Happy smiled as he began to think about the whole situation, and then he shouted to the enemy that he had heard that he was one of the best squires. Hearing this, his opponent looked at the protagonist in confusion, and he continued, shouting at him that no matter how you look at it, he is at the very bottom. Hearing this, the nobleman became angry and asked the slave if he had accidentally confused the chores. And Happy continued, saying that all month he carefully watched how the others trained, including himself, adding that the guy was really talented. And with a fighting character, so only when confronted with him do opponents jump to conclusions and surrender. But each of them could easily defeat him, because he is weak. These are the words Happy said with a smile on his face. Longhair was surprised to hear this, because he had told him the same thing. But these words only angered the nobleman, and with a shout for Happy to shut up, he rushed into battle. Happy was counting on this, raising his weapon straight in front of him. At the last moment, the squire stopped, trembling with fear, seeing the true face of his enemy, which right now told him that it would break his fighting spirit completely. But the nobleman was too angry. He rushed into battle again, intending to shut up the slave. Naturally, the former arena champion was much faster than an ordinary squire. With one light yet powerful movement, he broke his weapon. William, who was watching this, smiled, because Happy had deliberately provoked his opponent. The nobleman himself, looking at his weapon, did not understand what had just happened, and Happy stopped his attack, thrusting his weapon into the ground. And having said that if he wanted, he would give in their first fight, the judge at that moment thought that he had done everything he could. And then, raising the flag, he ended the battle, giving victory to Happy. The recently proud nobleman fell to his knees. His father lost consciousness as a result of the fight, falling from his chair. When he came to, he was filled with anger and clutched the earth in his hands. And Happy proudly told the man that from now on he should not dare to treat him like a slave, adding that if they continued like this, they would humiliate not him, but the knightly order. So to speak, William told him, who ordered his friend to say it word for word, because victory was not enough, declaring to Happy that he would not just show his strength, but also make them understand that within his strength lies duty, restraint, and the will of a true knight. And then, as he said these words, he needed to look back. And so Happy did. Suddenly, his gaze changed completely. His eyes seemed to fill with life. After all the knights, one after another, began to applaud our main hero. They acknowledged him. Everyone was touched by his words, and the power proved these words. Seeing such a reaction, Happy was glad. It was a smile of joy. In the distance, William gave a thumbs up, letting his friend know he had done the right thing. Someone from the crowd raised his hand up, shouting that he wanted to fight. The main character looked towards the crowd with a puzzled expression. This guy was a white-haired boy who was the best squire. He explained his desire by saying that his opponent had surrendered. The knight captain thought that the qualifying tournament had turned into a real mess. The presenter swore and ran off, no one knew where. The judges were bribed, they didn't even hide it. The squires ignore their ranks and shout from their seats. This made the gray-haired captain very angry. He could barely contain his anger because he thought everyone had gone crazy. Taking hold of the table, he thought that he wanted to change everything and teach everyone reason. However, he understood that he was not the only one who thought so. Looking at how the white-haired man had already walked to the center of the arena, standing in front of our main hero, each of the spectators was thinking about only one thing. They all wanted to see another fight. Happy. The knight's captain stood up and shouted for them to start quickly. The fair-haired man, in turn, said that he knew everything. He meant the praise of his past opponent, and also from the very beginning of their fight, he understood that they were not even close. He asked Happy to fight for real, not to give in to him, asking him not to spare his strength. Hearing this, William immediately began waving so that his friend would not do this and would not listen to his opponent. The squire, hearing these words, wondered whether his comrade had always been like this, because he seemed completely different to him. Happy was the same. He was not only recognized, he became a real inspiration to others. Everyone around wanted to see this fight. Everyone knew about the white-haired man's strength. He was the first to rush into battle, intending to make a cut. However, immediately his face changed. He could not believe his eyes. After all, Happy was able to easily transfer his entire body weight backwards, thus dodging a fairly quick attack. He watched his opponent's every move, repeating the words for him not to give in. No matter how much the white-haired man attacked, no matter how much he tried to move faster, Happy dodged all the attacks with a smile on his face. William, in turn, watched this with surprise, thinking that everything really was different, because this squire moved too smoothly. The black-haired knight couldn't take his eyes off the battle. It looked beautiful. While everyone around watched this battle with satisfied faces, the heroes continued to fight. Happy's opponent became more and more surprised with each blow. A joyful smile appeared on his face. Now he was sure that this was no ordinary squire standing in front of him. However, he was also sure that the boy standing in front of him had learned the techniques in a hurry. The blonde guy's movement seemed much more confident. He wasn't going to feel sorry for Happy. Happy himself became more serious, deciding that it was time to use the Swordmaster's absolute sword. Seeing such a stance, his opponent was surprised. He did not understand what was happening. However, he understood perfectly well that such a terrifying onslaught could only be encountered in a knightly order. And then, literally a moment later, one of the wooden swords flew out of the arena. Having stuck his sword into the ground, Happy asked his opponent about his condition. And then, clutching his throat, he began to scream that he had been beheaded. But the main character, laughing, said that he was just joking, simply knocking out the boy. Hearing this, he calmed down, thinking about what had happened. He replayed the fight in his head. He was sure that he wanted to go to the end, and even that he had struck. However, at that very moment, when Happy ducked, he struck him in the neck with the back of the weapon. The sword's hilt knocked out the best squire. Happy added to this by praising the boy because he really did move flawlessly. But he then added that his only problem was that he used the same technique. All the stances are the same. Even in training, they just throw out the same tricks over and over again that they already know. Happy said, adding that to take someone's head off, they had to act unexpectedly, using techniques they had never used before. After listening to his comrade, the man sitting there exhaled heavily, replying that he felt that everything had been in vain. But Happy, leaning on his sword, said loudly that this was not so, because his opponent had broken the image. He asked him to look back. Hearing this, the white-haired man did not understand and began to look around sharply. Behind them was a destroyed wall. The battlefield was quite badly damaged. A few minutes later, Happy approached William, apologizing to him, because Happy began to fight in his own way. And then he added to his friend that he had found his next opponent. Pointing behind him at the standing crowd, the protagonist laughed because there were too many of them. The captain himself, looking at the line about Happy confirming his participation in the tournament, smiled. The subordinate standing nearby looked at his commander. He smiled, an expression he hadn't seen from the old man for a long time. At the market, Granny and Vinny were discussing the upcoming start of the tournament and that Happy needed to buy meat. Ellie, in turn, shouted that she needed to choose a dress urgently because she wanted to support him, to which her mother replied that her brother would not go to the tournament. William's younger sister started screaming that she wasn't talking about her brother, but about Happy. She wanted to support him. Cigar, in turn, received the message, opened it, and began to read it carefully. It said that the tournament would soon begin, and he needed to sharpen his blade and be ready to kill. The old man came up from behind and immediately asked the student what it was, to which the black-haired man replied that it was an ordinary piece of fabric that had come off while he was working. And then he switched to another topic, asking the master what had happened. The teacher, lowering his head, tensely replied, "Nothing." Raising his head, the old man handed Sagar some object. Having said that when he spends more time with the dead than with the living, they begin to worry. It was an amulet of protection from the dead. The gray-haired man wore it in his youth and said it was his reward for Sagar's hard work. Taking the amulet, the student thanked his master and put it around his neck. When leaving, the old man also said that the guy needed money, and not all this, but he also believed that he would be able to earn it anyway. At the same time, in the forest covered with thick fog, there stood the same knight who had threatened Sagar, holding some kind of message in his hands. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a shout addressed to him. His comrade, who was running, shouted that they were under attack and asked him to go to the kingdom and warn them of the danger. This seemingly knight did not answer, continuing to stand in one place. His comrade, seeing this reaction, immediately shouted, asking what he was doing because he had to act quickly. But the very next second, the knight's head was torn off, blood flying in all directions. The standing knight with red eyes didn't even blink at this. The black-haired girl spoke about the clowns in exile who shared a common goal. And now she walked behind the king's head, and these were the very words she spoke to this knight. Exactly 50 days ago, when Happy destroyed the clowns, immediately after the clowns were expelled, the leader was executed. The same red-eyed knight who had threatened Sagar came to him, asking who let the royal person into the arena. And the former leader of the clowns replied, "Lucastian," and he immediately paid for this answer, receiving a powerful blow to his body. Blood began to drip onto the ground as the standing knight replied that it was not him. The gray-haired man began to go over everything he knew in his head. The knight said that Lucastian confessed to crimes he had not committed, appeased the king's wrath, and then committed suicide, having finished his story, and also adding that they are still looking for the real criminal. The hanging criminal was surprised, asking, "What are we doing?" Because the king had already closed the case, he did not understand what they needed. However, he immediately received a powerful blow to the stomach. The criminal, twisted in pain, listened to what the knight had told him, saying that he was not a real royal knight. They said that they wanted to destroy the entire royal family, but the clown got to them faster, thereby ruining everything, almost figuring them out. The royal knights became alarmed and began to conduct an investigation. They canceled all their plans and lay low. Canceling all my plans, postponing them indefinitely. If they hadn't found the body of a royal and conducted an investigation, it would have all ended before it even began. However, now everything is much different. Now everything is more difficult. After all, if they make even one more mistake, their plan will be ruined. Hearing these words, the suspended man was surprised, because what he said meant only one thing. There are murderers everywhere. Even without him, the kingdom is rotting from the inside. It was with these thoughts that he completely relaxed, lowering his head. Red-Eyed asked the man to tell the truth, and then they would grant him the glory he craved. He asked him again. this time paraphrasing who was hunting the royal family. Exhaling heavily, the criminal replied that it was Kalina. Having said that she was not one of the clowns in exile, the girl tried to get through to kill the king. That's why she came to them and said that she wanted to join them. They allowed her to do reconnaissance in the palace, and she promptly kidnapped a member of the royal family. Doing everything as quietly as possible, trying to do everything without evidence, she dragged him into the sewer and pulled out all his hair. And then she sold him to the arena, saying that she was from a royal family. And they watched as this very member of the royal family was killed right there in the arena. Kalina was happily eating the meat while the boy was being killed. Red-Eyed asked the logical question of why she would kill the entire royal family, suggesting that she was either a spy or seeking revenge. But the former leader of the clowns didn't know the answer to this, because she hadn't told them anything. Remembering her words, she shouldn't have a reason to cut a pig's throat. And so that same black-haired girl stood before this knight. He looked in her direction silently, examining her carefully. After thinking for a bit, he said that he should have tracked her down earlier since she was bothering them again. The black-haired woman, in turn, asked in surprise if they knew each other. And then she cast her gaze on the knight's movements, seeing how he slowly raised his hand over his arm, grabbing the knives. He threw it with incredible force towards the girl, intending to kill her. Having repelled this attack, the girl was surprised, because it did not at all look like official knightly equipment. After carefully examining the knives that were stuck into the ground, assuming that it was not a royal knight standing in front of her, she fell into her own thoughts, starting to think everything over. But then she began to dodge the next attack, confirming her thoughts. She shouted at the man to show his true face. A fight began between them, with her dodging all attacks with incredible speed. Having approached him, she tore the mask off his face, asking what was wrong with him. The man's entire face was covered in scars, and she couldn't understand whether he really enjoyed cutting himself. And then, putting the sword to his throat, she asked if he was not a knight. Then who was he? The bald man explained that he was one of those who pursued goals similar to hers. Well, and in addition, he said that if she starts causing trouble and killing the royal family, it won't work, because they will simply tighten security and strengthen the walls. She asked mockingly if he really thought he could handle it alone. And the man explained that they had been planning to kill the king for years, and it would happen soon if she didn't stop them again. But these words did not inspire the girl with any confidence. She raised her hand and told him to tell her everything, after which she would not stick her neck out until the day of reckoning. She also added that her ship was sinking and she did not want to die, saying that she was climbing onto a new one. He bowed his head and said that it was not up to him to decide, but up to the leader. The black-haired girl asked again, because she didn't know who they were talking about. And now, her face was already being squeezed by a large black hand. The man asked her not to be afraid, saying that he accepted her. The girl's whole body was shaking, she couldn't even move. And after looking at her for a few more seconds, the man told her to go. He ordered her to go to his son so that she would become his faithful servant. Hearing about her son, the black-haired girl looked away, not understanding which son was being talked about. When suddenly someone addressed Sagar, he was distracted from his rest. The grandfather brought the girl here, saying that she was here for a few days. When Sagar saw her, he spat out water in surprise. With a smile on her face, she told the guy that she would follow him until the tournament began. There were only 3 days left until the most famous tournament. Inside one of the buildings, there was a heated discussion about the tournament. Each of them shouted that it was impossible to discredit the tournament. They did not understand what they needed to do. The father of that very show-off shouted that slaves had no right to join the tournament because it was disrespectful to royalty. Naturally, they agreed, and when they started discussing William, they recounted all his merits, saying that they had to trust him, and also they were grateful to him for saving them, because now his family was considered noble. Suddenly, one of them shouted loudly, asking if it was all a lie. The black-haired man shouted, "What if they had been fooled all this time?" He asked if in that case they would help him defeat William in the tournament. One of the nobles asked how this could all be a lie, and the curly-haired student's father continued to insist that this was a lie. And then he shouted and asked if they really thought that a slave from the arena could achieve everything on his own. The long-haired man sitting opposite him asked if he was sure of his words, since he would have to answer for them. But the nobleman continued to stand his ground, saying that his son knew everything about both the slave and William. He began to talk about how his son told him about a champion from the arena named Happy. Since then, people have gradually gotten to the truth, the guy who couldn't fight and died under the blows of others. Suddenly, he abruptly beheaded 3 mercenaries and destroyed the clowns in exile. He thought it was pointless. As the guard said, William merely added his name to the bounty hunters list. One of the nobles also said that his son overheard the conversation between the captain and the commander. He heard the captain say about William that he had never even held a sword in his hands. So they came to the conclusion that the hero was just a beginner who did not know how to hold a sword. Hearing this, the tournament sponsor shouted and asked again because he had seen the fight, and it was not real. The nobles, who had been waiting for their chance for so long, began to speak out one after another. But in fact, they knew only a little about that very slave. Once upon a time, everyone knew him from the arena, that he was the strongest fighter. But after he was nearly executed for killing the king, they decided to avoid him to avoid getting into trouble. Therefore, the curly-haired man's father came to the conclusion that this was all true. He told the nobles that they needed to deal not with the slave, but with the false hero William, because with his disappearance, the slave would also disappear. When they heard this, everyone was scared, because William is one of the king's knights. But the curly-haired man's father had already thought of this. Together with the sponsor and organizer, they would stage a kidnapping on the day of the tournament. The fake outcast clowns I hired will take the nobles hostage and demand that they fight William. And they will all start singing his praises and showing how it was before. And if the boy doesn't make up his mind, he will forever be branded a coward. But if he leaves the crowd, big trouble awaits him. Having come to the conclusion that if the lives of noble people were at stake, the knightly order would have to retreat. At this time, Happy was happy. Ellie supported him. Happy, at this time, gathered his strength, preparing to strike. He pushed the tree with all his strength, so hard that it even shook. Fruit started falling from it straight down. Below, two satisfied heroes were already collecting them. Sometime later, they carried it to the fire, throwing these fruits directly into it so that they burn more. And then they took it out of it, trampling it under their feet. This made it easy to open these fruits, and their contents remained intact. Our heroes were happy because it was delicious. They immediately ate them, enjoying the taste. Winnie, sitting in front of the fire, thanked the two because they helped her collect herbs. Ellie, in turn, replied that she was there because she wanted to play with her brother Happy. The yellow-haired girl thought to herself, smiling, that even the falling leaves would amuse them. And that's exactly what happened. Ellie screamed that it was raining leaves. Suddenly, the baby's father came, shouting that he had come for her. William's younger sister immediately said goodbye to everyone, saying that she would leave first. As she was leaving, she shouted that she would dress up tomorrow and would definitely support her brother. Our heroes were left alone, silently watching the fire burn out. Vinny asked Happy how he was, since the tournament was tomorrow, but the guy replied that everything was fine. He was happy, since everyone would come to watch. The girl noticed that Happy looked genuinely happy. After a short pause, she turned to the guy again, asking if it was difficult to be a member of a knightly order. Having explained that the boy did not want this, that he had fought all his life against his will, the knightly order forces him to learn to resist. And now that his pain was cured, he no longer had any reason to fight. But Happy, with a smile on his face, replied that this was not an arena. He explained that people died in the arena even when he didn't want to. Even those who hated him with all their hearts died with indescribable emotions on their faces, as if everything around them had lost its meaning. But everyone says that here is an opportunity to get to know each other better and reach a future where they can change everything. That's why everything suited him. He liked everything. The yellow-haired girl said that she was worried at first, but now it seemed to her that everything was fine. After all, the knightly order will not allow others to suffer, the war ended, and their parents were born. Peacetime lasted for 20 whole years, and this was achieved only by sacrificing a lot, said Vinny, with sadness in her voice. And then, getting up, she said that it was time for them to go since Grandma had bought meat. And then came the next day, the day of the tournament. A man came to the farm and knocked on the door. As soon as the door opened, the man immediately said that the late Lord Lucastian had written them a letter, explaining that the letter contained information about a slave named Happy. The girl immediately began to talk with her grandmother, discussing who it was. Sitting down, the man explained that he had come from far away, outside the kingdom, surprised that Happy had been bought to the farm. Winnie, in turn, said that Happy was no longer a slave. He was now a knight's apprentice, so she asked him to give her the letter and she would give it to Happy. However, the man immediately refused, saying that he had to give it to the guy personally. Therefore, he immediately left the building and started to leave. And now, an hour before the start of the tournament, a crowd began to gather. They all came because of William. The king and his wife discussed where their children had gone, and the wife consoled the king, as the duke had already gone after them. The captain, in turn, told William not to worry and to keep himself under control. The red-eyed knight watched what was happening from the side, assessing the situation. The squires arrived first, lined up to await the announcement of the start. William's family was sitting in the stands, waving at him with happy faces. Grandpa, Grandma, and Winnie were happy, because happy had already become like family to them. Everyone was happy except the nobles, who could barely contain their anger. Sagar and Kalina were already sitting in ambush, waiting for the start. The sponsor organizer asked where the other nobles were, to which the men tying him up explained that they were staging a kidnapping in the hideout. An old man passed by them, wondering where Happy was. Time passed. Everyone was waiting for the beginning. Everyone had their own goal, why they came here. One of the men addressed the prince, saying that the tournament was about to begin. Asking if he was awake, his eyes suddenly became filled with horror. He saw a huge amount of blood, the prince was dead, and next to him stood a man with a dagger. In an instant, he threw it towards the newcomer, killing him too. The whole room was covered in blood, and the man in the red cloak began to walk away as if nothing had happened. Sagar told his companion where he had followed her from last time, which surprised her quite a bit. She had always wondered why someone like him had attacked her on the farm. She was also surprised that that whiner was somehow able to become a knight. And the black-haired man answered her that the boy had achieved all this dishonestly, which is why the nobility resorts to such tricks. These words made the girl smile because there really were no other ways. The man himself said that he was ready to kill William, but the guy just left. The girl asked him about it again because she didn't understand. And the black-haired man explained that she acted ruthlessly. And William helped compile the report and raise a generous sum. He was too actively involved for an outsider. Hearing this, the girl confirmed it because it was her style. But Sagar didn't understand anything, looking questioningly towards the girl. And she explained that she liked to act exactly this way. The boy found this answer quite strange. And then, standing up, she said that it was time for them to work. But Sagar did not agree with her because they needed to guard the escape route. But it was too late. The girl jumped from the tree. Having dealt a powerful blow, he knocked out one of the opponents. Having jumped from the branch, Sagar began to rush from side to side, asking the black-haired girl what she was doing. Putting on her cloak, she explained that the mercenaries were working on orders from the nobility and that they were about to cause chaos, so they had to be killed. At that very second, the boy became serious, saying tensely that their goal was to kill the nobles, and he asked the girl not to deviate from the plan. But she immediately countered his statement by saying that he himself had tried to kill her. The guy had no counterarguments to this. And then, coming closer, she whispered in his ear that it was he who did not understand what their true goal was. She asked him in surprise if he really thought he just needed to kill the nobles. Because if that was the case, then why was it necessary to place assassins all over the territory? Where they eat, where they dress, where they sleep, even on the streets there are fake beggars. And then she rephrases it, asking why kill in broad daylight in front of witnesses. But without waiting for an answer, she said with a smile on her face that this was not murder, but a real massacre. After all, when the time comes, you will need to kill as many people as you can. But Sagar did not agree with her statement and immediately shouted at her. She responded by extending her hand with a message, asking if he had always listened to his daddy as a child. The black-haired girl explained that she learned about this order from Sagar, her colleague. He unfolded it and began to study it, while the girl asked in surprise if there really was a day of massacre in his order too. But Sagar didn't respond to this, only looking towards his interlocutor. And she, with a smile on her face, continued to talk about how she doubted it. After all, she thought that his daddy was lying and wanted to destroy the entire kingdom. It was with these words that she began to move away while Sagar stood there with horror on his face. As she walked, she began to take out her weapon, trying to sneak up as quietly as possible. By this time, the nobles were urging the mercenaries on because the start would soon be announced. Caleb overheard them discussing William's murder and the fact that they could go to jail for it. The nobleman, in turn, calmed the crowd, explaining that with the death of this boy, everything would end. The black-haired girl stopped, hiding her weapon because she heard a familiar name. She decided to postpone the massacre while the nobles urged everyone on. Already on the observation deck, one of the nobles grabbed his stomach and screamed, and the man sitting next to him asked what had happened. And he replied that his stomach hurt a lot and he was going to go to the restroom. The king thought that everyone was late. It seemed quite strange. The royal knights showed the nobleman where the toilet was. The red-haired man silently assumed that the cook had used the missing ingredients, since his stomach really did hurt a lot. Following the night, the boy could barely contain himself, saying that the restroom was a bit far away. The red-eyed knight, in turn, answered him, saying that the further away she was, the better, because no one would see her, and the nobleman agreed with this statement. But a second later, there was some kind of rope around the boy's neck, which began to squeeze his neck. The boy fell to the ground, starting to try to scream. But the attempt failed. They had already begun to pull him deeper into the forest. Suddenly, the same knight heard a cry that the clowns in exile had come to take revenge on them, which puzzled the knight quite a bit. They shouted at William to come down as quickly as possible. One of the men in the cloak shouted that they had kidnapped all the nobles. They ordered William to come down, otherwise they would all die. The black-haired nobleman, running with his hands tied, confirmed these words. He also shouted that he had managed to escape. By this time, the curly-haired man's father had jumped up and started asking William to come down and defeat the clowns. Hearing all this, the black-haired knight did not understand what he should do. At that very moment, a vile voice was heard asking for mercy. It was the same organizer who rather absurdly portrayed the victim. Looking at his friend, the curly-haired man's father was completely at a loss, thinking that this was starting to look like a circus, not a kidnapping. Everyone around started thinking about what this bastard was doing because he was a lousy actor. The captain immediately saw through it, realizing that this was just a typical prank by the nobles. But even if they came with real swords, he asked if they really wanted to kill the guy. The crowd began to talk among themselves, asking if this was part of the tournament. The captain ordered the knight standing nearby not to descend, because His Majesty would now decide everything. Suddenly a loud voice was heard, shouting and asking who dared to create this chaos. Everyone immediately shut up, starting to doubt their actions. The black-haired girl in the cloak exhaled heavily, thinking that she had indeed come for William. Raising her sword, she called everyone complete idiots. In one movement, chopping off the fingers of this pseudo-actor. He didn't even immediately understand what had happened, as he began to look towards his hand. But as soon as the realization came to him, he immediately screamed, starting to shout for them to untie him. The mercenaries standing nearby did not understand what to do. They themselves did not expect this. And the black-haired one, throwing off her cloak, asked the pigs if they were having fun, ordering William to come down. Otherwise, she was really ready to kill everyone. The black-haired knight silently looked towards the arena where everything was happening. Heapy also watched all this with a smile on his face, thinking. The killer screamed again, saying that the massacre was about to begin, so she asked them to move faster. Red-eyed, seeing this, understood what was happening here. Having ordered to kill everyone who was trying to escape, they were going to first kill the nobles, and then begin the massacre. The black-haired girl raised her head, glancing towards our hero, who was already looking in her direction with the calmest possible gaze. He thought to himself that he had nightmares every night. He constantly dreamed of the same picture that happened. 3 heads that she cut off right before his eyes. They turned out to be the heads of his loved ones in this nightmare. His mother, father, and little sister were all lying in blood looking at him. After all, she herself said that for them, revenge means the destruction of the entire family tree. Every day he was going crazy because she still hadn't been caught. Every night he woke up in horror and checked on his loved ones to see if everything was okay with them. Each time he tried to concentrate on what he could do. All he thought about was that he needed to become stronger, and that was what gave him the strength to get up. William, going down and grabbing his sword, said that he was glad that she came to him first and not to his family. The captain, in turn, standing next to the king, told him that he could die. And he said that even if he didn't volunteer, someone would still die. He hoped that his choice would be the right one. The captain could not answer this and only remained silent, thinking that William might have been preparing for this battle all this time. He recalled his words that if someone was leading a double life, they would eventually have to prove themselves. The captain perceived this as childish stubbornness, but now this very unbreakable stubbornness seems to be the most correct choice. The best squire, looking at Happy, did not understand why he looked so pleased as he began to walk towards her. The black-haired girl noticed this and abruptly switched her attention to our hero. With one easy movement, she brought her sword to the nobleman's head, shouting that if Happy took one more step, he would chop off their heads. The sponsor organizer fell to the ground, screaming to be released as quickly as possible. He was canceling everything. But then he received a powerful blow to his lying mouth. Having fallen to the ground, he did not understand what was happening because everything should be different. And the mercenary who hit him told him to shut up if he didn't understand what was going on. Leaning closer, he told him that the production had become reality. Explaining that their lives were now in danger, they had kidnapped them for real from that moment on. The rest of the nobles could not believe what they heard, because everything turned out wrong. They realized that everything was only getting worse, and at this rate they might actually die. One of the nobles asked his friend why he really brought clowns into exile, but he didn't even suspect it. I thought to myself that this was some kind of nonsense. The knights set out to free the nobles who had been kidnapped, trying to act silently. The commander said that no one should make a sound, but the nobleman did not understand whether this was how it should be. The blonde man stopped Happy, telling him that it would be better for him not to engage in battle. After all, if all the nobles die because of him, the responsibility will not fall only on his shoulders. William, turning to his friend, said that he would definitely win, asking him not to worry about him. Hearing these words, the black-haired boy smiled, thinking that his friend's skills had really improved a lot. But he also understood that here he would not be able to show even half of his abilities. After all, this was his first fatal battle. This enemy had surpassed him, so William was paralyzed with fear. The girl, laughing, asked her trembling opponent what was the matter, because she missed her puppy, who was constantly wagging his tail and trembling. She asked if he had gotten carried away by playing the hero, to which the black-haired man immediately ordered her to shut up, intending to finish her off right then and there. These words made the girl laugh. She said that she had to accept it. The knightly order knows how to train nobles. She thought it was funny. And then, raising her sword, she added that she would finish off the guy right now. But William acted much faster. He rushed into battle with incredible speed. Fear flashed across his face, but the desire to protect everyone was stronger. His movements were truly incredible. He tried to launch several attacks at once. Our hero was about to strike him in the leg, but the girl simply lifted it, thereby dodging it. And then she kicked the guy, sending him flying. William didn't expect this, so he couldn't dodge, taking a fairly powerful blow. Swaying from side to side, the knight began to retreat. His opponent was going to take advantage, so he immediately rushed into battle. Happy's student began to think about how the first blow was blocked, and he needed to think about the second one. But the girl only laughed, asking if he had no time to think. But William was able to dodge all her attacks. It was hard for him, but he was able to do it. In the middle of the fight, the black-haired criminal screamed down. What puzzled our hero was that he didn't understand what she meant. And at that very second, a weapon flew right past his face and he managed to move away a little. But the tip of the blade still reached its target. Blood began to flow from the guy's face. The girl said that if she hadn't warned him, he would already be dead. She didn't want to kill. William, holding his face, did not understand these words. The squires watched this fight in silence. Happy could barely contain himself. She rushed into the attack again. This time, our hero was no longer so confident. The knight's eyes began to fill with fear. He was afraid of making a mistake. Thinking that all his techniques were useless and he would soon die, his whole body began to tremble because of these thoughts. And the girl, adjusting her hair, called the guy cutie, coming to the conclusion that he was still a scared puppy. Then I started to get closer to him, approaching as slowly as possible. Raising her sword, she told him not to be afraid, repeating again that she would not kill him. At that moment, Happy moved from his place and began to run towards his comrade. And so she began to lower her weapon, saying that she would now strike. Happy, seeing the expression on his comrade's face, didn't even immediately understand what was happening. And William threw off the mask from his face. He was ready to strike, hitting the black-haired girl right in the arm, causing her to feel pain. She couldn't even stay on her feet. Covered in blood, she fell to the ground. William, standing up, said that even fear was a premeditated plan. This time, William was standing with a sword in his hands, while his opponent lay on the ground covered in blood. The crowd immediately began chanting our hero's name, each time shouting louder and louder. The black-haired girl didn't understand how this happened and began to think about the whole fight. She didn't understand that the one who had just been trembling with fear dared to attack her because it was clear from the guy's face that he was ready to die. William had seen many battles where people were confident in their own strength and underestimated their opponents. That's why he knew what opportunities were available in such battles. He understood how to act and what could be used to counter the enemy. William's friend Happy approached him as he stood and silently examined his comrade. The criminal threw her head back and laughed, saying that her head was spinning. One of the criminals, throwing off his cloak, shouted that they were not clowns in exile, but were simply doing what the nobles ordered them to do. The curly-haired man's father shouted that the concept of honor was unknown to them, since they had lost the battle and had not kept any promise. But the man with the sword shouted, insulting the nobleman because they had agreed and now he was backing out. The curly-haired man's father started pointing his finger back, shouting that they were deliberately setting him up. But the sponsor organizer, tied up and crying, admitted that they had hired them, and he apologized for it. There was a lot of noise around. Everyone was discussing what they had heard. The king asked the royal captain standing nearby what was the matter, and he answered the king that something was wrong here, looking around tensely. The male royal knight stood up and said that everyone had disappeared, because the prince and princess never arrived at the palace, and the dukes and queen never returned. The king jumped up and asked in fear when they had managed to do it. The captain turned to his subordinate, asking where all the troops had gone and where their commander was, and he replied that the commander had gathered people and gone to look for the kidnapped nobles. The gray-haired man, upon hearing this, immediately told his subordinate to find him and return as quickly as possible because he had a bad feeling. The bird flew over the kingdom, carefully examining everything around. It was as if she wasn't just flying, but was looking for something. And suddenly, something caught her eye and she began to peer, looking at the royal knight walking alone straight into the cave. The knight asked the commander if he was safe. He was worried about him, but he didn't answer him, still remaining in place, looking somewhere into the distance. Suddenly he turned around. Light filled the cave and the royal knight was horrified. There was a huge number of dead bodies lying around the commander, all of them nobles. Running up, he immediately asked if everything was okay, and at the same time asked what had happened here. But the commander replied that the clowns had nothing to do with it, suggesting that someone else had arranged it. The knight asked tensely who killed all these people. He did not understand where the other knights had gone, to which the commander responded as calmly as possible, saying that they had escaped, and then ordered his subordinate to shut up, since they needed to return as quickly as possible and warn everyone about the danger. After these words, they began to run, moving quite quickly. In turn, the black-haired girl turned to William. He said that the real danger was closer than he actually thought, because soon there wouldn't be a single living soul left here. William, listening to these words, did not understand what she meant. She explained that she was trying to get him out of there only because she liked him. William asked tensely if there was anyone else there, and then, lowering her head, she added that the clowns in exile had been destroyed. Having told that he had destroyed the arena, he drove the clowns into exile. And such a shadow was cast that all this fuss seemed insignificant. Nobody understood these words. They didn't understand what it all meant. And the girl shouted that now the day of bloody retribution would begin. The captain was informed of his arrival and immediately asked if he had brought the commander. However, without answering, he immediately rushed towards him, intending to kill. Callum shouted that the king himself would die first. And indeed, because the captain dodged, the attack landed right on the seated king. In an instant, both of the attacker's hands were cut off. And Kaleem continued. She shouted that after the king, everyone else would die too. And so it happened. A real commotion began in the stands. People began to die. The knights shouted with one voice that weapons should be brought to them immediately. But even the squires began to chop left and right, and a massacre began all around. They even attacked the arena sponsor's son, inflicting several cuts on him. Finn responded to the one who called him in horror. He did not understand what to do. And the white-haired boys shouted at him to be on guard and keep an eye on everyone, because there were traitors among them. Granny screamed to be saved. The knights showed the escape route for ordinary people. But it was just a game. Even the knights began to kill innocent people. Well, and in turn, ordinary people killed the knights. They shouted that from this moment a new era would begin. In the center of all this stood our heroes, looking around, paying attention to the screams. Happy looked around the stands, looking for his family. He saw one of the killers trying to kill William's father, who was defending himself with all his might. He immediately jumped up from his seat and rushed to save his family. The black-haired girl shouted at William to run away as quickly as possible. Ellie is about to die because the killer was able to reach her, even having already raised the dagger. But before he could, Happy hit him with all his might, sending him down, immediately turning his gaze to the side, to the yellow-haired girl, seeing that she too was about to suffer. But William saved her by cutting the attacker's body with his sword. Our heroes surrounded their family, preparing to fight to the last, not letting them die. They didn't want to lose anyone, even planning to give their own lives for them. The captain, having thrown the king onto his shoulders, carried him, asking the king not to lose consciousness. But just a second later, a chain slipped right past the gray-haired man's face, almost hitting him. The next attack was more accurate, so the knight had to block it by putting his hand out. Stopping, he immediately cast his gaze back, seeing the trio standing there who were clearly angry towards them. The man with scars on his face said that they had already captured the kingdom. He ordered them to submit. But the captain of the Royal Knights didn't even bat an eye. And then, casting a glance towards the kingdom, he saw it somehow shrouded in fire. Several killers were already approaching him from the side, getting ready to finish what they had started. But it was not to be. Before them stood the strongest of the Royal Knights. In an instant, he cut down several at once. Looking around, the captain realized that these were not simple mercenaries standing in front of him. He did not understand how they could have missed so many traitors. To which the same scarred man replied that they were connected by faith. He shouted to the captain that it didn't matter where they lived or how, they always served only one. The bloodied murderer began to rise, saying that in anticipation of the very day he would appear, they must stain the ground with blood wherever their feet touched. And then he collapsed, dying right at the feet of the current king. The king immediately said that he knew who they were, explaining that long before knights were even called knights, a religious group had been discovered during the war. A group that worshipped a being that appeared during the war in the guise of a demon, believing that he would end wars and establish a new order. They called him demons because of his unprecedented power. People thought that this was the will of God itself. And when the kingdoms began to collapse one after another, the rulers became worried and united to prepare for confrontation. However, the demons suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the knight who turned into an exiled clown died at his hands. The captain asked if the king really believed this, to which the king tensely said yes, because as soon as he heard that all the knights were eliminated by one person, he understood everything, remembering about the demon. Fearing that the demon would smell the blood and pursue them, the king ordered the barely alive knight to leave the kingdom. But he wanted to continue fighting. The king could not allow this, so he turned him into a liar. His Majesty lowered his head and also said that only kings and popes knew about the existence of the demon. So it was easy. He understood that he had committed a terrible act. But he still had to make a decision, because if that demon appeared again, the kingdom would come to an end. After all, even after the end of the war, he continued to strengthen the walls of Castile and then executed everyone associated with the demon. He assured the whole country that their kingdom was the safest. But this only made them a more visible target for the religious group. They sacrificed their kingdom to summon the demon. The seeds that the demon planted sprouted in times of peace. The son of that very demon. Sagar listened attentively without saying anything. He thought that the king hated rulers who refused to fight, but these words turned everything upside down. He understood that it was he who worshipped the very demon who had stepped onto the side of absolute evil. All this time, Sagar believed that judgment and salvation from sins was the will of God. All this time, he considered his punishment just. He couldn't believe that all this was for a demon. He couldn't believe that a demon was as powerful as a god. It was hard for him to believe that his father had been hiding this from him all this time. Red-Eyed ordered Sagar to go to the palace because the cult leader was already waiting for him there. He explained that he wanted to show him all this and hoped that he would accept their existence. And then he shouted even louder for him to go immediately while they killed everyone else and then caught up with him. Sagar lowered his gaze and began to think, simultaneously casting his gaze forward. Right there where the king sat with a rather sad face. He didn't know what to do, so he lowered his gaze and started walking. He moved his legs slowly, and as soon as he walked away, there was a noise. It was the noise of a fight. Shouts were heard in different directions. Sagar didn't know what was right and what was wrong. He remembered how the yellow-haired girl had been kind to him, bringing him herbs. With every step, he was filled more and more with memories of people who were kind to him. How the old man gave him an amulet to protect him from the dead. Suddenly, taking another step, he felt a crack. It was the cracking of bones. He heard the dead calling to him, their voices only growing louder. Stopping, he grabbed the protective amulet. Remembering how his father told him that his task would be an initiation, his father asked him to ignore his emotions and accept it. In the kingdom itself, true darkness descended. Sometime later, Sagar reached the king's chambers. His father sat on the throne and said that he had been waiting for him. But the black-haired boy himself did not answer him, only lowering his head down. And then, having collected his thoughts, he asked whether his father had really been telling him about such a world all the time, whether this had really been his plan. But he stood up and began to descend, shouting that it was so, rejoicing that his son had humbled himself and come to him as he had wanted. But Sagar lowered his head again, starting to think about everything. And then, with sadness on his face, he asked if they had really sworn to the demon. The answer came immediately. The father shouted, yes. He asked how he could tell this was true. To which the son, clenching his teeth, replied that he could not look at it. But as always, his father was able to achieve his goal. Even though he was on their side, he did not know that the power of the believers was so great. At that very second, his father came closer to him, squeezed his shoulders and said that from this moment on, more awaited them. They were preparing for a new world. Sagar started shaking. His father didn't understand why he was so scared. And son, explained that the dead are pounding on the door and screaming as if they are about to break it down. He felt the horror that was happening behind his back. It frightened him. Black-Eyed glanced towards the door, but he didn't answer his son, because there was complete silence there. And then he lowered his gaze down, straight to the boy's hand, seeing the amulet. Sagar explained that this amulet protects him from these very dead people. The father told his son to destroy it, because there were no dead people here. But the son continued to tremble. He could not do this, because if he did this, they would take him away with them. After thinking for a moment, the man told the younger one that fear creates an illusion. And then he snatched this very amulet from the hands of his son. He threw it on the ground and stepped on it, breaking it, after telling his son to look toward the door, because all that was left of the dead was silence. He immediately looked toward the door, slowly, fearfully turning his gaze, starting to peer straight into the huge, dark door. He saw a huge number of dead people rushing straight towards him. Immediately, his whole body was seized with even greater fear because he saw something that his father did not see. At that moment, even the father felt an incredible current that almost carried him away. Barely able to keep their balance, they both looked towards the huge door again. And as soon as they looked there, the faces of both heroes changed. They were surprised. After all, right in front of them a human silhouette appeared, looking at them with a crazy look. It was Happy, with a bloody body and a mad smile. He looked at the two, holding the weapons of their subordinates. The protagonist loudly declared that he no longer wanted to watch people die, explaining that he never wanted to turn into a monster. It was because of this that when he fought, he did not kill anyone. Hearing this, Sagar seemed to become interested in the former arena champion. Thinking about how even from the arena, countless wounds from hand-to-hand combat were visible. He didn't understand why all this was necessary, asking himself this question every time, realizing that the same thing happened to the clowns in exile when they were told that they had been destroyed. Along the way, I also remembered what the captain of the Royal Knights said, saying that no one died in that battle, everyone remained alive. Sagar didn't understand why Happy did this, because his life was in danger in that fight. And at that very second, the words about the boy not wanting to become a monster started playing again in his head. His eyes seemed to fill with life at that very moment. But all his thoughts were again interrupted by Happy's words that they had killed everyone. With a terrifying face, he shouted that they had never been people, but had always been monsters. The black-haired boy from the demonic cult didn't understand what Happy was talking about. After all, many believers mingled with the crowd in the arena, and on the forest path to the kingdom, there were supposed to be other believers with weapons. Sagar didn't understand how this happened, because Happy came almost immediately after him. And at that very moment, he realized everything. All this time, the fighter had been following him closely. Sagar's father, taking out his sword, asked how the boy had managed to get around all the obstacles, since there was complete chaos all around. The man believed that the guy was lying to him, but the main character himself was not going to prove to him whether it was true or not. Immediately rushing into the attack, intending to use the weapons of these very members of the demonic cult. The leader of this cult got angry because the guy was using their weapons. But the main character did not pay attention to these words, throwing the chain straight towards the man. The black-haired one in turn began to move, because they knew best how to use this weapon. He thrust his sword forward and shouted that a stupid child stood before him. And then, throwing those chains straight up, Happy's face looked crazy. The black-haired man put his hand under his cloak and pulled out a dagger, throwing it towards Happy. But our hero wasn't the champion of the no-holds-barred arena for nothing. He easily repelled this attack, literally immediately going on the attack, forcing the man to dodge. Happy continued to attack his opponent, forcing him to retreat. As soon as the distance increased too much, the former arena fighter rushed to close the distance. Once again, he began to press the leader of the demonic cult. Our main character's face looked as calm as possible, and it was with this face that he finally got the enemy, leaving a cut on his cheek from which blood began to flow. With incredible strength, the black-haired hero spun the chains around his body. As always, a terrifying smile was visible on his face. Sagar's father thought to himself that the fighter standing before him was too strong. He asked Happy how he managed to handle their weapons, asking the guy who he was. To which our hero replied that even if he answered, it would not change anything. And then, with a change in his face, with a terrifying voice, he ordered the enemy to fight. Looking ahead, the black-haired man saw in Happy his old acquaintance. For a second, he was taken aback, beginning to remember his past. He remembered kneeling in front of one of the men, screaming about how he should have obeyed and how he should have served. It was this man that Happy reminded him of, the man who was able to defeat an army single-handedly. Black-eyed had lost all his will to fight. He was scared. After all, he felt this only once. When he first met the Lord, an overwhelming reverent fear, he did not understand where this feeling came from, because he had waited for so long, worshipped him. However, I almost immediately dismissed these thoughts because this could not be. He blamed it on the fact that he had waited a long time for this and had become weak, since he had not met worthy opponents before. Raising his hands, Sagar's father shouted that he would offer a bloody praise. But Happy wasn't going to listen to any chatter, immediately going on the attack, tying the man up with a chain. He, in turn, immediately grabbed the chain and began trying to pull it towards himself. And to make matters worse, he jumped back with a smile on his face. Although Happy slid a few meters ahead, he was still able to stop. And the black-haired man, shouting again, said that even then he didn't know. He didn't understand why he was pulling such a huge body towards himself. But now Happy will have to fly. And with these words, the man began to pull the chain even harder. The main character himself looked with his eyes without blinking directly at the approaching sword. But at the very last moment he managed to dodge, crouching and falling right under his opponent. A close fight began between them. This time Happy defended himself, repelling all attacks. Their speed was beyond human limits, and none of them were going to lose. In an instant, the blows touched, bouncing off each other with incredible force. The man, having examined his opponent, was surprised, because he had also wrapped himself in this chain so that they would be close to each other. Looking at the boy, he felt horror, fully understanding that something was wrong here. Every time in the battle, the situation changed. Every time the weapons changed. Every time their gazes met. The black-haired man felt like he was fighting a different creature. It seemed to him that the person standing in front of him was not a human at all. Sagar, watching this from the side, did not understand how breathing, posture, gaze, speed, and a desire to kill so enormous could come from one person. Immediately shouting to his father that he was fighting a dead man, he meant that everyone in him was dead. However, the father immediately shouted at his son, immediately saying that there were no dead people here. And Happy, laughing at that moment, said that God exists only for those who believe in him. And then he added that the dead only appear to those who truly believe in them. Hearing these words, Sagar was horrified and thought about the words. Starting to brandish his dagger, our protagonist explained that he remembered everyone he had fought, because that was the only way he could recognize others in the arena. He told how every single day he thinks about them. The memories do not leave him. Even those he killed found him in their dreams and wanted to fight him endlessly. It was as if all these battles were wearing down his entire body, breaking it and forcing him to fight again. That's why Happy can't forget about them for a minute. After these words, the atmosphere in the palace changed. It was filled with horror, which even the leader of the devil cult felt. Happy said in a terrifying voice that now they too were connected to him and the dead. William was busy carrying the wounded, while Winnie, in turn, treated the wounds. Each of them was busy with something. The black-haired knight turned his gaze to the side. Seeing the kingdom burning, he didn't know what to do. Thinking about how this battle was unlike any other, Happy had fought. He deprived the enemies of the slightest opportunity to carry out any attack. On this very day, his friend was completely different. Even during the battle, Happy looked for allies, throwing them weapons, trying to help absolutely everyone as best I can, shouting for the allies not to let the enemies get close and kill anyone else. And he himself gradually revealed blind spots and resolved various situations, covering absolutely everyone, not even allowing his allies to make unnecessary kills, taking everything upon himself. And then he immediately ran to save the others. The captain of the Royal Knights himself watched all this with horror on his face. He couldn't believe that such a strong fighter was among them. Happy said in a terrifying voice that the cult leader they were all talking about was currently in the palace. But without waiting for an answer, he said that it was obvious, since they had guarded the road there so diligently. He saw right through his opponents. His strength was superior to his opponents. Just like the mind, having run past the commander, Happy turned his attention to him. As he ran, he carefully examined the man in red clothing and armor, exclusively by examining the weapon he was holding in his hands. But he ran past him, heading further, straight towards the palace. The captain shouted at the commander to ask why he was late and where the others were, to which the man replied that they had all been destroyed and that he was the last one left. When suddenly they shouted that reinforcements had arrived, the knight assumed that they were the gate guards. Therefore, he immediately gathered his strength and shouted as loudly as possible for everyone to gather. William, taking the sword in his hands, began to move towards the captain. Thinking that he was following the captain's orders, they all united and were now heading to the palace where Happy himself had gone. The wounded were being collected in the arena, and Vinnie tried to save absolutely everyone. She screamed for all survivors to be brought to her as quickly as possible. At this time, Sagar's father told Happy that the country could no longer be saved because the royal family had been brutally murdered. Along the way, he told us that not only the arena, but everything around was drowning in a huge amount of blood. But our hero was optimistic, because one way or another there were survivors and they continued to fight, adding that they would finish the massacre just as they had started it. And then, his face changing again, he said in a terrifying voice that even if that same lord appeared, he would simply kill him just like them. And then he began to slowly approach the man, emitting a killing aura. The man, without realizing it, began to move backwards. His legs took steps back on their own. He had no control over his body. He was scared. However, the chain fettered his body, not allowing him to move far back. Happy threw away his weapon, which attracted the enemy's attention, and he began to formulate a plan in his head. He didn't understand why Happy threw away his weapon without taking another one. He knew that he had no reason to retreat. Therefore, he immediately tried to attack the boy, but the attack missed its target. Happy easily repelled it, rushing into battle, intending to kill the black-haired man. Taking a step, the protagonist found himself right in front of the black-haired man. At that very moment, the chain tightened even more. They were a couple of centimeters apart. Looking at her, the leader of the devilish cult thought that they were getting closer and closer. But before he could understand the seriousness of the situation, he received a powerful punch straight from his opponent. Blood started flowing from his mouth. He didn't understand what it was. It was as if there was a huge hole in his chest, and he could barely contain the pain. But the former arena champion wasn't going to stop there, launching another attack straight at the man's face. This caused blood to splatter in all directions, and the man was unable to stay on his feet. That's why he fell off his feet, but the taut chain didn't allow this to happen. The main character continued to hold him, starting to land a huge number of blows directly at his opponent. But this beating was stopped. Happy felt the approach of danger. A dagger flew straight past his face at incredible speed. It was Sagar who was going to stand up for his father and not let him die. Happy looked at him and began to remember Winnie, his grandmother, and his grandfather. He said that they loved him and said that he was a good neighbor. With a terrifying face, the squire asked if he was really looking at them to kill them, but he immediately received a negative answer, saying that when the exiled clowns came to the farm, he protected them. He explained that he didn't want them to die. These words made Happy smile, thinking. He also said that they were alive, because he had saved everyone who could be saved. And also telling Sagar that they were trying to save the others, explaining that they had spent their entire lives learning to save others, not like they were with him. Sagar's father said in a trembling voice that the boy was lying since they were all already dead, accusing Happy of deceiving his son. The cult leader said that he was initially surprised by the guy's strength and decided that someone chosen by God himself had descended. But when he heard it, he realized that in front of him was only a pathetic little man. Having said this, the man turned to his son, calling him by name. The son immediately turned his gaze to his father, not understanding what he wanted to do. And the father continued speaking, saying that their cult, united by faith, he said that even if he dies, the cult will never disappear, and the guy will become the leader in his place. Hearing these words, naturally Sagar did not understand anything, because he had only recently heard about the cult for the first time. And at that very second, I saw my father take something out from behind his back. In an instant, the black-haired boy's gaze tensed because he knew what would happen next. The flasks broke and some kind of orange smoke spread throughout the palace. He began to eat out the eyes of our main character, who did not understand what it was because he had never seen anything like it before. The boy's whole body began to stiffen, and Happy fell to the ground, holding back terrible pain. Suddenly, right from behind his back, he felt how the chain he had tied around himself tightened again. He immediately glanced back, realizing that the enemy was not allowing him to escape from the smoke. The cult leader said that he had fought a talented opponent, but in the end, they were just people who would die from simple poison. He screamed that they would die here together. Happy gradually began to lose consciousness, while the black-haired man said that his opponent had backed himself into a corner. Suddenly, a rather loud roar began to be heard in the palace, and just a moment later, the captain of the Royal Knights cut the chain. Seeing this, the cult leader could not believe his eyes, because this meant complete defeat for him. At that very second, William appeared, who had also fallen under the poison, but with the last of his strength, he grabbed Happy, placing him on his shoulder. He started running away, trying to save his first and only friend. Happy, in turn, began to laugh, turning to his opponent. Having shouted that he had saved everyone, he spoke about it, repeating again that he had saved everyone. And then he explained to the black-haired man that in the end, everything comes back. Salvation, salvation, murder, murder. It was after these words that the cult leader felt death behind him. The cult leader who followed the demon killed himself with his own poison. The leader disappeared, and all his followers disappeared with him. And the situation was resolved, even though it was not clear who was the sectarian and who was the victim. Trust in the kingdom was completely lost. At the very moment when the king was needed more than ever, he was unable to recover from his wounds and died. All remaining members of the royal family were brutally slaughtered, just like all the nobility who were close to the king. Why did everything collapse? The army, politics, administration? Thus, the kingdom entered its darkest hour in its history. The main transit center became the farm where our main character lived. Knights from all over the kingdom transported the wounded here. The farm served as a temporary accommodation point. Winnie, sitting in front of William, could not understand how much the poison had affected the boy. To which the black-haired man replied that he had barely breathed in, because he had held his breath, grabbed Happy, and immediately ran out. The captain was surprised by this because his subordinate hadn't even inhaled it, but he looked so bad. Winnie explained to the knight that it was a deadly poison, which killed the cult leader himself, because even the smallest drop brings death. William's father couldn't understand how Vinnie knew so much about poisons, and the yellow-haired girl explained that her grandparents knew much more about it. The elders explained that during the war, Vinnie's parents were killed by sectarians. They accidentally opened a poisonous well left by the sectarians, after which they died. They were unable to help them that very day, so the granddaughter's parents died right before their eyes. That's why they know so much about it. They still hated this very cult. Upon hearing this story, William said in a trembling voice that in this case Happy should die, since he had received such a huge dose of poison. But he didn't understand why he stood in front of him in such good condition. The main character did not answer him, but began to give him medicine. Winnie, looking at him, thought about how when Happy came, even despite all her medicines, it felt as if his body was already familiar with this very poison. The captain immediately leaned over to the guy and asked him if he had encountered this poison before. But the main character, laughing, answered that he didn't know. He said that he was just in a lot of pain. At that moment, the commander approached them and distracted them from their discussions. Leaning towards the captain, he said that they needed to talk alone. So almost immediately they went outside to get some privacy. While the commander looked around, the captain asked his subordinate what was going on, and the man explained that they found this letter on a corpse. This was the corpse of the very grandfather who was supposed to deliver the letter. Taking it in his hand, the captain asked what kind of letter it was. The commander explained that this was the very letter that Lucastian had left especially for Happy. While the captain was opening it, the man explained to his commander that he was completely right. After all, that same knight who alone survived and became a clown in exile. Fanatical sectarians who plunged the entire kingdom into chaos. That monster demon god that they once saw in their life. The king told them about this before his death, confirming that the demon actually exists. The commander said that if the captain reads Lord Lucastian's letter, then he will understand that Happy is a child who was abandoned by that same insanely powerful demon. Happy was a child that the demon left for Lucastian to raise. In his letter, the Lord wrote that he wanted with all his might to see the most powerful creature. And when he saw Happy's parents, he understood that this is the ideal that he has been searching for so intensely all his life. So he decided to find his parents so that they could sell Happy on the slave market, ordering his subordinates to search everywhere. And one day he found them. He wanted to find them with all his heart. And finally he was able to find them, or rather he found out where they were. So he sent soldiers and mercenaries there, but they all disappeared. Even so, he did not give up and spent years searching for information about that very place. He found out that the whole kingdom was trying to hide this place. Even having found a map, the king was deliberately hiding this place. And so, in one of the sources, he found the name, the Devil's Cradle. This is what the kings who knew about the demon's existence called her. He didn't know why his demon parents abandoned him, but Lucastian considered it fate that Happy was his. The Lord forced him to fight, and the child was supposed to be angry with him all his life. But he believed that this strength would help him fight the fate that he would one day meet. At some point, Lucastian even began to worry about his adopted son. He didn't want him to die at the hands of this merciless demon. Looking at the guy, the Lord saw in Happy the ideal being. He hid the location of his parents, wishing Happy good luck. At that very moment, the captain turned to the commander, asking who else knew about this. The subordinate, after thinking for a bit, replied that if the messenger did not have time to tell the information to anyone, only the two of them knew about this. Clutching his head, the head of the knights said that he knew from the very beginning that this boy was not ordinary, but he would never have thought that he had such a past. He also added that in such a situation, even he doesn't know whether Happy will save them or destroy them, but he was sure that Happy was on their side, so he began to hide the letter. The captain also added that the cult was still intact, and they would definitely try to summon the demon again. And if this is all true, then they need to inform the kings of the allied countries about this and prepare a plan. The commander did not know whether the kings who hid that place would help them, knowing that they had a devil's child, assuming that they could turn them into enemies. However, the captain replied to his subordinate that they first needed to hide Happy and request help to destroy the cult. Both knights understood that this would be a long journey. And now, at the party, everyone around was shouting words of congratulations. They called our main character a knight, congratulating him on it. Everyone wanted to shake our main character's hand. Absolutely everyone was waiting for Happy in their domain. Everyone started praising our main character. The boy himself was glad to listen to this. He liked this atmosphere. By drinking alcohol, they tried to forget the recent situation. And so the next day, Happy was walking down the street with a happy face. However, his smile was not quite in the right place, because in front of him stood a huge cemetery. An old man standing nearby asked if it had really been 14 days since the massacre. The old man was surprised, because the boy had been digging for a long time without any rest. Everyone, sitting around the graves, mourned their loved ones. Their losses were great. Grandpa, looking at all this, could not believe that so many people died, because in such situations it is necessary to burn the bodies. But Happy dug a hole for each of them, burying them. Our hero, lowering his head, answered the old man that he remembers absolutely everyone. After all, they will always remain in memory because they are people, not battles. The protagonist's voice was gloomy, and Winnie felt this gloom as she listened to the guy. With bitterness, she lowered her head down. She felt sorry for the black-haired man. Tears gradually began to appear in her eyes. By this time, the old man had gone into the house where Winnie herself ran. When he came in, he asked the yellow-haired girl if she was okay, to which she replied that she could not believe that Mr. Cigar was a member of this devilish cult. The old man asked her to tell him the story because he thought he was just a strange guy, but he never thought that he was the son of a cult leader. However, Happy told them that Sagar was trying to save the farmers, suggesting that the boy had switched sides against his will. The girl's face changed. She was angry. She said with anger that he was a fanatic who killed everyone around him. The old man had no arguments for this. Winnie yelled to Happy that they needed to leave, saying goodbye to her grandfather. At that very moment, Sagar himself was sitting under the boards in the floor of his grandfather's building. Hearing these words from Vinny, he lowered his head down, thinking. But literally immediately, he felt a rather familiar aura that enveloped his entire body. His father appeared before him and said that from now on the cult was his, and now Sagar could order who to kill and who not to kill. But the guy didn't even bat an eyelid. The father didn't understand why his son wasn't doing anything, and he answered him that he was not sure whether he could live with such a burden on his heart. Hearing this answer, the father told his son that he was still weak. As he began to disappear, at that very second a noise was heard right behind him. Callum climbed out of the floor, throwing aside the boards, saying that she thought she would die there because the smell there was too disgusting. The grandfather immediately told the girl to shut up because they could hear them, but she didn't understand because everyone had left. But he, remembering how they came to him, said that they came to him at death. He saved them because he believes that Sagar is a good person. Hearing this, the black-haired girl tensed up, asking herself, to which the gray-haired man rudely asked who she even was, since he had done all this purely because of Sagar. He also said that he would have burned it long ago, having started to drive the two out, because if they stayed here, they would be caught. Sitting down on the chair, the black-haired girl immediately dismissed these words, because no one would think about one criminal in such a situation. He added that this country was finished, because there was nothing left here, and now they were called the land of fanatics. So wherever they went, they would be hanged. But the old man immediately began to scream, because if they stayed here, he could be executed. And then, Kaleem switched to Sagar, saying that now he should become the leader of the cult, judging logically. But the black-haired man replied that he was not interested in this, because the cult lives without a leader, based on its faith. The girl did not understand what kind of faith this was. Looking down, Sagar replied that they believed that God would save them. But almost immediately, he retracted these words. After all, they don't understand that the demon will return and destroy the blasphemy. The father hid the truth from him. Callum began to reason that if the demon was capable of killing everyone on Earth, they needed to find the demon and take his side. They sang his praises for 20 years, so he should not have killed them. At that very moment, the old man approached her, hit her on the head, saying that she was talking nonsense. But the girl shouted back that in this case they would survive. Sagar did not participate in their argument. While thinking about something else, William's family was working. The father told his son that if he asked the Merchants Guild, they could be reborn in another kingdom. It was time for them to leave here before it was too late. But our hero did not respond to this, looking sternly towards his father. William looked down and paused briefly before saying that he would stay here, which surprised the man quite a lot. He didn't understand, because everything was destroyed, he asked his son. Didn't he see that everything was destroyed? But William told him that even if that was the case, he still saw how people were trying to rebuild everything from the ashes. He didn't want to leave them in trouble, so he decided to join the expedition as a knight. Upon hearing this, his father was even more surprised. And then he lowered his head, realizing that his son had already decided everything for himself. The captain told Happy about the expedition while he was doing chores around the house. The captain told the boy that they wanted to inform their allies about what had happened and ask for help. They were going to split up and go in different directions. Fearing that the cult would make its next move, they could not gather many soldiers at once. Because they didn't know who to trust, the most trusted and powerful guys would go forward. Night had fallen and it was pouring rain outside, while Happy's family sat at the table, heatedly discussing something. They discussed the fact that they needed to approve Happy's expedition because it was in order. Winnie was angry because the journey would take at least a month. She didn't understand why they needed to take Happy if he wasn't even a knight. And so 2 whole days passed, and all the soldiers gathered in the square. The captain shouted that the knightly blood had not yet dried, but it was time for them to set off again. Everyone understood that His Majesty had left them, but he was still with them. After all, among them there are those who have lost their families and are full of thoughts of revenge. Those who have chosen a new path for themselves, completely unfamiliar to themselves. Those who must leave loved ones behind in order to protect them. Each of them had completely different reasons, but they all needed to remember one thing. It was after these words that the captain paused, shouting that they were the kingdom's last hope. Winnie spent the whole night wondering what to do after falling asleep at the table. Her grandmother woke her up and told her granddaughter to come too, but she didn't understand what her grandmother was saying. But she said with joy on her face that William's family asked her to be nearby to stay safe during the expedition. Grandma Winnie asked not to worry about them. She was sending the girl to protect Happy. She, hearing these words, was very surprised. Sitting on the cart, Happy saw a bag of herbs flying towards him. Looking at her, he didn't understand where she came from and what was going on at all. And at that very second, a human silhouette appeared next to him and jumped onto the cart. There was a crash that everyone heard, but the others didn't notice it because they were explaining to William how to behave on a horse. Winnie jumped onto the cart, landing right on Happy and whispering to the guy that she was coming with them. So, a group of 3 guys and 1 girl set off on a long journey. When Happy first stepped out of the arena, the world seemed so big. But this very huge world turns into a point and disappears almost immediately. Happy asked Winnie with a smile on his face how big their world was. And she, having thought about it, answered that even if you travel all your life, you won't see the whole world. Hearing this, Happy couldn't believe that there was no end to it, and immediately began to look from side to side. Looking at the guy, the yellow-haired girl smiled. She was glad to see a smile on Happy's face. It gradually began to get dark. The captain gave the order that they would set up camp here before it got completely dark. Having started giving orders, he ordered the night duty officer to rest, and then he turned to the others, asking which of them was a good cook. Winnie raised her hand, saying that she would do everything herself. At that moment, the captain, with a smile on his face, replied that he would then leave the cooking to her. When he suddenly shut up, everyone looked in surprise towards the yellow-haired girl, while she, standing with the same raised hand, smiled sweetly. A drop of sweat ran down the knight's face. He asked her what she was doing here, and she replied that they certainly could use a doctor on such a long journey. The captain responded immediately and ordered her to leave, but she, barely holding back her laughter, began to ask if the captain had forgotten how she had saved William from the deadly poison. But the captain continued to stand his ground, asking the girl to return home. While she continued to argue how she could help them, the knight thought that the journey back would take 2 whole days. He understood that she could not be sent alone. A subordinate standing behind him told the captain that, in his opinion, the girl could go with them. After all, when everything happened, she led everyone in front, established a temporary location center, and helped everyone. He was confident in the girl's skills. Having heard his comrade's opinion, he looked towards the girl again. Realizing that Happy and William would definitely not mind, he still allowed Winnie to stay. The girl taught the main character how to set up a support for frying meat. William, having brought water, asked if this amount was enough for them. Absolutely everyone was busy with their own business, without shirking their work. The captain, looking at the trio, thought that this was all new to them now, but they were coping well, assuming that it was all because they got along well with each other. And sometime later, Winnie was already finishing the food. She understood that she would soon finish cooking. The captain and William went to comb the area. Knight Hermod was sleeping. She didn't want to wake him, so she was going to leave a portion for him. Only she and Happy remained. The boy interrupted her thoughts by asking the girl when they could eat, and she began to pat the guy on the head, asking him to wait for his comrades to return. Suddenly, they heard a rather loud clatter of horse hooves. Immediately, turning attention towards the outgoing sound, they saw a man on horseback moving near them. The man stopped, looked carefully at the sitting couple, examining them, and then he went off to the side. Winnie assumed that this man was a traveler. As he left, the man greeted our heroes with a smile on his face, and then he began to move further and further away from the camp of our heroes. The girl was surprised that people were walking here. Happy carefully followed the man with his gaze without answering the girl. And now, sometime later, under the night sky, jewels began to fly around in front of a huge crowd of men. This same wanderer, having shown these decorations, said with a smile on his face that he knew who else he could rob. intending to go ahead and collect more. Having given him this yellow cloak, his comrades shouted for him to return as quickly as possible. They were happy, because it was a good catch. They were going to finish it all as soon as possible. The captain and William, after combing the area, came to the conclusion that it was safe, so they decided to return back to camp. They were just a little short of the corpses lying there. The captain ordered William to lie down immediately, as they would be setting off on their further journey at dawn. As soon as the duo returned, everyone immediately ate and went to bed. The last one left was the knight with a bald head who was on duty while eating. He was glad that they still kept the girl because she cooked deliciously. At this time, those same robbers were watching our heroes from the bushes. They were happy because the others were sleeping. They were going to knock out the bald one and that would be the job done. The knight on duty noticed the noise and turned in its direction. Seeing Happy jump up, he didn't understand why the boy stood up so abruptly. In turn, the robbers began to talk fearfully among themselves, asking why this guy was looking in their direction. Happy himself, with a rather frightening face, answered his friend that he was going to pee. And then he stood up and began to walk towards where the robbers were. He walked slowly towards them, not at all worried about the noise his feet made. In turn, the robbers tried to be as quiet as possible and to escape as quickly as possible. Hiding behind a rock, they came to the conclusion that the guy had not seen them. They decided that he really had gone to the toilet. Happy looked around with a smile on his face, deciding to reach the largest stone. The bandits, in turn, discussed among themselves that they would succeed. They were going to first knock out Happy and then attack the others. They were glad, because the boy was alone and without a weapon. They were going to attack with the whole crowd. So, as quietly as possible, they began to sneak up on him from behind his back. The bald one with the axe was the first to attack while Happy was doing his business. But in an instant, he received a kick in the face from our main character. He flew so far that he even knocked down his own comrades. At that very moment, the fellow bandits began to receive powerful blows to their faces from Happy. While zipping up his fly, the boy continued to beat the attackers. One of them decided to run away, but our hero noticed him too. He caught up with him with incredible speed, which scared the fleeing man quite a bit. When he stopped, he did not understand what was happening, because he was absolutely sure that there was a large distance between them. But before he could even say anything, he received a powerful slap on the face. Happy looked around and loudly asked them who they were. The bald, bearded man began to beg for mercy, saying that he was very sorry. Wiping the dust off himself, Happy asked if they were by any chance members of a cult. Hearing this, he immediately answered the guy that they were ordinary robbers who were engaged in robbery. He again asked the guy not to kill him while Happy examined him carefully. Taking hold of that same bright orange cape, he began to pull it out. Realizing that it belonged to that very traveler, he asked himself whether they had robbed him too. However, I discarded these thoughts almost immediately, assuming that he might be one of them who came to scout. Suddenly, Happy's gaze fell on a bloody trail, quite large in size. In an instant, the guy's gaze changed, because now he was sure that this traveler was going to rob them. By this time, all of our hero's comrades had already stood up. They were asking Happy, who had returned, what had happened. To which the main character, with a smile on his face, replied that he thought they should listen to what these little ones had to say, so he brought them here.